Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To Asaba Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra.
And I'm going to tell you this. Once I was able to imbue myself in this frequency, I didn't want anything else. Nothing else was satisfying to me. Nothing else was nourishing to me. Nothing is more nourishing to me, to my consciousness, than the truth. Once you are actually imbued with it, once you learn what the truth is, it's nothing more satisfying. So, Hotep Henu to you, Great Saba, for this Nefer class. Your discipline, your example, I've seen it demonstrated consistently week after week. Man, like he was on another platform, Tehuti, like I was telling you. He was on another platform. He was invited as a guest, and he was answering questions like he does now. It was like an interview. I don't even know what the name of the platform is, but I definitely encourage you to go watch it, because that was a Nefer class as well. Whenever Saba is on any other platform, he definitely represents. But he was on this brother's platform, and he had one of his venomous vipers with him, and he was teaching, answering a question, and the snake bit him on his hand, and he continued to teach. He didn't even stop teaching. He continued to teach. That's discipline. That is consistency. So it happened so quick, right? That I didn't even realize that he got bit. I didn't realize that it was anything wrong. I actually had to go back and rewatch it, because he continued to answer the question. His discipline was that of such. He continued to answer the question, right? So that's the
yesterday, you know what I said to him? I said, yo, Jabari, I said, it's because of Tehuti. He is now making me like being straightforward with people now. And they're going to be mad at you, dude. They're going to be mad at Tehuti. Like, damn, Tehuti. I'm going to be straightforward with people. Because I can't do it no more.
Say that again. It's because of Tehuti. Now you have to be straightforward with people. And
yesterday, you know what I said to him? I said, yo, Jabari, I said, it's because of Tehuti. He is now making me like being straightforward with people now. And they're going to be mad at you, dude. They're going to be mad at Tehuti. Like, damn, Tehuti. I'm going to be straightforward with people. Because I can't do it no more.
Say that again. It's because of Tehuti. Now you have to be straightforward with people. And they're going to be mad.
I have to be straightforward with people.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. You made me come out.
Yeah. Because of my influence, now you're going to be more Ma'at.
Yes. I take it from that. I see what you're
doing.
You want to have your little sound bites and all that. Yeah.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up how can I say, you every time you speak there is there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So
I just want to say Hotep Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and handle to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
The deepest parts of me that yearned for something I felt I was missing in my life has finally found what it was searching for. I now continue to find the answers to the deep, unanswered questions in my life because of my teacher, Tehuti. Who am I? What is my purpose on this earth? What happens after death? What is the truth, and how do I know this is the truth? Why have I been lied to so much in today's society? If I were to convey what Tehuti is giving me, it would take infinity to explain to you. Yet one word may encapsulate it all. Tehuti is giving me life, and I hope that one day you will walk through this door with me too, to see and feel the experiences of what life is, to receive a new love that you have never experienced before.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us, yo. The Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. Y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
with some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
a command.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotel, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hage plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of Atom, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about Ru and the same about Asar.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological Netzer, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Ankset has? Everybody, can you see that sun, Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Answer
the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise already.
This is 8. This is 8. I'm gonna ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a son on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a son on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV, House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn, we have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday and said straight up, Sarnetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sarnetta's platform, Sarnetta announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sarnetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sarnetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Right? Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my podcast, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Here's the problem though with that debate. I cannot say Jabari won that debate because his wife was there helping him, Reggie was there helping him, Sai was blocking for him, even though Sai was a bit more objective. He was giving props to Tehuti when Tehuti was smashing. Here's the problem though with that debate. I cannot say Jabari won that debate because his wife was there helping him, Reggie was there helping him, Sai was blocking for him, even though Sai was a bit more objective. He was giving props to Tehuti when Tehuti was smashing.
I discovered Tehuti on Sanetta TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari followers, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Erakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your master teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Hey, Mary Sekhmet, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes. A few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite, comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing: how did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari. And there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old pod classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married Sekhmet. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the podcast, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving, you know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. This whole time, I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. You know, I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this. You know.
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from, what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89? It
was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
Oxafek, what were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Some of them daddy's big.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89?
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
Yo, we were
I was showing Hebrew, and then I got this one right
Hang on
here.
a second.
This one's also Hebrew, showing the firmament and Sheol.
Okay, this depiction right here, this is an ancient Hebrew tablet. that's in the museum? Is it an ancient Hebrew papyrus that we can date, or what is this?
There's a few you can choose from. We've got
the one that we were
Egyptian-
looking at, the one that I'm asking about, is that picture, that Hebrew picture.
This one's Hebrew, yeah.
That was found. This picture was drawn by the ancient Hebrews.
There's quite a few drawings.
No, I'm not asking if there's quite a few. Maybe I'm not being. Can I be heard? Okay, the image that was on the screen. Can we go back to the image? I don't know why I keep jumping.
Because there's so many.
80. Yeah, but can you stick to the one that you showed? That's why I like to do things step by step. I know everybody likes gish, gallop, and jump.
Okay.
I do things nice and slowly, and that's how you catch people. Nice and slow.
Okay, catch me.
The image that you're showing right there, that's being called a Hebrew image, is this an ancient papyrus image in a museum, or that can be dated back to the ancient Hebrews? Just yes or no?
We're not familiar with museums, so no.
Can this be dated? This image that we're looking at here, this color image, this is an ancient. Why is it moving?
Oh, okay.
Everybody okay?
It's the same one.
No, okay, can we stick with the?
It's all the same one.
I know people like to jump. That's how you cause the chaos. You can forget the argument. This is why I win debates, because I stick with the one thing and I'm not moving. So the one image, I'm asking a straightforward question to everybody on the panel: is this an ancient Hebrew image that can be found dated to the ancient Hebrews? Just yes or no.
This exact CGI rendering of it? No.
Okay, on to the next person. Lord Jamar, is this your Hebrew image that you're presenting that can be traced back to the ancient Hebrews? Yes or no?
That is an image that I understand to be an ancient. Their depiction of their college knowledge.
Where can we find this ancient image?
Is that an actual one from some? I don't know, man. See.
Mic check, mic check. We do a mic check, make sure the sound is good. Mic check, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Screen looks clear, but I want to make sure the sound is good. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Wait for it to come up, because there may be a lag. Peace and love to all the great students. Peace and love to everyone in the chat, whether they are new, whether they've been coming and attending the House of Attend for years. Hotep and greetings to you. Hotep is a reciprocity word. It means to give something for the better good and to receive something. It's a palindrome word. Brought to us forth in wisdom teachings by the first and ancient known scribe, whose name was the palindrome using the same word. His name was Ptah Hotep. PTH forward, HTP backwards. Greetings, everyone. Let me see the 9s that are in the room, and they are the wonderful 9s. I see them. Everyone can hear. Beautiful. All right, Robert Williams with You Can't Change History. A debate is a discussion. A conversation was judged by the chat as Saber Tehuti as the winner. Those are facts. Jaguar Bulldogs. Shout out to Zeptepi Slim. Okay, let's see if those can hear me. Nania Setmer says, greetings, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Okay, here comes the 9s now. Hotep Ma'at and peace to Natiru with the Ka sign. There's a 9 from Robert Williams. Hanu Hotep Mary Ma'at. There's the 9 from 432 for 2 Kemba. There's the 9 from 9195. Okay. There's a 9 from Angela straight out the gates. 9 from Amun Katz. Siank Tehuti. We got the Kahan from Harass Did. Ampu on the screen as Ampu. And the name is Boss Fee. And Harass Did again. So we have all the 9s, everyone. We are ready to begin. Peace and love to all those who are with us. We're going to start off with the wonderful affirmation, the frequency that starts off the Tehuti pod classes, that starts off my family meetings, the meetings of the out, which is out, the circle of the out. When I go on different channels, I start off with that also. I start off most of all important things with the affirmation. For the new people that are watching, we're going to have the affirmation in the screen or on the screen for you all to actually see what it is that we're saying. We are a disciplined movement, the movement of the Natiru. And so under the code of discipline, we begin things in a certain method and we end things in a certain structured method. And we live our lives in a particular structure that we call Min Ma'at, the continuation of Ma'at, continued stabilized Ma'at. So following the Min Ma'at, we're going to put the affirmation on the screen and say it. And those who are new can say it with us. Peace and love to Basatut Maka Aksafek, the young brother who received his Ren ceremony twice, once in a dream from me, and then once when he met up with all of us in the physical form and received his name. Let us do the affirmation. Here it is on the screen. We're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Ankia ma'at un ns nin tet aset en ma'at min hepapet en ma'at her and hu kiui. Per e kut, I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at every day. I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Welcome. That is the affirmation. And let me find out. Are there any new people that are watching? If you're new within the last 2 months of watching, press the 7 and we will give you your recognition and say peace and welcome. Are you welcoming them into Tehuti? We're going to welcome new people to the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netzeru, the last to represent that on earth. With this phenomenon that takes place every Saturday as the Tehuti pod class. So peace and love to the old people that have been here for a while, and peace and love to the new people. We welcome all of you in. We have this name. Oh, I remember this name from last week, Drip Sky Lark. Peace. Drip Sky 1, let me say it rightly. 1 Drip Skylark. There you go. And everybody else who's new can see you're getting greeted here. See? Welcome. The House of Aten will welcome you here. We are a welcoming frequency. We don't judge. We don't judge anyone to the negative if they are part of any other belief system, if they are part of any other recognition, if they're a part of any spiritual system. And when I say we don't judge to the negative, that means that all things must be judged because you have to make decisions in life on how you speak to someone. A decision is a judgment. But we don't judge to the negative, meaning that me as Tehuti do not promote myself or the House of Aten to take anyone who's of a different system and mock them, make them feel uncomfortable, degrade them and insult them. And there's a reason for that, which I'm going to elaborate on in a moment. So Drip Skylark, if you could for me, please Just type one more. Oh, you type peace. Peace to you, peace. Drip Skylark, if you could type one more thing and just type where is it that you what brought you here? You could type it in one sentence or one word. Did you see me somewhere else? Did someone send you a link and say, hey, check this out? Whatever it may be. What is it that brought one Drip Skylark to the pod class? I like to know, because I like to give appreciation to where things originate from. The Jabari debate replayed last week. Oh, interesting. You got to see that part of it. The other part, I may be on. I was supposed to be on last Monday to speak with Jabari about possible topics. I'm not enthusiastic about it because I've never wanted to debate him or anyone. But Saw really wants us to debate. He wants that same topic. I already set my premise on that. If we're to debate on that topic, it has to be called what he said it would be called for 5 years, and that is a rematch. You can't change history. He said if we debate that topic, it's a rematch. So I said, okay, if we have a rematch, then let us go forward. But some people are so stubborn, they just can't say, hey, it is a rematch, as it always has been for 5 years. This is pre-COVID. So there was a section where I actually showed my facts and sources that it was a debate, said by all three of us, and that was on Sonetter's channel. I can't seem to find it for some odd reason. I'm going to speak with him Monday and ask him, did you delete it? That was the only video where I had the opportunity to show the evidence that all of us considered it a debate. Every single one of us called it that. We never questioned it. It was not called anything else other than that until just recently, when he started siding with Jabari's claim that we never had one. Yeah, he started comparing Netflix to Marvel Comics. So I stand on the truth. I stand on Ma'at, and I always shall. So here's the reason. Welcome everyone to the Tehuti Pod class. It's going to be an explosive. It's always explosive. This one's going to be different because it's a question that appears to be not on Kemet or Nile Valley or even Africa as a continent, as they've recalled it. The questions that have come in are on these marvelous topics, and as you see, Day de los Muertos, Day of the Dead, Truth and Secret Origin. How is it that you can send Tehuti a question about Day de los Muertos? That is a Mexican, that is a South American, Mexican, Aztec origin, as some say, ritual. This has nothing to do with Kemet, apparently. But can you send Tehuti these kind of questions? Can you send your Kemetic teacher these questions? And what will happen if you send this to him? Will he answer it? Why the skull and bones in ancestral worship origin? If you notice, there's skull and bones on altars and such. Why? Why are the skull and bones? Where did that originate? What is this Kemetic papyrus that's scientifically verified to atheists, that pertains to what happens to the human anatomy and trickled into these rituals? The actual aspect that happened to the human anatomy trickled into these rituals, and now they're practiced ritualistically, but the Kemetic papyrus from 1990 BC state that it happened anatomically, and thus it's echoed into ritual. Is the color black the color of death? Seasonal holiday psyops. What is that? That is going to be very interesting to reveal. What is seasonal holiday psyops? What is this person getting injected in the arm? What is that? How does that tie in? What's happening here? It's going to be a wonderful, wonderful pod class with many, many topics answered as usual. So let me go ahead and start by saying that the reason why we don't degrade or insult new people that are into any other faith, into any other religion, into any other, whatever they may be into. They could be a Mason, a Jehovah's Witness, Christian, Catholic, Presbyterian, it does not matter. Actually, Muslim, Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuhu, whatever you may be, Barakah Hashem, if you're Hebrew, whatever you may be. Why does Tehuti not seem to yell at the people and speak negatively as other people do when they seem to come across others that are into different faiths? And that is because what I have done on this planet, what I have done for the last, since 1989 to 1990, is something that's it's an angle. It is a method that's not been done before, and it's because I've accepted the fact that due to the matrix interfering with everyone, that everyone has been scattered into different systems of beliefs. So what I've done that has not been done before, because I represent what's not been represented before, is I am able to take anyone factually. I have taken every type of religious, Masonic, street thug, grape, crip, gangbanger, blood, Rastafarian, Muslim, Christian, Jehovah's Witness, Hindu, Buddhist, and done what no one has done before, and that is, has it ever been a case in history where there's been a movement where where someone has cleansed someone from all those spiritual aspects of the matrix and brought them into the acknowledgement of the Nitiru? If that's been done before, I would like to join with them so we can combine energies. So far in history, that has not been done. There has not been any movement on this planet that has used ancient indigenous Kemetic papyri and has transformed and cleansed people from the matrix, from wherever they stood, into the acknowledgement of the Neter, being existing beings that are to be worshipped, acknowledged, and given credence to. It's never been done on Earth. If so, we need the movement that's doing that. Only the Neters can do that. There is an atheistic agenda that is made to denounce all of the ancient spiritual systems of the indigenous people. And the first part of the denouncing is to acknowledge that their consciousness that was superior to them did not exist. So they took an ancient word, which was mit. Mit was it would be M-T-H. So it would be said myth with a soft D. T-H, like myth. And that word was the word for truthful stories. And the Greeks took that word and they continued with the tradition that myth was a word for truthful stories. By the time Eusebius and others, Christians, got their hands on this word, they transformed the meaning of the word. And the meaning of the word now means something that did not happen. It was the very first attempt to erase and change history by, instead of denouncing it by saying that they are pagans and heathens and devil worshippers, the better strategy is to say they didn't exist at all. Instead of calling them demons, fallen from hell, and all of that, and trying to convince people, just erase that they even exist and change the meaning of the word myth. So MTH, which is myth, was a word for truthful tales, and it's one of the roots of the word ma'at, which means the truth. And from that point on, myth became now something that is not the truth, but just symbolic. It never existed. From that point on, all of the Black organizations, conscious movements, all of your favorite conscious teachers, has continued in the tradition of this Greek warping of the word myth, mit. And now every time you ask them about the Nitiru, the most powerful sentient conscious beings mentioned by our ancestors, now they say those are myth. And you ask them, what scribe said that sentence? Is there a scribe that said the Nitiru are myth with a definition, not the definition of what you're saying, because in the Metanetter, myth is a truthful story. In the Greek, eventually myth became something that's not true. So are you going by the Metanetter definition of it? Or are you going by the Greeks? So because of that, there was a need for recovery. And as evolution has it, everything rebuilds and recovers itself eventually, especially when it comes to our ancient ancestors. The truth must come out. So there must be an energy form, an energy force, a sense of consciousness that comes back to earth and recorrects and corrects the nonsense, but corrects it back to what it was originally taught. And that is the House of Aten. That is Mi Saba Tehuti, the doorway to that. All the other teachers went along with the Greek atheism. Because if you ask them, are there superior beings that are above you? They'll say no. Did Ramesses acknowledge that there was superior consciousness above him? Yes. Did Mentuhotep acknowledge that there was superior consciousnesses above him? Yes. Do you acknowledge it? No. Who changed it? Can you? Am I back? Am I back? Press the 9 if you can hear me. Everything went black on the streets, in the houses. Everything went black. For a couple seconds. Yeah, it was nice. Okay, and Tua Fernanda for updating everyone. I'm back. Here we go. I'm back. The brother that was just typing, the new brother, is he still here? I don't know what just happened there, other than I don't know why the power outage went out, but no problem. Let me put the support at the bottom here. All right, everyone, we're back. We're gonna get right back into it. Here we go, and then we're gonna start this class. Okay, everybody can see me. Everybody can hear me. I see some 9s. There are the 9s. Okay, wonderful. Everybody's back. We're back with the 9s. Excellent. Okay, so as I was saying, for all of you for your patience, and as I was saying, there has not been a movement, a teacher that has come since, because all of them has fallen under the same matrix that the Europeans started. Not that any of the scribes started, but that the European outsiders, some of the Egyptologists and the original Greeks didn't start this. It was some of the Egyptologists and Christians under Eusebius who started this misteaching that there are no Netiru. That the Netiru are just symbols of things. That is not what these scribes taught. So I had to come and correct that. And that's what led to the debate with me and Jabari, because people have not heard anybody make that stance before, coming from papyrus verification. So, okay, I see Amun. Okay, Amun Kyle. Okay, good. I see the 9s. I see Harass. I see, okay, I see things. I see everybody now. Tua Saba. I see it now. Okay, good. So I had to come back and correct that. The Netzer had to correct that. It had to be corrected. There is no way that thousands of years can continue with this false information taking place. Nature always has to self-correct itself, and consciousness always has to come back to correct the foolishness and the lies. And so that is why you have never seen any Kemetic or Kemetic representative of Ma'at have the ability to take someone who is a Hindu, who is a Buddhist, and actually cleanse them of the nonsense, because Hinduism and Buddhism now is distorted. The one that people are following now are distorted, and there has been none that's come to correct and then have testimony that the Netiru are real and that their physical lives have changed based on the acknowledgement of the Netiru. That's not been done. No, none of the Dr. Bens, none of the Theo Bangas, none of the Dr. Clarks, none of this has not been done. Everyone was just teaching it historically, and black and proud, and black and proud, and be black and proud. But as far as the spiritual belief in higher conscious entities, that's never been taught. And then transforming people, I don't like the word converting, transforming people back into what was here, because there was a time on earth where it was uncontested. So in 3000 BC, when the Netiru were being taught about, there was no one on the planet contesting it. There was no one saying this is false. There was no one saying I'm going to debate this. There was no one saying my belief is better than yours. It just didn't exist. When the Nile Valley people were here, it was over 4,200 kilometers of everyone with the same acknowledgments. And there was nobody arguing about it and battling about it, saying, no, that's pagan, those are demons, those are heathens. Those things didn't come about until much, much later. So I'm here as the restorer to restore back the Netzer energy. And that is because I spent most of my life with these as a child, spending time with nature and away from people as a youth. And so it got me to a frequency where I was not attached or connected to aspects of the matrix that people in my age group at the time were distracted by. I was out in the fields, out in the ponds with the animals, and they were doing all the things the matrix offered them. And I never got to experience that. So because of that, my mind state never shifted since I was a child, since I was a youth. I never got involved in the things that were the distraction, and things that would alter your body and your mind, and all the out night clubbing and smoking weed all hours of the night and doing all these all the TV shows and going to the movies and all these different things. And I've never had that. Ever since I was a youth, I rebelled against the Matrix. I was thrown out of every school that I've been in. I've been expelled from every school. I would only break into the schools to hide in the library so I could go into the hallways and teach the students when the schools were on recess. And I did this for most of my youthful life. While people thought I was going to school, attending school, my report cards are not taken back home because there's no report cards, because I'm actually in non-attendance. And I'm going to school to be a teacher, to answer people's questions in the hallways during recess and lunch break. As a youth, as a child, I wanted to break people out of the Matrix. As a youth, I was using the term Matrix before the movie came out. Breaking people out of the Matrix was a term that I was using long before there was such Keanu Reeves or wherever the movie came out. I was happy. I was like, hey, that's great. The Matrix is a movie now about breaking people out of their. This is great. So I was raised up like that. My first interactions with people, I began to see what the ability was that I had, and that was, if I stay just like this and speak the truths, people become radical, and they end up off balance, and they end up shifting a frequency. They end up doing something that is completely opposite than what they were doing prior to. And I realized that the impact of words were affecting people. So I changed my name as a child, as a youth, to the Word. I used to call myself the Word. It was Kalim back in those days. And that was the Word, because I believed that word frequencies could change reality. And so I ended up in conversations and debates. And I ended up in a conversation and debate with my mother's pastor, because my mother was going to throw me out of the house. And she was the judge. And she said, if I lose the debate, I'm going to get thrown out of the house. And so I had a debate with him for 5 hours. She threw him out of the house, saying that he was an embarrassment. And then he put a restraining order on me. So this is my first interaction of the effect that I have on people by having people behave out of character. When you see people, even now you all are witnessing, when you see people that were once in the house of a 10, then all of a sudden they go and do a complete change of behavior, of character, a complete change of how, oh man, I just saw that person. Ooh, how are they gone now? What took place? Nothing in this tangible world took place. The transformation took place within. And I noticed that when I speak to people, I bring the hydrogen peroxide. I bring the nastiness out of them. You have to bring the nastiness to the surface like a pimple, or the hydrogen peroxide brings the germs to the surface. Then you clean that off, and then you repair the wound. Most can't get past the hydrogen peroxide stage with me, and they begin to zoop, zoop, and you see people behave one way, and you're like, how did that happen? I didn't see this coming. What happened? Nothing happened. Other than there is a frequency change that took place within them. So I noticed that when I talk to people, they would do things like put restraining orders on me from churches, and that's never been done in Earth's history. Has it been? If anybody could type it where it's been done, I would like to see, but I don't think that's been done in Earth's history, where there's a restraining order against the churches, not people, churches. So that's a complete root change of character, because this pastor was in arguments with people all the time. Arguments with Jehovah's Witnesses, arguments with other religious people, arguing with Muslims all the time. He was a pastor. He was agreed to arguments all the time, but now he argues this little child, this little boy, and I'm just talking to him just like this, and I'm moving my head with his head. All of a sudden, I have a restraining order against me. That's never happened before. As a young boy, I got into another debate, and the other debate was my first public debate. And my first public debate was in person with Canada's Southwestern Hebrew scholar of the region. And I was tricked into a debate by saying that I was going to go talk to a regular person. I found it was some major scholar at about 65 years old. I get into a conversation, a debate with him, the first one in public, where the public gets to view. And I'm talking, I'm doing this, what I do, I'm talking, I'm breaking him down, then all of a sudden he catches a heart attack and has to get taken out on a stretcher. And I'm like, what is this effect that I'm having on people Is this what you all are used to? Is he used to getting heart attacks? Is this something that he gets into discussions with people about religion, and all of a sudden he's taken on stretcher? Is this a normal thing? Is it a normal thing for a pastor to put a young boy on a restraining order? Is this something different, or am I different? What is it that I'm doing to people that if they don't accept the truth after a while, they then totally switch into something that they've never done before? So this has been all my youthful life. I got into another debate with a young lady that was calling people racist names, and I was called to a basketball court. First time on a basketball court. I don't know anything about basketball. I don't know anything about whatever it is that I wasn't doing. I was in the ponds in the forest. So I go into a basketball court. I try to help all the brothers because there's a racist girl debating, and I have a 10-minute to 15-minute conversation with her, and she falls into a seizure on the floor. We're just young boys. I'm just looking at her, and I just asked her. I'm just asking her questions, and now she's in a seizure. So I have a restraining order against me from a pastor. The other southwestern scholar is in the hospital because he has a heart failure, and now this young girl is on the basketball floor in a seizure. What is it that's happening? What is it that's happening when I'm talking to people and I'm transforming people to the truth just as rapidly? So either the people are transformed to the truth and they're changing their lives, or people suffer heart attacks or leave and do some different things that are very strange. And I go through this and I realize that this is the effect that the truth has on people when they are trying to fight. The frequency that I am bringing, whether they've been with me for 20 years or the first day or whatever it is, when they get into the frequency of fighting the actual truth from my frequency, there's a and witnesses can't explain it. I had no witness explain, where did such and such go? Where did such and such go? What happened to such and such? What's this? Where's a heart attack? What seizures? What's it? Another girl I debated ended the debate by saying that she's a rabbit and started hopping around the house like a rabbit. And I'm like, why are you a rabbit? What is it that's happening to people? What is this effect? So I continued on teaching, converting people, transforming people, sneaking into churches, getting the people to ask the pastor questions while I hide in the corner because I have a restraining order. And this is my entire life. I gave up jobs, schooling, and all of this. And I decided to continue this, separate from society. I did not have the funds to have any type of setup for classes, like renting an auditorium, renting a room. I never had any money. So what I would do is I would take a couple dollars and buy extension cords and run extension cords from one house into a rental property. And there I would teach my classes by kicking down the rental sign, putting out flyers on the rental property, waiting for the realtor to leave as a child, as a youth, and I'm hoping that I don't get arrested when I break in through the window, run the extension cord for lights, and I'm teaching class for 3 hours in someone else's rental property, hoping that the neighbors don't call the police on me. But it's my determined job to transform people and cleanse people. So I don't care if I'm getting arrested. This is the frequency that created what you see in front of you. Eventually, I separate myself by building an underground, having an underground basement in a property because I got involved in real estate, and I used magic to change the real estate rules, and I ended up making a big profit, had an underground basement type thing rebuilt, and that was my magic room where I just went under there, did rituals, stayed away from the public again in the darkness, and just enhance my magical abilities. And I would go into the public and I would perform magic by just walking by the club, walking by people that were twerking or whatever they were doing. And I just walked by, and I'd have like a coin flying by my head around my body, paying no attention to it. And then people would ask me, what's that? What is that? And then from there, start a conversation on consciousness. And I would just transform people by showing them magic and then transforming that into a conversation about higher levels of consciousness. And I would do this all around Atlanta, all around Canada. And at one point I had a conversation with a young lady, and she started moving in a funny way, and she looked scared, but she was crying. And I said, what's wrong with you? And she said, my children that were miscarried are here on my shoulder as I'm talking to you, and you're helping me cleanse that guilt and whatever it is that I have within me, and my children are here with me. the ones that had a miscarriage. And that was a one-on-ones I was having with people. And so I realized that the information that I have and the guidance is doing something that regular knowledge is not doing, and it's changing people's lives, and it's giving them experiences that are actually magical. One of the students here said he quadrupled his money by me teaching him money magic. I taught money magic on a Tehuti pod class and then had a one-on-one with him, and he quadrupled his income. That's not something that's normal, is it? So I decided that I'm going to have a class after going to Kill the Priest. I decided that I'm going to view me on Kill the Priest, go there. The entire show was changed when I got there. The donations were $500, $300, not to me, but $500. The engineer dumped his wallet in my hand to take all of this money. The Kill the Priest show was transformed. Kill the Priest came on. He was like, "How are you doing this?" He says, "I believe that you are the real Tehuti. You are actually Tehuti. How are you answering these people's questions? You don't know my fans. How are you doing this? And how are you doing magic on my show?" And when I was on my breaks, everybody, when you wouldn't see me and I was on my breaks and Killer Priest was doing the music, I'd be in the room in front of him eating so he could see me. And then one day as I'm eating, I just gave him a little surprise bonus, and I'm eating with a spoon. And I just wave to him, I look at him, and then as I'm eating, as I'm going like this, there's no more spoon in my hand. And Killer Priest, if you saw him on that show, he's like, nobody could see what I was doing. So you just saw Killer Priest like, "What's that? And then the spoon was in front of him. And he looked down at his keyboard or his mouse, and the spoon is there with him, and he held it up in the show. He's like, and nobody knew what he was talking about. I just wanted you all to know what he was talking about because you couldn't see what I was doing on that side. So the spoon was ended up with him now, and he was screaming in the show. He looked crazy because he couldn't explain why is Killer Priest with a spoon screaming. But that's what I did in the background. So I was doing things like that on the show, bending coins, doing teleportations, doing different things that Killer Priest had not seen before. And I realized that people were being transformed. So I told Killer Priest that I'm going to have a pod class, and I'm going to create something that's never been created on the internet before. And that is, take this gift that I have, this wisdom, this guidance that I have to transform people's lives, this impactful effect that I have, and bring it to the public and let them decide what I'm going to teach on. It's the hardest challenge in the world for a teacher. Not a class based on, hey, today I'm going to talk about Akhenaten and his wife. Let's talk about this. Not that, but coming to the class and saying, what level are you on? And this is all to answer that brother Dreeks, the brother's question. What level are you on? And you can send a question in on that level. It doesn't have to be about Kemet. It could be about anything. You want to know about the COVID virus? You want to know about sex magic? What do you want to know about? Do you want to know about what is it you want to know about? ADHD? What do you want to know about? Hindus? What is it? Send it in and challenge. Send it in and see what happens. And I started that system up. And for all these 30 years, I did things like that since a child in school with no reciprocity. That means no, nothing even equaling. Sorry, excuse me. Nothing equaling the weed dealer. You know, weed makes millions of dollars a month in America. What does the weed man do? Not much advertising. You just know that he's there, and he makes a certain amount of money a month by giving you weed. Dunkin's Donuts. What do? They just let you know there's Dunkin's Donuts, and it's sugar-filled death for you. And Dunkin's Donuts has made billions of dollars. Not millions, billions of dollars. The cheeseburger and McDonald's that is so dangerous that I have a sign from McDonald's that says that you can become poisoned by walking into the store, not by eating the food. There's a warning on McDonald's that say you can receive poison by walking onto the premises. And has that ever stopped McDonald's from making billions? Absolutely not. Imagine I said to everybody, come to the Tehuti pod class, and by watching this, you can get a disease. Please support. I would be homeless. But McDonald's can do that and make billions. So I realized that there's an energy attraction that we have in the matrix to support and give reciprocity to that which actually kills you. That is the only reason a donut company can survive. That is the only reason a cigarette, what's it called, Miles and Blacks? I don't even know their names, Milton Black or Black and Miles. Black and Miles are making billions of dollars. On the back, it says it can kill you and give you cancer. If I told you the pod class could damage you, you would not send in one support, but they can. So the man that plays Jason and Freddy Krueger, they play killers. They are millionaires. Is it because Jason and Michael Myers are great actors? Can Jason and Michael Myers do anything you can't do in the movie, that actor? Absolutely not. No acting ability at all. But they're millionaires. Why? Because they play killers. So death and disease gets reciprocity. So I said, as a representation of the Netiru and Ma'at, can I, one person, change that frequency? Can I prove that our people don't just support death and disease? Don't just support KFC. Don't just support bubblegum and glizzies and glazed donuts. Don't just support potato chips and cigarettes and drinking Hennessy. And our people can be transformed to support truth that brings them a change in their life. So I say, I'm going to give answers that are going to bring a change in lives. Not just an answer, but with the answer, there's going to be a testimony. And the testimony will have the person saying, these answers have actually changed my family environment. These answers have actually made me more healthier. These actions have helped me speak better and give testimonies. You see, because you have no testimonies for KFC other than, that chicken good. John, was it Papa John's pizza, the cheese? There's your testimony. But Papa John's is a millionaire. Popeyes is a millionaire. Every successful horror movie has made millions. Saw 3, Saw 1, Saw 2, billion, millions upon millions for death. So I wanted to disprove that. I wanted to take this ability that I have to have the type of impact on people that I've described and create a platform where people can send in questions and send in reciprocity and continue with their development and show that they support that. I don't have to be the weed man. Let me prove to the world I don't have to be the wheel. I don't have to sell bricks of coke. I don't have to. What are all these stories of drug dealers making all this money? The drug dealer making all it took to flip a brick and a flick of the flip. I don't have to kill you. I don't have to do these things. Let me bring life. Let me bring change. Let me bring enhancement. And I think that's better than the all these different things, spiced up weed and whatever it is. Chocolate with, what is it? Chocolate has some drug. I'm not sure because I wasn't. The first time I saw marijuana was a few years ago. I don't even know what it looked like. So whatever it is that people are eating, cookie with weed in it, whatever it is that the weed man is driving around in a Mercedes, the weed man is good. The weed man has the latest Nikes on. The weed man, the coke man is doing good. He's flying out to different countries. He's having fun with drugs. McDonald's, Ray Kroc is doing great. He's doing great. The one who made the Chestos Cheezos and what are those sugar graham crackers, whatever those things are that are killing you, they're doing great. They're in the Bahamas relaxing. And you're in the hospital. They're in the Bahamas, you're in the hospital, and you're like, I gave that reciprocity good. My mom has diabetes, but it was worth it. Father has lung cancer. It was worth it though. He got them cigarettes in. The children sucking on all the what are those things called? The funnel cake, big lollipop, and a cotton candy. We're at the Six Flag and a cotton candied it up. We're doing good. And then age 50, he can't get an erection. Was it good? So I decided to transform that and prove that life can be brought. So what kind of questions can you bring to the Tehuti Pod class? Is there a limit? Absolutely not. Look at the topics in the Tehuti Pod class compared to what you see everybody else. everywhere else. Eczema, no known cause, no solution. The drug diagnosis prescription palindrome Psyops. Can Tehuti give solutions for eczema? The Kemet Natiru were the first two, and then I left that in suspense. Modern day doctors give reverence to Kemet Natiru by naming the skin condition. The skin condition of the disease is named after something that came from Kemet. What about discipline? Is discipline important? Do the people that study Kemet, do they have a discipline? Has any conscious Kemet Moor teacher told us the ancient word for discipline? What's the ancient word for discipline? You see? So all of the Kemetic conscious teachers been here since the 60s and 70s, and nobody knows the ancient word. Everybody knows Hotep. Everybody knows Ankh. Everybody knows all these different words, but you don't know the word that deals with the conscious discipline of your life that changes your life. Why is no Kemet teacher in 65 years ever taught a class on Kemet Ma'at discipline directly from the papyrus? Where is discipline located in the brain? What exactly is discipline? What about the concept of being a free spirit? Is that from an ancient teaching, or did it come from the Matrix? Look at these topics that are here. Somebody sends in the support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Dua, Tua, Sakem Sabatuti Saba. Why do we see outside the light spectrum? For example, sometimes we can see spirits, sometimes we can't. What happens? Boom, a question sent in. You get a complete pod class for an hour or two on your question. And these pictures are not coming from Getty Images. They're not coming from Alame. They're not coming from they're not coming from Google search. These pictures are from the actual students who asked the original question. Remember, I've been doing this since 90. So I've had students that asked the same question, except for we didn't have the internet then. We didn't have the internet doing these things that we're doing today. So what I do, I would meet them and do a pod class for them in person, and the results would be there. So instead of me doing a screen share and showing images of spirits, I would give them the wisdom, and they would take the pictures of the spirits that manifested. That's different, isn't it? So those are the pictures of the spirit entities with their families' faces in it. It's hard to see that one with the blue arrow, but that's their family face floating around in a ball that was following them around from the park to the house, because Tehuti taught a class to them in person. So the spirits came in person. Those aren't Googled up. That's not a PDF file. That is the student and the spirit and plenty other pictures, and them manifesting them with witnesses. So we had witnesses back then, before there was the what is it? Google, YouTube wasn't invented yet. We had the witnesses standing there, and they followed the guidance, and they would manifest the spirits by the hundreds that people would see, and those people didn't know what was going on because they weren't a part of the class. They were just people walking by. What is all that they're seeing? And we capture them on camera. While someone else can come to the podcast and say, well, I'm pregnant. I want to know about postpartum depression and the psyops behind that. Should women get postpartum depression? Was there postpartum depression in Kemet? Did the ancient Aztec women have postpartum depression? Huh? The ancient women in Babylon ancient Dogons have postpartum depression? We gave a class. That was a class based on a question. Somebody asked a question about out of body, and if I come out of my body, is it dangerous? What are the procedures of protection? Kemet out of body, dream or possession? Who are the spirit negs? Succubus mind control while you're sleeping out of body. While a doctor of glaucoma comes to the class and says, I want to know about the, I'm writing a book. Well, the book is out now, by the way, everybody. I'm going to promote it too on the podcast when he gives it to me. But the book is out. So as the Christian secret, what about the conjuring of the Natiru in the Catholic Church? He took a trip to the museum, took pictures, and then I gave him a class of the person who the museum is for, doing Medunetter rituals in the Medunetter language as a Catholic Pope with his name and his Ren in Medunetter. He was blown away when that class was gone. So there's no limits here. People are asking questions about pregnancy. Pregnancy, the babies have consciousness in the womb. What about cravings and gestational diabetes? And what happens when they ask that question only at the Tutti Pa class? Boom, a complete class on consciousness in the womb coming from the Kemetic papyrus, by the way, coming from the Kemetic papyrus, and then coming from what scientists say, discussing the consciousness and the different levels of consciousness that a fetus, an embryo, has in the womb. And then I gave a video of the fetus having clear consciousness and knowledge of death in the womb in that class. This is not happening in other places because people come with pre-prepared classes. Somebody wants to know about ADHD. Is ADHD a class being taught by Kemetic teachers? What about libations? Somebody says, what are the origins of libations? I guarantee that nobody you know has taught you the origin of libations. I guarantee it. I guarantee that everybody who's doing libations cannot trace it to what the source is originally, because the source of the knowledge of libations was purposely removed by those who wanted to move their cultures in, so that they removed the original source teachings, which went back to Osar, and strictly for Osar. Somebody sent in a curveball. What about The Never-Ending Story? I said I never seen that movie. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a 2-hour podcast on it, and guess what? I'm never going to watch it. When the question was sent in, I never seen a movie called The Never-Ending Story. The next week or so, after the question was sent in, I gave a 2-hour class that blew the brother's mind because that's one of his favorite movies. I still, at the end of the podcast, said, I've never seen it. This podcast was amazing. Seems like an interesting movie to watch. I still have not seen it, but gave a 2-hour breakdown on all the geometria, all the symbolism in the movie, the history, everything that was in, things in little corners that the people couldn't see, the bird, everything that was in, all type of things, and I never seen the movie yet. I don't have to see the movie. I've never. Somebody comes and says I've had decades of suffering with hyperhidrosis, so they give a support donation to the pod class, give a class on hyperhidrosis. The person may be in the room right now, cured of hyperhidrosis. You see? How could anyone leave this? What's there to leave? What is there to leave? It's an open buffet of questions that are having testimonies, changing people's lives that have never been done before. Leave this to do where? To go where? To do what? So I've set up something where the truth is based on the person's question because it's their quest. So somebody comes and says, what about changing my physical body? Boom, $100 support donation. Now this person looks like a fitness trainer. So Tehuti is changing people's physical body. And you see, I've given other people diet programs. This person took it, followed it, and transformed. Because you see, the way that your body looks, you can't lie about it. You see? That's something you can't lie about. You can try to come off deep with the I know this, I got break in the matrix, I got this, I break down the Christians, I break down this, I break down the men, I can do all this. What you can't lie about is the shape of what your body looks like. So Tehuti says, I'm going to do the ultimate challenge. What if I teach somebody something that's undebatable? You can't set up a debate on this. What if I teach somebody something and they come back to the pod class and their body now when they walk down the street, they're as if they're a fitness trainer. They go to the gym and they look like a fitness trainer. You can't theorize on that. You can't say, well, my Eve gave me the Medu Netter and I came with my third eye and I broke this down and my left ventricle came up to the origin of the Vesica Pisces and Pisces came and mixed with the knowledge of the scribes and they came. That's talking. No. Give someone a class where they come back and there's a picture of their physical body transforming. Give a class where the person says, I have had hyperhidrosis for 20 plus years, and they come back to the class, don't have it anymore. That is much different than just setting up a class, teaching and talking. That's much different. When the witnesses come back and say, I don't look like this anymore. Give a class where someone comes back and says, they've quadrupled their income because of the Tuti Pod class. And one last thing, everybody, the main thing that all people in all consciousness, including this class, what's going to be discussed,
This person asked about UFOs, several things, gave $50, and then asked a question about contacting their mother, because when they asked the original question, their mother was alive. Their mother was alive when they asked the original question. Unfortunately or fortunately, the person's mother passed after asking the original questions. So now the questions that came in were pertaining to, did I lose her? This is supposed to be ancestor worship and contact. How is it that the voodoo people are talking about contacting Obatala, Shango, Yemiya? Everybody's contacting their ancestors. I want to contact my mother that deceased. This is my own mother. There's a stronger connection between me and my mother that deceased than Shango and Obatala are contacting the other ancestors from thousands of years ago. I said, we can do this. You got fixed with ADHD. You look like a bodybuilder right now. You have hyperhidrosis solved. Your family's better. You have a new wife now because of the teachings of the Tehuti podcast. Now we're going to do the ultimate thing. What are we going to do? We're going to teach someone how to bring their mother back into this realm to communicate. And that person may be in the class right now. And what happened? Bingo. Now that person has a relationship that doesn't have to even go into a dream or anything like that, has a relationship with their mother coming into this realm and communicating back and forth with them while they're right here in this realm. Because the ancestors taught that. So anybody teaching consciousness who's not teaching that part, you can ask them, what are these altars and contacting the ancestors just happening in your mind? Is it just happening? Is it real? If they don't exist, is it real? And this person did that. That's what's happening here at the Tehuti pod class. The that is multiple that's. Hundreds and thousands of that's. There's not one that. You want to know about feng shui? There's that. You want to know about organ energy? There's that. You want to know about knowledge that's going to help you build your family? So now your family is way better now than it was before you met Tehuti? There's that. And now there are families that are coming to the panel saying our family is 100% way better now by the guidance of Tehuti than it was. Now there are families, because you don't have a family if the two people are not of the same conscious path. That's not a family. That's chaos. So prior to coming to the Tehuti pod class, the people that you see are families now. And even the people that ran away and left, the people they were with before the pod class were not in agreement with their way of life or Kemet. Come to the Tehuti pod class. Now one of the sisters with one of the brothers that ran away, she's doing a class on Sunday. She was a teacher. Now she's in full Kemetic garb, Kemetic name. That's building a family. This is what Tehuti does. Changing lives, testimonies. So welcome everyone to the Tehuti pod class. A brother can come to the panel today. Brother named Dejed. Now his beautiful mate has a name, and they have a child with a magnetic frequency name. There was no child with a magnetic frequency name before the pod class, but they were having there was children involved. But the young sister didn't care enough to wasn't even interested in anything dealing with Kemet prior to Tehuti. That's a family built. This is what's important in life. Everyone else talking, and I don't like Tehuti because I don't like him. His lip is looking at me sideways, and I got a bad feeling in my Eve, and my Eve made my nose turn to the left. You got a family now? Huh? That's what's important, biological imperative. As long as I do that, I am succeeding in the mission that I've come for. Do you have a family now? Was that family there before the pod class? No. I've succeeded. Go talkity talk after that and do whatever you'd like. But is there a family now built because this person influenced somebody? The Natiru builds a family. Kemet builds movements. Kemet was not individual. Structured, organized, ranking system, disciplined movements, diet systems. This is what I am bringing, the transformation. So it doesn't matter if you're a Muslim, Christian, Hindu, Jew, Baha'i, Jehovah Witness, thugged out. I don't care if you're Tupac. I don't care if you're an atheist. I don't care if you're Stephen. Bring Stephen Hawkins to me. I don't care what level you are. You're going to be cleansed. And that's why everyone here at the podcast was on totally different paths. That is what's happening in the Tehuti podcast. So support everybody. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSB. Send your questions in. We're going to get into this beautiful question. I'm going to put the link in the room for the supporters to jump in. I'm going to go throw some face on my water. I've already eaten, so I don't even need to take a long break at all. And I'm going to come back and we're going to get right into this, everybody. Right into this beautiful set of topics and questions. Seasonal holiday, Psyops, why the white in voodoo and Day de los Muertos. Why the whites? Why the skulls? What's the bones? What's the bones ancient origin symbolism? What's the Kemetic papyrus that solved the anatomy change that has happened to all of us? When you're in a state of excitement, there's an anatomy change that actually takes place with your face. Did you know that? There's a visual physical anatomy change that takes place with your face that scientists are studying now. Was this written about in 1990 BC? What's the truth on this Day de los Muertos? What's the truth on it? We're going to get into all that and the psyops and the change and the origin, and then the end is going to blow you away. So welcome everybody to the Tehuti podcast. I'm going to put the link in the room. Beautiful students, beautiful supporters, jump on. We're going to build for a couple minutes, and then I'm going to get right into this beautiful answers. Shout out to everybody. I think I even see Zakisha in here. I don't look at the chat. Is that the real Zakisha? I'm looking at the chat right now. You look so amazing. Sending love from Zakisha. Okay, hey. See, I only look in the chat every once in a while, so I don't get to see all the movement, everybody. But shout out, we got Zakisha in here. Wonderful, wonderful. Go look up Zakisha Brown's music if she still does it. I hope. There's another testimony. There's another testimony she can give. What was the change in her life when Tehuti came back into her life? What was she and what is she now? Wonderful, and thank you for the compliment. And wonderful. All right, beautiful people, jump up on the panel. We're going to build for a couple of minutes, and then no, not for another hour. Love you. You look strong. I look strong. Yes. Thank you. Wonderful. This is a young lady who was there that got to witness me feed a family of 6. Me feed a family of 6 by performing magic on the street, and I had no time to work out. I had no time to be on a diet, so I was 310 pounds. I was 310 pounds, but the only thing that was important was going and providing for my family and collecting the money so that I could put them in a warmer climate, and that's what was important. So I sacrificed going to the gym. I sacrificed diet programs and anything that could that dealt with my physical health, and all I did was work all day. Let me fix this. Why does this look strange? There we go. All I did was get up, work till 1 a.m, come home, sleep, get up, eat, back downtown, performing magic till 12 a.m, come back and 1 a.m, sleep. Zakisha says, haha, yes, I still do it. Thanks for getting me into conscious hip-hop culture. You changed my life. Sending love. I miss you. Yes, she was there. What was it? What was it called? De Blanco? Louis Blanco. She watching me. I'm performing in -8 degrees. I'm providing for my family. I'm like this in -8 degrees, performing the little magic I can in Louis Blanco. Determination. All right, wonderful words from Zakisha. Excellent. Everybody go check out her page. Just click on her name and it should click to her page, and then you check out her her lyrical abilities. Definitely one of the best female artists ever. All right, so peace and love. Who do we have here? We have Kefa, Eve, Ma'at, Fatu, Kemba, and the Jets, Dem, Ma'at, Hempt, Pauch, Ku. Yes, we have these long names In the House of Aten, the longest names ever, but they weren't even as long as any pharaoh. They had 30 names with 30 names in them. All right. Oh, Nuit Blanc, the Night of the Whites. That's right. Nuit Blanc. There's a witness. I was there. That was there watching me -8 degrees, providing, working to provide for my family, taking care of 6 people. What was it? 3 mates, and was it 3 children? Who was it? Was it 1, 2, 2, and me? I'm the 6th one. 6 of us by performing magic on the streets in dangerous conditions. All right, peace and love to. Oh man. So Kid says on YouTube, oh thanks, I got it from you. True, I turned how many rappers have I created, Zakisha? How many rappers? That's not even part of the intro, right? I've created rappers too, right? Shout out to Rashdon, who didn't know how to rap. Shout out to rappers are created. I'm creating. I forgot about that part. Yeah, I influence people to be rappers. 3 mates and 2 children and 6 people. She was a witness. All right. Shout out to you, Zakisha. She's wonderful, excellent. Today's class is going to be excellent as well. The Jed, peace and love to you. Peace and love, Kefa. And if you can talk and give your greetings. She's a witness of hundreds of people. Do you remember Zakisha? Do you remember Samson, who I gave that lesson to? And were you there when he had the out of body on the street? Where I gave him the lesson, he started walking on the street, and he came back and told us that his dead brother was I don't even know if you're there for that. His dead brother was above him because he couldn't wait to get back home to do the out of body practice. So he practiced it on his walk back, and he was walking around like this, and oh my goodness, those are the days. All right, anyways, yay, the Jed and Kefa, how are you all doing?
I go to about Hotel Marima. You could see me?
No, I just see a black screen.
Let me go out and come back in. Yeah, I know what's going on.
Okay, wonderful. I'll talk to the Jed in the meantime.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Samson, the Jed Samson. Oh man. Here's somebody who was a witness to those days. Samson came and got a class live for me as I'm doing a magic show. I only had time to give him class, small jewels in the middle of me performing magic, and he took that and had him out of body on the street with people watching him, and he contacted his deceased brother. But at any rate, peace, the Jed. How are you? I think he's on mute. Jed, can you hear? Can you hear me at all?
Hotel Saba, can you hear me?
Okay, now, yeah. There you are. What? Hold on, the Jed. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna be right back. You talk to the people for a moment. I'm gonna do something on myself. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Hotel. Can you hear me, Saba? Can you hear me, Saba? Doing good, Saba. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, there's like a big delay. Can you hear me, Saba? Hotep, can you hear me? Oh, everybody say they can hear me. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. All right, yeah. Hotep, peace and love.
Greetings. Just
Peace.
to let you know, I can hear you. Saba stepped away for a moment, but I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. All right, Hotep Tua. All right, yeah. Shouts out to Saba. Definitely excited for this class. Hope Saba's doing well. It's good to know that he got some people in the chat that witness a lot of things that Saba has done in the in the past, and just to pretty much give that stamp of I don't want to say approval, but it's more like that just to confirm that, yeah, the stories that Saba tells us in the beginning of the class is accurate. And so it's cool to hear those things. Hotep to you, Kefa Eid Ma'at. Dua to you, great brother. But yeah, it's good to be here. I can't wait to see how Kemet lines up with today's question, and definitely excited to hear this. I know it's definitely good for Ratet. You know what I mean? Because that's definitely within the culture she was brought up on. Shouts out to everybody in the chat. Shouts out to Nani. Shouts out to everybody who's going to be watching this a little later on. Dua to everybody. Like I said, it's a beautiful thing to be here this evening, and I'm definitely grateful. Hotep. Hotep to you, Kefa.
Hotep, my brother. Big love, big my heart. You don't know. In it for another one. Strapped in, locked in, ready for Saba to take us on another journey. So yeah, Hotep Marie my heart to the whole program Aton. Everybody in the chat, all the supporters. Hotep Marie my heart. Nana Set, Titi Amun, Saba whole entire Aoud, the animals. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the class. I'm going to see what Johnny Saba going to take us on. Another life-changing experience, so to everybody that is supporting, keep this here. I ain't too familiar about the question. I remember when the question was sent in, so yeah, it's gonna be never, we hear a lot of spiritual stories about Africa, Matrix Africa. Yeah, so definitely looking forward to see what this whole Muerto thing going to be about. So yeah, see what kind of hacker this is going to tie into, and Saba going to tie it back into the root, the origins, the background details of where it come from. So yeah, I know. Big man to the whole program Aton. Big love. Appreciate you for leaving me be here, and appreciate Saba with the consistency and the main mat and keeping it going every Saturday. So definitely grateful to be here. Hotep Big Mat.
Yeah, big love to you, great brother. When that next album coming out, man, we ready. We ready to hear something from you, man. When you dropping that next CD?
I'm working on some things. I'm working on some things. I don't have no recording equipment at the moment, but I have my YouTube channel now, so I have it with a couple things drop on there, but with the prayer marathon and all this empowerment from Saba, it enhancing the music, So I ain't too proud of the old music, but the new music got my art in it, so that definitely feel better, So, but they coming slowly but surely. I drop a little EP there on my channel once a month, twice a ghost. So from there, I want to follow up with some some words, some tones, some spiritual flows, you know what I mean? So yeah, tour for accent. Yeah, and I'm coming with it, you know what I mean? I'm going to just keep creating, keep them coming, so yeah, tour for accent self.
Yeah, of course, man. Most definitely. You definitely talented for sure. Right off the bat. You gotta message me your YouTube channel. I didn't know you had a YouTube channel. So I'll definitely go and check that out. And I'm excited to know that you even have a YouTube channel um to, showcase your wonderful talent, man, that gift that you have. Do out to you, great brother. So it's always good to hear that. Um, I know it's a different time frame over there where you at. I can see you got the tiredness of sleepy in your eyes, man. I know it's a little tough out there where you at. So tour to you for being here on the panel, man. Definitely grateful to see you. Everybody, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to send in your support. Saba never leaves anyone disappointed, man. Breaking down and building up within these pod classes, and like the great brother Tef say, support what supports you. So it's definitely good to send in that reciprocity to show forth that love. And like I said, you won't be disappointed at all. And for anybody who's new, who's watching, you know what I mean. Don't be afraid. You're definitely in a great environment. It's definitely full of ma'at here, and you won't be bashed. You won't be like judged all crazily. You know what I mean. If you come in with the eve to learn, you in the right place. And that's one thing I can say about Saba Tehuti is the fact that breaking down these questions and giving the person who asked a question a lot more than what they were expecting to be answered. It's just it's you in the right place. You will definitely get your money's worth. And like I said, you won't be disappointed. So don't be afraid. You can always send your question in anonymously, just in case. Still a little hesitant on, you know what I mean, showing your name or anything like that. And Saba he won't show your name. He won't do any of those things. And you could have your question be comfortably answered. And like I said, you won't be disappointed. But we definitely all been there. And look where we at now. So shouts out to you, Saba. Welcome back.
Hey, I'm back. Thank you. Thank you for those words too, for everybody. That you said for everybody and the supporting and having the new people comfortable. Absolutely. Absolutely, people, if they want to do anonymous, all of that is accepted. For those who are wondering how to support, it is scrolling at the bottom of the screen, and there's the AI moderator. Support with Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV. Send in as I'm answering the question, because we're going to start right now. Usually there's a break where I take a long time to go eat and different things, but I've already done that. We're going to get started right now. So while the question is going, while the answer is happening, if you feel, wow, that is an amazing jewel that was dropped, or wow, this really enlightened me on this topic, or wow, I was about to celebrate this particular holiday, or oh, whatever hits you and impacts you, send in a tip of support. You can type it in the chat also. But the only difference between typing it in the chat and typing it in the Cash App is that one, you're giving reciprocity. If you appreciate something, all the Avengers are millionaires. All of them. Every Wolverine, every Psyops, for what? Thanos is a millionaire. What did he do? He put a glove on. It's not even his real face. Millionaire. So support that which is within our community, within our people, doing something that is benefiting the health mentally and physically and the family change of everyone. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV. So as I'm answering, or you can wait to the very end. This may be a long one. I kept getting information. Today the answer wasn't there. So I just want everybody to know that a lot of things happened. One of the reasons why the podcast started at 4 o'clock today. So today the podcast answer disappeared for a short period of time. Blank in front of me. I was about to send a message saying there's no podcast today. The podcast, this answer that I was about to give, this class, went blank. Why? Because as I'm traveling, I'm dedicated to the answering of these questions. So as I'm traveling, I'm bringing my computer with me. Traveling, answering the podcast to get ready for today. And as I'm answering the podcast, the hard drive hits the delete button and deletes the entire podcast. There was no answer today. Thanks to TT Moon and her abilities, and thanks for finding out how to recover it, I was able to recover it. So now there is a podcast today. Also this week, I've been in an animal rescue in the last couple of days, a part of an animal rescue of animals that were going to the zoo. I know new people are like, what is this brother talking about? My Kemetic teacher didn't tell me he does that. So a lot of my time that was going into the pod class, because I still have to split up with my animal life, was going to an animal rescue where I had to rescue several animals that were going to be either homeless or on a zoo. And I had to find a way to take them in and reconstruct my apartment for more animals and move huge tanks that are bigger than me and go and travel and meet up with this person, find the right lighting and animals. There was a huge animal rescue that's still continuing tomorrow. So that took up a lot of time. So that's what Tehuti's been doing. He's a part of an animal rescue of animals that were heading to the zoo, heading to homelessness. And I was asked to rescue these animals, and that's what I do. And now these animals that I could take in have a beautiful home, but that took hours and travels and had me up until 3 hours in the morning and all type of different things. And the pod class disappeared. But with all of that taking place, you are still going to get a pod class as if nothing happened, as if Tehuti had a whole week to work. Nothing happened. Nothing changes. Min ma'at, no excuses, no soft boy, no none of that. Just boom, boom, boom. the pod cloud is going to be answered today, as if there was no zoo animal rescue that took place for days, as if the pod class answer didn't disappear, as if I didn't have to travel to transport boa constrictors and crocodile monitors to different cities, and almost getting my hand bit off, and unrelatable things to the regular conscious teacher who studies and whatever he does. I'm almost getting my arm bit off by a crocodile varanus, trying to transport it to go to a breeding project to someone. All type of things happening, but the pod class is here, and we're about to get into this beautiful answer. Where is the brother that asked the question? I think the brother's Big Vapes. Is Big Vapes in the building? Big Vapes, are you here? If you are, you can come to the panel for a quick moment and jump on the panel. This is your question. This is a dedication time question. It's going to be a lot of information. Where's Saket? Is she on my hat? Yeah, there's Saket for all the new people. That is the spider, the ancient Mednetter word for weaving, and was used for Neith, the feminine creator aspect of subatomic particles. That's another class though, but that's why you'll see on my hat a spider. Her name is Saket. It's the oldest word for what Christians are calling the heaven, the place where the bodies, the pure energetic projectable doubles go to after death, called the Saket. The Saket Ari, which is to create consciousness or memory. Ari, mental creation, and Saket, the field of memory and power. At any rate, we're about to start this pod class. Let me see. Is Big Vapes in the room? Big Vapes in the room? Okay, we'll wait from the. Well, I'm not gonna wait. He can come in the next break. There will be a break on this one because there's over 3 pages. So I tried to stop. I kept getting more information. I'm in the shower. I'm getting more information. I have to run to the computer and add that. That's how the pod classes are put together. 4 in the morning, I wake up. I get more information. I have to run to the computer and add that at 4:30 in the morning. If I'm in the shower and I get more things, I have to add that. Where if I'm driving, if I don't drive, but if I'm being driven around, I have to come back and add that. So that's how the pod classes are put together. I don't know the time of when they're going to be put together. I go into a zone, and whatever happens, happens. When I got this question in, I said, how can a question about Day de los Muertos be interesting to people? Who woke up this morning interested in that? You will be interested in this. So all the people that are of the Native American descent, is Sheshayat here? Is Gabby? Was Gabby Retetua? Was Retetua ever part of de los Muertos? It's a lot of South Americans and Mexicans are a part of that. Do you remember her? I don't know if she's there listening, but if she ever a part of that practice? Maybe this class
most definitely.
Okay, maybe this class have an effect on her. Maybe she can come and say a couple words, because this is definitely, if you are of Mexican descent, Aztec, South American, wherever it is, this class will change your this class will add on and change your perspective of what that part of your life was ever since you were a, what do they call it, nanny? Nanny there? I forgot it. It's a Spanish word for little, something in dito, something. Yeah, what's the little word for little person? Because it's inside of the class I'm teaching. What is it called? Little person? Yeah, indito or dito or something. Dito. I don't know. What do you call a little thing? Something little.
Pequeño.
Is that it? Pequeñito? I don't know.
But you may be asking about something else.
Little child. Because in the culture they call them little angels. Angelito, but that's for the deceased. But at any rate, ever since Retetu or anybody was a little child, they probably went through this, and we're about to change the whole perspective of their view on this starting today. So whenever she can come, maybe she can come in a break, but I'd love to hear her view as a person who actually experienced this ritual for years, probably. Whenever she can. Okay.
You can also ask if you participated.
And DJ, can you hear me? Some.
Yeah, I can hear you, Saba.
Okay, good. And Nook Poo, I think Nook Poo is of where's he from? Rio de Janeiro or something? Where's he from? I don't know where these people. Everybody's from.
He from the Dominican Republic.
Oh, Dominican Republic. See, I don't know. Rio de Janeiro. I don't know. Yeah, they all sound like Spain to me. All right, so Dominica Republica, Rio de Janeiro, and all these poor places that don't even have their original name, even like a name from Spain. But the Dupu was influenced by that. I'm sure he's experienced it. Nanito. Okay, good. That's like a small nana or something. Nanito. Nanito. So the auntie and mama is Nana, and the little baby one is Nanito.
Nene is like a child's name. Nenito, that's good boy.
Okay.
Nenito.
Well, today we're going to be going over the original language words today. I don't know much of I always joke with Nana. I say, I can speak Spanish too. All I got to do is take English words and add L and some L and add O. El Caro. What is that? El Pencilo. Whatever. Because all it was words from Spain that created English. So I was able to, when I was doing this class, I was seeing Spanish words and I was translating them. I was translating in my head, and then I go look it up to see if I'm right, and I was right. I was looking at the word. I was like, I know etymology, so that's it. That's this word. That's this sentence. I was like, El offerendo. Oh, that's offerings. I was like, what did you add an O? El offerendo. What kinds of offerings? I was like, look at these little words are the same word. I was like, oh, okay. Now, so we're gonna get into Moritz and all these words. It's gonna be beautiful, and you're gonna hear the original words from the people before Spain came and corrupted them. You're gonna hear the words and the energy forces and deities, and then where they went back to. So everybody, let's get started. Somebody put Nino Piquino. Everything in Spanish has an O, right? O, El Nino, whatever, man. Whatever. We need to go, but let's get back to the Nahuatl language and throw Spain out. All right, so shout out to everybody. El Español. What is that? I don't know. That is Espanol. Espanol, but it's an L, right? Espanol. Habla Espanol. Get out of here with all the nonsense. We're throwing Spain out the window. We're getting back to the Nahuatl language, back to the Aztec language. Spain and everybody else. Goodbye, El Goodbye. All right, so we're gonna get what is it? Vimito? What's that word for
goodbye?
When you're done? El Finito. El Finito to Spain. Finito. I'm cussing them out now. El Finito. You're finished. You're finished, Poppy. So here we go. Finito, Poppy. Oh. I'm getting angry in Spanish. El finito, papi. What is that word for hot trash that I rapped? Remember that word for hot no bueno? Something, I don't know, it was hot trash. But anyway, Spain is hot trash. They corrupted the people, and we're going to fix them back, okay? So everybody get ready. Everybody get your pens, your pads out. El stupido, that's a word? I don't think he's put El stupido. See, because there's superior, right? And then there's a store, El Supero, right? It's crazy.
It's because when you're talking to a male, you're saying stupid to a male, yeah.
El Stupido. Stupido. Anyways, man, shout out to the Spaniards. You all came and altered the Nahuatl language of the Aztecs. And then the Spaniard language actually became English. And it's all chaos. It's all them words are chaos. So we're gonna get started. Everybody, get your pens, get your El Pados, get your iPados, your iPhone, El Phono, whatever that is. Get all that ready. We're about to get into this podcast answer. I wish Big Vapes was here so we can tell everybody why he asked this question. Press A9 if you can hear me. Angela Gates. Saba, I'm not hilarious. I'm El Hilarioso. El Hilarioso. Huh? All right. So press the 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get into this podcast answer. Get your pens, get your pads, get your iPhones, get your eyeballs, get everything ready because we're about to break the matrix. We're about to get into a movie. We're about to break this down. Okay. Amun, I got your El Message-o. Let me see. Let me put the timer on. Okay, Caesar Kisha. Okay, I'm gonna put the timer on, everybody. Yeah, I just had to give everybody a little taste of how I used to do class. That's how I used to do classes in person, el personal. I used to run around the stage and run into the audience and joke with everybody and bring people to the stage. And one day you all see me do a class in person when I can actually stand up and interact with 500 people. It gets el hypo. All right, everybody. So shout out to you, yeah, Basara. Okay, we got Maharu. We got Angela Gates with a 9. Shout out to you, the Jet, to them. Peace and love. We're going to get into this podcast answer. So you can jump back in the chat. Kefa Ib Ma'at Fatu Kemba. We're going to jump back in the chat. Peace and love to you. We're up to 32 people. We're about to get started. El Stardito. Let me put the timer on, everybody. Everybody ready? Is Big Vapes there? We're about to start with you, Big. Start with her. Without you, don't forget about your eyeballos. We're about to get ready, everybody. Here we go. All right. Is there any new people? El new people in the class? Press a 7. Peace and love to you. We're about to get ready. I'm excited about this. We're gonna see if we can make. There's a Mexican. Voodoo's gonna be in this. A Mexican holiday. How is that going to be interesting to people that came to learn about whatever was on their mind? Can this become interesting? And now Nayo, was his first letter said, Nayo. All right, here we go, everybody. Ready? We're going to start on the count of 3. Let me see if all the tabs are closed. We're going to close YouTube Studios. We're going to close new tab. We're going to go over here and close MSN. We're gonna see this. Oh, also, Dejed, come to the screen real quick, please. I need you for is your sound working? Is your sound working, Dejed? We're gonna put the support on the screen for the question. We're gonna put the question on the screen because that's what we do. We put the question on the screen, the support that the person gave for the question. We give them their respect and props for supporting the Tutsi podcast, and then we get started. So if the Jet is here, you can be the sound man. If not, I will be the sound man. I told him to leave prematurely, so that's fine. So we're going to put the donation on the screen. Here is the brother that asked the question right here. We're going to put it on the screen so everybody knows who asked, what they gave, what support they gave to the Tutsi podcast. And everybody, these supports are not just for the question alone. They're supporting everything that has been going on for 4 years. Their appreciation affects them after the podcast closes because the effect that Tehuti has had on them for 4 years, it permeates past just the podcast Saturday. So here we have on the screen coming from, maybe this is why he asked it. This will sound Spanish. Eduardo Letortu. Is that from Spain? Eduardo Letortu. I just call him Big Vase, but now that I notice it, it does sound like it is from Spain. So Edward Letortu says, for today, for Day of the Dead tradition breakdown and build up for the new people watching, we don't break you down and leave you there. We break you down and build you up. So he sent $50 for support. We got the Jet here. Let's see if the sound works. The Jet, throw some sound for this good brother right here. Thank you, Tua, for coming back.
Yeah, no problem, Saba. Let me see if you can hear this.
Okay. Give him a couple extra. Okay, excellent. Thank you for the and we appreciate Big Vapes and okay. All right, everybody ready? Yes. Meet yourself. Okay. All right, everybody, about to get started. Here's the brother, by the way, that asked the question. Big Vapes, if you're able to come up to the panel, come up now. You can come up in the next time I take a break and let everybody know what sparked this question. So we're about to get started right now. So the Jet jump back into the chat, and we're about to get started right now. Big Vapes, this is for you. Every question he's asked has been a blockbuster. We have the Never-Ending Story blockbuster. I forgot what else was asked, but I remember the Never-Ending Story blockbuster, and now this one. So here we go. We're good now. Netzer first says good now. It was echoing. Okay, that's from the Jed's mic. All right. 432 Fitu Kemba says Henu. All right, everybody, let's go. We're about to get started. Ready, everybody? Boom. Oop. Can everybody hear me? All right, here we go. Okay, good. Everybody's here to boom, boom. Boom. There's a screen. We're about to get started on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of Attend. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, what is the original language of spirituality, who are the Natiru, what about my physical health, what about the purity of my physical health, and what about mental detoxification, what about out-of-body experiences, are those from ancient sources, are they from New Age teachings? What about government psyops? Do they exist? Are there government conspiracies that actually exist? What about telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness? Fortunately, that you have left Christianity, Islam, but you stepped into another matrix, unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism. Unfortunately, the agenda of atheism, now hidden in disguise itself and infiltrated the form of New Age consciousness, and atheists have now disguised themselves. Atheists are the new conscious teachers, atheists are the new Kemetic teachers, atheists are the new Kemetic guides, and atheists are the new Kemetic teachers. In the agenda of the Matrix, just to focus on knowledge, looking at something from the outside and just dealing with the knowledge, but no structure. Not the spiritual discipline and structure of the ancients with indigenous references. They will not have entire actual teachings, disciplines, and classes on the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs. But these people just wear the ancient symbols for fashion, egotistical self-gratification. They do not live by any actual written culture, thus they can only teach from pictures and memes, or walking into a place and looking at a wall and just doing looking at the pictures but not reading the actual writing. But they do what's called counter teachings. That's just to go against what someone else is teaching. They only do debate. I debunk you, I expose you, I challenge videos, challenging other people's spiritual beliefs, while not standing on any type of belief system or any teachings themselves. Their subject matter stay on the beginner phases, which is good for the beginner phases, limited to the Hebrews are wrong and the Bible is stolen. Good beginner phase topics, which are great subject matters to help people break out of the matrix. But after showing them where it's stolen, none of them stand on the actual specific part it was stolen from as their culture and give the original teachings of that specific part and how to apply it to your life. They just stand, they do not stand on the original teachings that it was stolen from as their actual way of life. Their focus is to show you, hey, it's stolen. Look at this. This is stolen. That's stolen. And they leave you right there. That's called breaking something and someone down, but not building them back up. If you show that something is stolen, then show how we should adhere to it in our original mind state prior to when it was stolen. That part takes discipline. So the next topic of focus, what's this? So that takes discipline. Excuse me. For the next topic of focus, let me find where we're here. The Hebrews are on the Bible's flowing. Let's take discipline. For the next topic of focus, which is usually the Egyptians are black. Focus on the racial aspect of the ancient Egyptians. And then once they prove they're black, they just go back and live their regular life. Nothing changes about their life. They just prove they're black. But at the same time, they're saying, I won't follow any of their teaching. I'm just proud of what they look like. But as far as the discipline aspect, forget about that part. Or they tell me, let me tell you what's wrong with this other group. They have videos about other groups. All their titles are argumentative. If they're on the Native American side, the Native American, the woolly-haired, melanated people that say they're natives, all their arguments, all their talking points have arguments in it, have comparative arguments. Pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt, or it has that word older. We are the American Indian, not. It has the word not African. But never just on what the pyramids in America are for, or how they can enhance you, or what are the disciplined, described ways of the Native Americans that can be lived by and that can enhance you spiritually. These people can only do what's called counter teaching, which is when your popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual culture they claim our ancestors lived by, that one should be disciplined in, like the ancestors were, because he or she does not truly have confidence that any African or Ma'at or Kemetic culture can actually stand on its own and hold the people's attention. They need the contention, the arguments, they need the shock value for views. They themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything, never giving you any indigenous written spiritual disciplines in its place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family practice when the computer shuts down. When the debate is over, those quote-unquote conscious teachers are really just atheists in disguise. They're individualists in disguise. They actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention, thus to hide that they cannot answer. They've made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and then you're laughed off of the stage, mocked, or insulted for the above inquiries, because their hidden agenda is really just individualism. It's actually to disunite under the disguise of knowledge, but with no structure, no unity, no system, as all the ancients did. Thus, they have no movements, no leaders, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, as all the ancient ancestors lived. No accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture, from movement to movement, from group to group, to justify whatever their feelings are for that day, with no accountability or obligation or accountability to anyone telling them, hey, you're wrong right here in this system. You slipped up, brother. You slipped up, sister. And the elder wants to speak to you about it in this cultural way. That's they're about loneism, individualism, which is no matter what they do, they can always justify any behavior because there is no written concrete way of life that they stand on, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Isfet, evil. Isfet is about confusion, disunity, unstructuredness, which causes people to break away, cause splinter groups, break off, show disloyalty. Unlike the bees in the beehive or the ancient people of Kemet, Isfet will cause their mind to find a reason to disunite, to break off, to become individuals without any witness-proven reason, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language and in no ancient culture, because we always move as a mental unified group, not individuals hiding behind a computer screen teaching, I follow no man, I follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you need to get back to your roots and your cultures. But every time you go back to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of those roots and cultures are a unified group of people with structure, leaders, and accountability. Ask them who is their leader, what is their structure, what is their specific way of life in the system that they're a part of. This unity is the New Age conscious teachers community's goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists who were outsiders. The outsiders were just collecting knowledge on Egypt and discussing and debating Egypt, as they call Egypt, historically, to see who is the top scholar, but not from a person who is a disciplined one who actually wants to live the way of life like the united followers of Ma'at, that actually created the Kemet in which they're studying, that had structure, discipline, ranking system. Thus, the New Age conscious teachers' videos mainly are complaining about what's wrong with other people. Here are wise words from the House of the Ten. Here are wise words of the House of the Ten echoes that there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water. Do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink, and thus the people will have testimonies. Thus the people will have testimonies of how you cleaned them up, how you gave them a better way of life from scratch. How they came as a Christian, a Muslim, a Hebrew, a Jew, a Buddhist, an atheist, whatever they were, a gangbanger, and you gave them the way of Ma'at, and now they make testimonies to the Netiru. How you gave that to them. If not, you are just a complainer and not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the masses who are in need. Your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, the House of the Ten, the Tehuti Pod class, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized documentary type answer, customized, and then on top of that, taught live with each answer, getting subconscious matrices and even magic performances done in the class to break the matrix for you is here at the Tehuti Pod class. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer today? Coming in from the brother Big Vapes, he says, for the Day of the Dead tradition breakdown build-up. Again, another example of the unlimited questions for the quest of knowledge, wisdom, and guidance that anyone can ask is only here continuously at the Tehuti Pod class. You may be wondering, as a new viewer, how can someone named Tehuti give an elaboration or even be interested to give an elaboration on something that is coming from a completely different culture, from Kemet, from the other side of the world, with what happens to be a Spanish name? And this is because the diversity of what can be asked here is a demonstration of the gift and love of the question answer. Saba Tehuti will not say to you that does not apply to us. We follow Ma'at. But will unbiasedly give you an in-depth answer, because everyone starts from a different detailed path, and in those paths will lead to the truth. That is the job of the Saba, the only one thus far in history who has the gift and the love and the wisdom to cleanse anyone from whatever state, whatever they start in, whether it be Christian, Muslim, Jew, Hindu, Buddhist, atheist, street thug, and bring them to the states of consciousness where they have recorded testimonies of the Netiru as conscious beings sourced by the ancient scribes of the indigenous people. This has not been done on the planet Earth before, but this transformation back to the Netiru must be done. Thus, I will teach you and transform you from whatever stage consciousness I find you in. Let us continue. The Day of the Dead. Why would there be a Day of the Dead? And what is the name? And what are these people doing in this? Will this Day of the Dead's name be popular? That is popularized today. What are they doing in this name, the Day of the Dead, that is popularized today? Let me ask the class. Let me ask the chat. Does anyone know what this word is outside of English? What is the Day of the Dead called outside of English? Type it in the room. That is going to become extremely important. This picture at the bottom will say Minty. That's going to become extremely important. But type it in. What's the other name for the Day of the Dead? Just go ahead and type that in the room. And it should be easy because it's actually right on the flyer for the class. Okay, so the Day of the Dead. People are typing, should be typing in. And of course, you know the answer because you all have typed, you all have more likely heard of its name in its original name. Very good. Big Vape calls Dia de los Muertos. Ding, 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 ding. Absolutely right, Big Vape. That is exactly what it's called. That's going to come in. That's going to be very significant at the end of this class. So thank you. Yes, you all know the name. There's the name. Dia de los Muertos. that name is going to be very significant at the end of this class. Here we go, everybody. Ready? So, boom. So, Big Vapes was the one that asked the question, knew the answer. So, yes, there it is right there. Yes, everybody, you've heard of this day, or most of us have, especially here in California, wherever there are large Mexican or South American population, especially Mexican. Yes, Dia de los Muertos, which is Spanish that translates to as Day of the Dead. Day of the Dead begins, and you'll see people with these clothing, these cultural clothing, which are a mixture of the clothing that they were met with and the clothing that was given to them by those who altered this this day. You'll see them in a mixture of both clothings. Here we go, everybody. So, boom. This leads us to the culture in which it derives, who were forced to speak the language from Spain due to conquistadors, so that today many of their festivals are found within that language. I will eventually get to its original name in the original language of Nahuatl. It's really Nuha'atl. I left the H out, but it's Nuha'atl, surely, to demonstrate the important missing elements in the English and Spanish title. And the importance in the Spanish title that leads back to an even older origin. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Let's continue. All right. The oldest account and explanation of Dia de los Muertos goes back to 1577. Here we go now. Now we're starting. Here we go. So the oldest account and explanation of Dia de los Muertos goes back to 1577. What happened in 1577 was called the Florentine Codex was created. This is a Historia General de las Cosas de Nueva España, which is composed of 12 books. It's actually 12 books. The Florentine Codex, also called the Historia General de las Cosas de Nueva España, was written by, this is a conglomeration. This is a groups got together. It was written by the Spanish Franciscan friar Bernardino de Sahagun between 1545 to 1590. It's a collaboration. It was in collaboration with the indigenous Nahua elders, scribes and authors, scribes and artists, and grammarians. So this is a collaboration of the culture that infiltrated and the original culture that was practicing it, or practicing something when they got there. And these people were of the Nahua elders that spoke the Nahua language. And here it is right there. So here is your oldest documentation of Dia de los Muertos in the Florentine Codex, back from 1545 and put on 1577. And they kept working until 1590. Okay, so there it is. It comes fully illustrated. It actually comes in the Spanish language. And then it actually comes in the Nahuatl language as well, side by side. And then the artists were of the Nahua elders, drawing what was happening in the culture, which you may make note if you're of a Mexican descent and you look at these images. One of the first things you may say to yourself is, wait a minute, in my Day of the Dead, we don't do anything that's in these images. What culture is this? What images are these? I don't remember doing any of these things. We're going to find out. Here we go, everybody. Boom. So the books that focus on Dia de los Muertos are books 2 and 3. So there's 12 books, as you can see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And the two that we're going to be focusing on that I have here in the picture form are book 2. So this is book 2, Del Calendario. That's what I was talking about. the calendar, Calendario. All right. So Del Calendario and Fiestas, which is festivities, coming from eating, from the word feast. Festivities come from the word eating. Festivities of the calendar and feast. That's book 2. Book 3 of Dia de los Muertos is de los Dioses, which is the book of the gods. Okay. From Dios, Spanish, and actually from the Greek, from Zeus, and Zeus. Zeus and Dios. So yes, Dia de los Muertos, which is Spanish that translates to Day of the Dead, and the Dia de los Muertos is broken down into 6 phases. 6 phases of preparation and reverence. Today it is 6 phases. So there's phase 1 and 2 combined. Why is phase 1 and 2 combined? Because this is the preparation, La Noche de Almas. So this is the preparation process, which is phase 1 and phase 2. The Night of Souls, which includes phase during the duration, starting from before the actual festivity, which is October 28th to October 31st, is the preparation. There's cleaning of the home, washing up of the graves, there's buying of the flowers, candles, food preparation, preparation of food such as marito, atole, mole, and tamales. With somebody, the guys that walk down the street here, the tamales. Purchasing of sugar skulls. Interesting. What's sugar skulls? When you see those white skulls, some of those skulls are actually composed and made of sugar. So preparation of sugar skulls, preparation of altars, and the purification of the home to welcome in the spirits. This is phase 1 and 2 combined. Okay. La Noche de Almas. Okay, and this is the also the Night of Souls. So it's preparation. Now we go into phase 3. Legada de la Almas. This is spirit reception phase to the preparation for the de la Inocentes, or the Angelitos, which is literally the arrival of the innocent ones, or the arrival of the little souls, the smaller souls, or the little angels. The innocent ones, the ones that didn't get a chance to do the sins and the negativity. And that's why you see in the picture here, you'll see a dedicated altar, and in the direct center of the altar is a little baby that is considered an innocent soul that died at a premature age, who didn't get a chance to do any negativity yet. Now we move into phase 4, Malacion, or Vigilias, which is the vigil stage. Some people here who are not even a part of this practice are familiar with vigils, because they do vigils even when their friends and family die, even if you're not of the De los Muertos. So family members, they stay awake throughout the night. Okay, there's candle vigils are set up in a home. Sometimes they're set up in the cemetery. A lot of times they're set up in cemetery. There's prayers, songs, rosaries. Of course, that came from the Catholics. Personal conversations with the departed, deceased, and the ancestors. It is actually a very beautiful thing, because this goes to show that what our ancient cultures had in common is that all of them acknowledge that after death is just another phase, and the living can communicate with the deceased. This is what the Matrix is trying to rob from us today, and why none of your conscious community teachers, conscious people, have debates and conversations on this part. All they do is debate history, whereas these people are saying our literal ancestors, the closest ones. So this isn't for particular deities that are in the far past, This is the veneration is literally for your immediate children, your immediate mother, your immediate grandmother, your great grandmother, your immediate father, your mother, your brother, your sister. This is for immediate people that the people that are living, most of them actually knew. Most of them, because some of them, the great grandparents, the children didn't get to know them yet because they died before the children became knowledgeable of them. But most of the people that are the visuals are given to are people that are in the immediate present, not from thousands of years ago. Actually, none of them are from thousands of years ago. So move into phase 5. What's phase 5? Phase 5 is phase 5 of the de los Muertos is Visita al Panteon. The cemetery phase, which literally means visiting the gods. Most of the people don't know that that's what that means when they say, and when they're doing the practice of de los Muertos, Visita al Panteon, they don't know that they're actually calling the deceased gods now. So they're most Mexicans are Catholics, and they don't even know that they're calling their mother and their father and their sister gods, which is blasphemy according to the Catholics. But it is a Latin and Greek word for the pantheon, from pan, which means all, and theos, from that word dios. So it's all of the dios. They're literally calling their family members gods now, which is mostly now on November 2nd. Families of the deceased go into the cemetery. Mostly on December 2nd, families of the deceased go to the cemeteries. They decorate the graves with flowers. This is a beautiful thing. They decorate the graves with flowers, candles, and offerings of food. They share and eat meals at the grave site. They play music and participate in remembrance rituals. This is a beautiful thing. Okay? That's phase 5. There's one last phase, and that is phase 6. Despedida de las Almas, which is literally, most people don't know this either, but you'll learn this in the Tehuti pod class. What is this Despedida de las Almas? It literally means the feet with the means away feet with charity. Okay, so those who are given charity, or those who are given gifts, are now leaving. That's why you see despedida. Des is in the anti of something, dis opposite of something, and then pedita from pedi, ped from feet, pedos or pedals from a bike, or pediatrics from feet. So it is literally to move away the feet that were given the gifts to, because they're leaving now. So this is literally means away with the feet, with charity. For those who were given the charity gifts are now leaving. The ancestors extinguishing candles, taking down or partially removing the altars. And then they do an imbuing ritual. The imbuing ritual is called, oh, there's a typo there, restos de ofrenda, which literally means the rest of the offerings, which are literally the leftovers. What's left? What's the rest of it? Which is left. Ofrenda that was given to the ancestors that remains is imbued into the living relatives and friends by eating it yourself. So the offerings that were given to the deceased are still there at the end of the 1 or 2 days, and now the people start to share it. They start to break bread and share the food that they offered their deceased, and now they're eating it. It's an imbuement ritual, becoming one. You gave food, and now you're taking it back, and now it's like you're eating with your deceased family members again, whatever they left over. So the interesting part about this is that this restos word, which means the rest of something. So the rest of something, the restos ofrenda, means that they acknowledge that the ancestors, their immediate family, were eating parts of it. They acknowledge that the spirit energies eat some of it, because if you put food down, all of it should be left. It shouldn't be called the restos offerenda, or what is remaining, what's left. So they acknowledge that some of it was eaten, maybe not visually eaten, but some of it was taken, and whatever is left there, they're going to eat that. Okay, so that's acknowledging that they acknowledge that their ancestors exist in the pure energetic projectable double state, in the Ka state, the double state, and the ancestors are not eating the physical food. There's no physical bites out of it, but they're eating the energy, and now they're going to eat what's left. Okay, here we go. All right. So now the question is, so is this an ancient practice? Were the indigenous people always celebrating ancestral veneration on October, particularly the end of October to November 2nd, which is the cold seasons? Well, actually, the Aztec, the Mexica, and the other Nahua traditions honoring the dead, that's found in the Florentine Codex, Book 2, Rites of Ceremony, Book 3, the Sahagins, Informants, and Codex Barbanicus. Was this found in there? Annual feasts of the dead were held during what's called the Pan Quetzalcoatl. Hard to say this word. Quetzal is Tili cycle, and specifically in the 9th and 10th month. Okay, so according to the Florentine book, the original was held in the 9th and 10th month of the Aztec solar calendar. This would have been a completely different time period. It would have been a time in the enjoyable summer Sundays of life. This time period would be equivalent to July to August, not November, not October, November. There was two important feasts: the Michahu Tonato Atli, which is Feast of the Little Dead, and the Hui Mecca Huitel, which is the Feast of the Great Dead. Completely different time periods, from October the 28th to November the 2nd. This was held in the 9th and 10th month in the summer season. So why are people who are descendants of the Aztecs now they're celebrating in October, November? If you'd like to know, if you'd like to find out why there was a frequency shift of the date of Dia de los Muertos and what the original date was, and how the dates aligned with European adaptation, while simultaneously finding out similarities in the origin of De los Muertos and voodoo and the Kemetic spiritual colorization, color system, imbuement, while simultaneously and eventually finding out how one of the words in the name of De los Muertos comes directly from the Meru with the original spiritual palindrome imbuement. What is it time for, everybody? Type it in the room. What is it time for? I'm going to get some water. What is it time for? If you want to find out all that, what is it time for? We're about to step it up another phase. What is it time for, everybody? Let me come back to the chat and see, what is it time for? What could it be time for? Ready, everyone? What is it time for? Rigo's popped up, of course. Rigo's here. Uh-oh. Rigo, you ready? What is it time for, everybody? I'm just going to put the chat on the screen. What is it time for? Uh-oh. Tehuti overdrive. Whoosh. Uh-oh, everybody's tapping in the room. Rigo's back. Mr. Matrix Man is back. All right. I love rituals like this. It's like one huge ancestral altar. So what is it time for, everybody? For the new people watching, you're probably wondering, what is Tehuti talking about? Why is everybody talking about what is it time for? Well, if you're new here, you may not know, but it is time for Ready, everyone? I think it's that time. Tehuti Overdrive. Ready, everybody? Are you ready? Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go. Let's step it up. Let's see what's behind all of this in the other layer. Now, why, everybody? Why? All the people that practice it, why exactly those dates? It's now in late October to the November the 2nd period. My screen is locked for some reason, you see? So why those dates, everybody? Because of the shift of adaptation. The shift. Why the shift to this late October to November 2nd period is due to the forcing upon the native people the Christian calendar and the result of the European attack of native people resulting in Spanish colonization. When the Spaniards brought about what is called to Christians All Saints Days for Jesus, good old Jesus, they brought about in what's called All Saints Days. There it is, everybody, which is what? The exact same date of Dia de los Muertos. All Saints Days, after the conquest, the rape, the murder of the original people, the Tino, Chitalan, the surviving people found a way to continue the original ancestral worship and contact and hiding the practice under the Catholic All Saints Day in order to not be killed, because the original Nuha'ato people were killed when they were found practicing their rituals called pagans and heathens and savage devil worshippers. So those who will remain found a way to survive by meshing in with the Christians, synchronizing with the Christian practice of what because the Europeans were calling their practice abominable paganism. You are to be killed for that. Thus the original people of the Tino Chitilan and the Zapotec maintained survival while keeping the practice. Thus the new dates of October 31st to November 2nd, the dates of All Saint Day, November 1st and 2nd, the October 31st and 28th, that's all preparation. But they made it fall on the All Saints Day so they could fool the conquistador by making them think, yeah, we're practicing the worship of the saints. And that's why you see some of the Mexican people named after saints, Saint Maria, Saint this and Saint that, and they were hiding under this All Saints Day so they wouldn't be killed, so they could still do their practice, but limiting it to the time of the European, November 1st, November 2nd, which changed the frequency and aligned the native people with the season that Europeans were accustomed to. Here we go. Ready, everybody? And celebrate it. I will focus on the continued ritualistic celebrations and holidays brought to the Americas by the Europeans, the ones that were brought over. Not the July 1st, not the ones that were made when they got here, but the ones that they brought over from their ancestors. So I'm going to focus on the continued ritualistic celebrations and the holidays brought into the Americas by the Europeans when they brought them over here, that they were following for thousands to hundreds of years prior to them entering the Americas, and then continued the lineage frequency. Let me ask the class, what do you find familiar with all the dates of these European celebrations? Let's go through them. Here we go. What do you find familiar? Here we are on the date, one of the dates closest to Dia de los Muertos, the one after it, because the one close, of course, would be the Halloween date. The following one after it, Thanksgiving, November 27th. And I'm going to ask the class, pay attention and tell me, what do you find familiar with these dates of the European celebrations? So here's Thanksgiving, November 27th. Okay? the date of the actual celebration of the conquering of the Aztecs. So the next celebration that the European had was the celebration of the conquering and killing of the people that were trying to blend in to the holiday before, with the All Saints Day. They're blending in with the All Saints Day, and the very next celebration was the actual celebration of the serial killers conquering and killing and raping the Aztecs, and the transformation of the change of the date, Dia de los Muertos, to All Saints Day. What is now? That's what it is now. So there's the next date, November. Tell me if you see anything familiar with All Saints Day. Here we go. Let me go again. All Saints Day is what? November 1st. All Saints Day is November 1st, extending to November 2nd. Thanksgiving Day, November 27th. Okay, look, what's the next popular holiday, everybody? Note the dates and the season. What's the next one? Oh, Christmas, December 25th. What is this? Cold weather Christmas trees and dust while your allergies may flare up this Christmas. Why would your allergies flare up this Christmas? Here we go. December 25th. Yes, Christmas. There's the next one. What season is this? What is the next popular holiday, everybody? Where they have everyone gathering and centering their energy and giving out energy. What's the date of the next season? What's the next one? There's actually one before this. We're going to get to that one, though. But the next family day, Valentine's Day, return of the winter, Valentine's Day. Here it is. How are the people dressed? What's going on here? Valentine's Day. What's that? February 28th. Okay, let's go to another one. So, boom. Are you starting to see something? Are you starting to see something, everybody? Are you starting to see anything at all? November 1st, November 2nd, November 27th, December 25th, February 14th. Let me come to the chat. Are you seeing any pattern at all? Is any pattern happening during these holidays? Anything that you notice? Huh? Anything? Of course, Hefe's here. There we go. We got Hefe's, Regos popping up. All I need to see is Sheshayet now. Where's everybody? Looks like a good one. That's right. Any similarities? Anybody? Huh? All Saints Day, November 1st, November 2nd. Thanksgiving, November 27th. Christmas, December 25th. Valentine's Day, February 14th. Is there any pattern going on here? Does anybody see any pattern? Uh-oh. Majority of these holidays are in the cold months. Colder months. I'm blurry, everybody? I'm going to put it on the screen. I'm going to come out and come back in and see if I look better. Give me a moment. You all got it right so far. Everybody's right. Winter, fall seasons. You are all right. I'm going to give you a round of applause. I'm going to come out of the room, and then I'm going to come back in. Give me a minute or two. I'm going to fully remove myself and come back. One moment. I'm going to put the screen up. So you all have something to look at. Then I'm going to come out and then come back. Here we go. Boom. Entire screen. I'm being trolled by some that I am blurry. Let me fix this then. I'm going to come off the screen and come back. Here we go. Let me know if I am clear also. Am I clear? Press a 9 if you can see me, if I'm clear. We are back. Clear. Angela Gates says clear. Rigo, you still there? Clear. Okay, Angela Gates there. Clear. Clear. Harass. Angela Gates. Rigo. Harass. Awesome. Shout out to all the people that have come back that I haven't seen in a while. Definitely I haven't seen in a while. Throw some support in Hefe. Throw some support in Rigo. All the people that haven't been around in a while. Throw something in. Throw a welcoming back. Nice to see everybody. I'm dropping. This one's going to be a long one. So just throw some support to the Tutsi Pod class like you all did before. Peace and love to everybody. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Support this phenomenon that's taking place because, of course, these type of answers are not given anywhere else. So peace and love to all of you, Rigo, Hefe, and all the names I haven't seen in a long time. Wonderful, excellent. Shout out to the new people. We got Black Guest Up says Prisms. Not sure what that means, but I always give a shout out to the new people in the room. Peace and love to Black Jesus pressing 9. Okay, wonderful. Prisms. Give a shout out to Prisms. All right. So am I El Claro? Am I El Claro? All right, here we go, everybody. We're about to get this started. Nook Poo says I'm Claro. Okay, here we go. Ready? Here we go, everybody. Boom, let's get right back. It's gonna be a good one. It's always a good one, but this one's a little special because this is from a culture from the other side of the world. What is going to happen? What's going to be revealed here? And Tehuti's going to throw in something about voodoo, and then when it gets is Tehuti going to throw in the pyramid text too? Oh, not new piece. Okay, wonderful. Black Guess Up. Maybe we knew you under a different name. This name is new to me, but all right, peace to you. Here we go. Claro. Hefe says Claro. Claro. And here's another new name I haven't seen. Lincoln Hetep Perry. Peace and blessings, Saba. Is that Elmiro? I don't know. Shout out to Lincoln Hetep Perry. All right. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Lincoln Hetep. Let me say the full name. Lincoln Hetep Perry 11-11. Here we go, everybody. Ready? I'm El Claro. And we're ready to go. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to go to the climax of this and then take a break in a few moments. El Momento. Here we go. Boom, everybody can see. Are you noticing something? You all got it right? Yes, right. They're in the colder months. Huh? What season is the next popular holiday where they have everyone gathering and centering their energy? What is the date in the season? Okay, so we got Valentine's Day, February. There's your holiday. There's all your popular holidays. Return to the winter. February 14th. Woo! We got December 25th. Cold weather, Christmas trees and dust. While your allergies may flare up this Christmas. Ooh, we got December. There we go. What else we got? We in the summertime yet? No, we got Thanksgiving. November 27th. We're in the winter time. Here we go. We're also still in the winter over here. What is this? All Saints Day, November 1st. Okay, you all see the pattern? Let's go, everybody. What's the next celebration? What's the next so-called holy day? What's the holy day that we've all been celebrating in these seasons that happen to be all in the cold season? We're going to find out why that is, but here it is. What's the next El Seasonal? Where they send you outside. So let me go back over here, everybody. I got to shrink over the screen. Move over here real quick. Boom. See if the screen turns white and then back. Okay, so again, everybody, for those that just came, to keep the momentum coming up. So what's the next popular? So what season is this? The next popular holiday where they have everyone gathering usually outside now. Usually children outside, centering their energy and giving out their energy. What is the date of this season? Where now they make sure you're outside. It's not even like Christmas or Thanksgiving or Valentine's Day where you're inside in front of the fireplace or at your dinner table. This one now, they make sure that the children are outside, walking around for hours. Let's send the children outside. Is it a warm, beautiful season? Uh-oh. Everybody's outside. The Halloween parties, the children outside. Halloween Outlook Tuesday, November 31st. America and European. Here we go. What is this one here? Make a flu shot your Halloween tradition. There's a needle going into a pumpkin. Happy Halloween. Huh? There's all the children out walking around in the cold. There's all the outside Halloween parties. A lot of them are outside. As you can see, they're outside with big pumpkins and lights and different things hanging and things hanging off of trees and all type of stuff. They're outside. The children, all the children's Halloween celebration is outside. They actually can't celebrate Halloween unless they go outside. Right? Make your flu shot your Halloween tradition. Huh? There's the nice needle going in to the pumpkin. What's going on here? Are you noticing a hypnotic pattern yet? And last but not least, what is the ritual celebration that starts all this off? The so-called holy day that begins the year. It's the door opening, the double-sided door holiday of the two-faced European god Janus. What is the first day that births all these holidays? It births the entire year to them. What time of year and season is this one? What's the next one, everybody? The holy day. Let's celebrate. What's this? They're outside. Happy first day of January. May you have a blessed and prosperous new year. Huh? Here we are. This guy looks like Ken Shamrock. Here we are. Woo-wee. And all the articles that come up on these holidays, New Year, New Month, hello, hola, January, what's this one? CDC flu season, what's this? What? For every holiday, there's a medical news article? For every holiday, there's a medical news article that follows with it? What's this one about? Huh? Influenza. Is that a Spanish word too? Influenza. Flu season. September, for everyone, September 26, 2025. While seasonal influenza viruses are detected year-round, okay, in the United States, influenza, fall and winter is known as the flu season. Fall and winter, are those the two seasons of every single holiday? Fall and winter, from October, from late fall, October into winter. That's during the flu season. Flu season, United States. In the United States, flu season usually occurs in fall and winter, while influenza viruses spread year-round. Most of the time, flu activity peaks between December and February. Huh? What's December and February? What's between December and February? Huh? Your main holidays, right? Between December and February. Huh? But there was a medical news article warning for each of the holidays. I didn't get to the Thanksgiving one yet. That's coming up. Huh? December, Christmas. What's between December, January, New Year's? February, Valentine's Day. The influenza months fall on the same season as the holy days? What culture is this? Is that what happened to the Aztecs? Is that what happened in ancient Nigeria? That's what happened in Kemet in the Nile Valley? The holidays fell on the time of everybody. Ramesses. Huh? Is that what's happening when they were along the Nile celebrating the Sopti festival? and the harvesting festival. Ramesses and Pharaoh Khufu. It's flu season. Huh? That's what the followers of Quetzalcoatl were doing when they were celebrating their holidays. But every holiday follows a medical news article. And all those holidays are brought in by a particular type of people. Let's go, everybody. Ready? Let's go to the side. Let's find out, man, because Day de los Muertos falls on November 1st and 2nd during this same cold season. But yet, to the Nahuatl and the Aztecs, it fell on the 9th and 10th month, which was July and August, literally the hottest months of the year. Let's go, everybody. Something changed, frequency shift, Psyops on deck. Here we go. Uh-oh. Woo. Psyops on deck. Flu season, holidays. And here's the image on the flyer with the ejection in the arm. What's this about? I just want to celebrate my holidays. Why every time a holiday falling on these medical news articles? Huh? Where's the medical news articles in July? Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready, everybody? What's this one say? Now we're in Maryland. Maryland Matters, November 28th, 2025. Ahead of difficult flu season, health advocates urge vaccinations for holiday gatherings. Oh, what? There are several reasons why experts anticipate a tough respiratory illness season and challenging flu variant doesn't help matters. Is that what the ancient Sumerians were going through? Respiratory illness during their holidays? That's what the Aztecs were going through? That's what Nahuatl? That's what the Native American, the Navajo, going through respiratory illnesses during their worship of their ancestors? That's what the Dogons go through when the Dogons do their holidays. The Hogan priests, watch out, kids, watch out, children, Dogon children, watch out. This holiday for the Nomos is respiratory illness coming up. Watch out, everybody. Ramesses' children, watch out. Everybody, watch out, Pharaoh Pepe. Does anyone in the class notice a theme? Yes, you do now. At the Tehuti class, the spell is broken, the veil is lifted, and similarities with every single one of the celebrations and rituals brought over here by the colonizers pertain to the months and season they fall on. So yes, does anyone in the class notice a theme and similarity with every single one of the celebrations and rituals that were brought over here by the colonizers pertaining to the months and the seasons they fall on? Do you notice a pattern? Ooh. Huh? Shall I show it all together now? There it is. Huh? There it is. Christmas medical news article. Here we go. Everyone, every Halloween, Thanksgiving. I don't know if I put Thanksgiving in here. Thanksgiving had a crazy one that's worse than all of these. Valentine's Day, everything, single one of these. The cold months. There's all your holy days. Boom. Yes, every single one of them based around the coldest. Not only when it starts to get cold, all of these holidays are based on the coldest months. And every single one of them being the height of illness and sickness, as we can see here in today, November 26, 2025. This is updated information, everybody. This is just last month. You want to hear the update of last month? Then I'm going to break down the source of why this is. Then I'm going to take a break because we got Day de los Muertos taking place in the cold months. There's a shift that was made to match the other people and their frequency. Let me move down. Here we go, everybody. Let's move down. Move down. What does it say? Health news. Oh, I did put the Thanksgiving one in here. Uh-oh. Yes, I did. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Talk to him, Caroline Key. November 26, 2025, just last month. These are the top reasons people get sick on Thanksgiving turkey with a side of food poisoning. Here's why Thanksgiving is a prime time for foodborne illness and spread. How to keep your dinner free from germs. It's holiday season, everybody. Time to get happy. Spend time with your family. In the U.S., which means more gatherings with the loved ones and a lot of food. A lot of food. It also means many illnesses will go around, from respiratory viruses like the common cold and flu to foodborne disease, also known as food poisoning. Foodborne disease occur when you eat and drink something contaminated with disease, causing germs, including bacteria, parasites, or viruses, which can lead to an unpleasant bout of diarrhea, stomach cramps, and vomiting. According to the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, I remember when I first taught about the CDC years ago, I said it's called the CDC, it's the Center of Disease Control, right? All of a sudden, recently, now the P's added, prevention. I said, shouldn't they be preventing disease? Do you all remember that back in the Killer Priest days? Remember that? I said, are they controlling it? Are they stopping it? Now it's the CDCP. If you all remember years ago, it wasn't called the CDCP, was it? It was called the CDC. Now the P's added. Thank you. Common cause of illnesses on Thanksgiving. We know that outbreaks of foodborne illnesses can do and happen around Thanksgiving. Laura Ford, PhD, epidemiologist in the Division of Foodborne, Waterborne, and Environmental Disease at the CDC, tells Today.com. The CDC does not collect data specifically related to holidays, but some foods people enjoy during Thanksgiving can lead to serious foodborne illness if those foods aren't prepared, properly handled and cooked, stored and reheated, says Ford. Turkey often the centerpiece of Thanksgiving, is a common culprit. Raw turkey can be contaminated with salmonella, Campylobacter, and Clostridium perfringens, and other germs, say Ford. So there's every holiday comes out with a medical article. Yes, because understand, everybody, why is this? Why are they on the winter seasons? Does anybody know why? Because understand, where are the European invaders originally descended from that have them attracted to doing celebrations in these types of weathers that make people that they encounter immune system vulnerable, and now even themselves. Yes, when people say Caucasian, that is a particular landmass. Guess what Caucasus means? Does anybody know what Caucasus means? What does Caucasus mean? And what's the temperature, everybody? Uh-oh. What's Tehuti about to do? Uh-oh. We're about to break the spell. Uh-oh. What is Caucasus? Uh-oh. Did anybody go look it up? Caucasus, mountain range between the Black Sea and the Caspian Seas, separating Europe and the Middle East from the Latin Caucasus. From Greek, Caucasus, said by Pliny, Natural History, Book 6, Chapter 17, to be from a Scythian word, similar to Caucasus, literally the mountain, ice shiny. The word Caucasus is known means ice. When people say they are Caucasian, Caucasus, that means they're from a region that is ice for thousands of years. If you're surrounded by ice, climate in the Caucasus. Let me blow this up. What's the climate over there in the Caucasus? Let's blow it up and see. What were these people used to when they were developing their original civilizations before they migrated out of there? What were their bodies and what were they used to in this icy region? Caucasus. Icy. What's the climate up there in the Caucasus? Well, we're going to go to a Geographic Bureau. And the area is actually called Mount Elbrus. Mount Elbrus. And what are the temperatures there? Negative, probably too small for you all to read. -2 to -5, and higher up to -6, -16. This isn't 1 degree. This isn't 2 degrees. This isn't 3 degrees. That's freezing. Have any of you ever encountered 3 degrees? You say it's cold outside when it's 50. When it's 50 degrees outside, you all are not going out without a jacket. If it's 45 degrees, you're probably not even going out to work. 45 degrees is cold. It's a few degrees from freezing point. Well, in the Caucasus Mountains, where these people live for hundreds and thousands of years, it's -16. -21. Not 21. I really want this to get this in your mind. It's not 21 degrees. 21 degrees, you all would be you'd be dead. Has anybody here experienced 21 degrees? When it's 49 degrees outside, everybody's like this with jackets on. Holy crap. Woo! 50 degrees. Turn up the heat in the house. You're freezing at 50 degrees. 45 degrees, you're about 13 degrees from freezing point. That's 32 here. Oh, 30 degrees, you all are not going to work that day. 30 degrees, you all are free. You all are, car's not started. Car's probably not starting. 30 degrees. 20 degrees, I'm not at 20 degrees. 20 degrees, you're crying. You're not going anywhere. Your children are going to school. This is -21 degrees. How do you survive? And what does your mind, your food adaptation, your consciousness, and your physical makeup have to be to survive in -21 degrees for thousands of years? What do you eat? What do you grow? How happy are you? How happy are you for thousands of years? The warm day is -6. That's a warm day, y'all. -2. Whew. Whew. Let's get a suntan. It's -2. It's -2 out here. Woo! -2 degrees. It's time to put on some shorts. No, shorts aren't invented yet. Sorry, clothes aren't invented yet. So you're in the Caucasus Mountains, -2. -21 on a cold day. How happy are you? There's no toilets invented. Any toilets been found? Any archaeology done found toilets in the Caucasus Mountains? Huh? Well, at least you get a nice, cold, rock-hard doo-doo pillow. You get to poop out pillow. Print, print. In a couple of seconds, it's rock hard. There's your pillow right there. Right? Because there's no such thing as a bathroom yet. How happy are you? How happy are you in the Caucasus Mountains for thousands of... There's my pillow, Betty. Huh? There's the menses. Couple menses shots. Huh? What are you growing out there? Where's the river that you're growing your food? What are you eating out there in -21 degrees? What are you hunting? Is there fire yet? So how happy are you in that condition for thousands of years in -2 to -21? Poop out pillows. That's where you're sleeping. There you go, little guy. Want a bed? Huh? There's no toilet. There's not another room for you to go to poop. There's not another room for you to go to bathe. Where's the water coming from for you to bathe? In -23, as soon as you turn the water on, it freezes before it hits you. Oh, can't shower today. What about tomorrow? Maybe when it's -2, we'll get some water. Wait a minute. Freezing point is 32. So when it's -2, there's no water. So we're on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7, week 1, week 2, month 1, month 2, month 2. No water, Betty. Month 2, month 3, month 4, month 5, year 1, year 2, year 300. We can't shower yet. So how angry are you? Now you come out of that region, that's what your body type is now accustomed to. So all of your holy days are now going to be attracted to that type of weather. Because you've been -2 to -21 degrees. Huh? And then you come out. You're angry, man. You're extremely angry. There's no happiness up in there. You're biting into ice, fur cakes, burger what? You can't, there's no fire. Fire in -21. Have you invented fire yet? You're angry. But at least you can quote cannabis. At least you can say you're better than the Africans you met. I'm better than you. You think you're number 1? We live in -2. At least you could say that, right? Huh? So you're freezing up there. So you come with that mentality. So that's the only weather you know. You come out of there and you're used to the cold. That's your frequency. It's setting up holidays, but you're meeting people in the beautiful Brazil, the Native American areas. You're meeting people in warm Mexico and areas in Africa that are celebrating during warm months. Colorful months. Everything is colorful. Things are warm. Everything is beautiful. You're coming from this cold area, and now you naturally develop holy days based around what you've been in for thousands of years. I'm better than you. You're number one. I'm -2. I live in -2. Here we go, everybody. Boom. So that's why now we have these celebrations, and then they're brought to people that are unfamiliar with doing every single holiday being outside. And now even the European that's over here, and everybody now is suffering from these diseases, from these sicknesses, by having these happy months in the holiday seasons that are freezing cold. That's what you brought over here. You didn't bring July 4th over here. You came on July 4th. So the ones they brought over here, what they were used to, is from here. So boom, here we go. Of course, when you have people celebrating their holidays in the warm seasons that bring in life, and then another set of people come in and bring in their cold season holidays, it changes the frequency of the celebration, because us as natives and indigenous people vibrate off the surrounding nature and weather and temperature and sun that surrounds us. But the natives had to make do. Thus, yes, they had to transform to blend in with those who are attracted to the cold, and thus Day de los Muertos became celebrated when? From the 9th and 10th month to the cold months. It's very cold in November in the Americas. But remember the phases, and some of the phases of the Muerto deals with being outside, staying up all night, visiting the cemetery. So here they are now. The natives are forced to visit the cemeteries and be outside celebrating in these cold days, when the original celebration was July and August. Now it's November 1st, All Saints Day. November 2nd. So boom, back to the cold frequencies that matches all of the other holidays and ritualistic celebrations of the Europeans brought over here to the Americas. But the natives were persistent and loyal to their culture. So yes, they had to change to celebrate in the cold climate, unfortunately. I'm gonna read this and I'm gonna take a little break. Here we go. Ready, everybody? There we go. So yes, this became a part of the Psyops to bring other cultures to change their festivities of life and rebirth. Because remember, the original festivity, which you're going to find out, is dealing with life and rebirth. Rebirth of the souls coming back, which matched the rebirth of the season of spring and summertime, and the rebirth associating holy days, which is where you get the word holiday from, associated with now the cold death seasons, when fruitful, luscious, life-giving plants and trees and fertility appear to be dead, rushing Africans, Mexicans, and those who were conquered by the European, now rushing them to change, and even other Europeans, causing them to get sick and cold because of the focus of depopulation, to run outside and celebrate, to be neurologically associated with the winter seasons that are causing them to be exposed in the heightening of illness. Tehuti, you're making that up. There's no organized psyops. We're all just having fun. You, Tehuti, are always raining on our family fun time. I don't like you anymore. I'm leaving. That is fine. You can leave and run away, and I will still continue, as I have been for decades and decades, to teach those who want to listen to the factual truths and I will still be the Tehuti today that I was 2 weeks ago, and 2 months ago, and 20 years ago. While you run from the truth, I teach for your emotional comfort, and I will remain as the question answerer and remain pleased that there is no verification of you proving anything that I have taught wrong, and that is all that matters. Now run, little boy, run, little girl. I will be here still as Tehuti, transforming people from scratch with live testimonies 30 plus years from now. And here are the facts. Let me take you to one of the most recent updates on the issue. The Illinois Department of Public Health, December 23rd, 2024. I'll read this and then I will take a break. Here we go, everybody ready? Let's go, Illinois, because Tehuti made it up. Tehuti made it all up. So here we go. Ready? Here we go. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. IDPH announces that Illinois' respiratory surveillance data shows an upkick in seasonal illness. Increase arise with holidays. IDPH urges Illinoisans to use proven tools to protect those who are vulnerable to severe outcomes. Chicago, the Illinois Department of Public Health, IDPH, announces that the state overall respiratory illness level has moved up from low to moderate, meaning that Illinoisans face an increased chance of exposure to seasonal illness as families are gathering to celebrate holidays as expected. Illinois is experiencing an increase in seasonal respiratory illness as winter arrives, said IDPH Director Dr. Samir Vorha. As we gather with our loved ones during the holiday seasons, please use all the tools at your disposal to protect friends and family who are the most vulnerable to the severe outcomes. This includes those who are 65, the big ones, to very young children and people who are immune suppressed, the little ones. I'm going to take a break right there, everybody, for a couple of moments. It's about to get even better. I'm going to take a little break right there. I'm going to put the link in the room for those that jump on the panel. Build. Let me get this. Fellowship, build, talk to the people about the pod class, talk to the people about what is done to you, talk to the people about what you think of this answer so far. Big Vapes can jump on, everybody jump on. And then that allows me to take a little break. So I can go revive myself and then come back with more. Nukpu Esbetu says, while you Sebau fiends run from the truth, I'm running in truth Ma'at. He's running towards it. Oh, sorry about one moment. Esbetu is running towards it. He's not running from it. He's running towards it. All right. Jump on the panel, Kesbetu. Jump on the panel, everyone. And while Kesbetu runs towards it, that's what that represents. Boom! All right, everybody, jump on the panel. Congregate, fellowship with the people. And let me go take my break so I can come right back and continue what I've been doing since '89, but on an extremely more intricate level now. I was giving little mini versions of this to the high school students. Peace to Jed. How you enjoying the class so far?
What's up, Saba? Can you hear me?
Hey, great, nice and clear.
Yeah. Hey, they keeping everything in the winter. I didn't know that caucus meant ice. That's another bar right there. Boom. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense that they would all the major holidays are from October to February. 1,000%. And yeah, Tua, this is good. This is really good. Retetua is she's watching it as well. She's dealing with our set right now, but she's watching. And we had a little discussion as you were teaching, and because she want to let her family know all this stuff, right? And as we were talking, I was like, you know what? As she said that comment, I was like, you know what? I don't think so you made me realize something. I think I said most people the reason why, in my opinion, they buck against the truth is because not enough people follow it. So can you imagine all of your nation celebrating things on October doing this, and you found out the truth, and it's like, no, we do this in July and August, and you're the only one doing it. I said that's the reason why most people are afraid of the truth, is because not enough people do it, and people like to stay within that herd and move as one, right? So, but to you, Summer. Shouts out to you.
Nini, I'm glad you appreciate it. Wonderful. And okay, I'm ready. Okay, I'm gonna go in a minute. But here's the man that started all this. Is never-ending story, man. The man sending these questions to blow everybody's head off. There is a Big Vapes. How you liking this so far, Big Vapes? Learn anything new about what's happening?
What's up, Ma'at? Henu to Saba. Tehuti, I'm in Hotep Ra. Henu to the panel. Henu to the people, in the comments. Yeah, as usual, I did not expect this breakdown so far. Definitely snake style, so I definitely appreciate it.
Ooh-wee, it's gonna be good, Big Vapes. You're gonna love it. Wait till we get into the. Well, first of all, let me ask you. I'm glad you appreciate New York, everything you appreciate me for. Do you have any type of Spanish influence background that was doing any of this? I noticed that Eduardo was that Spanish.
So, I discovered that. So I'm of Haitian descent from Haiti. So my parents are Haitian. And I discovered that Haitians culturally celebrate the Day of the Dead their way. It's named something else. It's called a Fête Guédé, which is Day of the Dead, but that's a whole other thing. And Mexican is actually my favorite food. So I kind of like link those two together. And then whenever I ask questions, I want to make sure that they're unique questions. So that's why I asked this question.
Definitely unique. This has never been asked to me. This has never been asked to me before in my as a question in my entire life. I've heard this conversation, but never a question sent in. So this is beautiful. Okay, wonderful. I'm going to take a break, but I'm going to Kefa. Kefa Eve, have you seen any of this? Anybody around you? Any Spanish, any Day of the Dead around you, where you've ever lived?
No. Well, you have a lot of people from the Dominican Republic, but no, just voodoo.
Okay. Voodoo's coming up soon in this too. And wait till we get to the section of the bones. Where'd you see the origin? Where'd you see this? The origin of why? It's gonna get good. It's good already. It's gonna get even better and better. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. And what do you say? Dominican Republic? What do you say? What's the place you said?
Yeah, and the Dominican Republic, right next to Haiti, the same island.
And where's Nookfu from? He's from something that sounds like that. Dominican Republic too? Okay. All right, everybody. I'm gonna take a break. You all build. I will listen out to see if there's anybody that tries to. Actually, the Jed. You have the ability to let people in the room, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. Okay, the Jed's stepping up. The Jed now has the ability. He went from a silent learner that we didn't know existed, has been watching for years, and now he has the power to has the key to let people into the panel. All right, I feel comfortable to leave now because the Jed can let people up. I'll be back, everybody. Support the Tehuti Pod class. I'm going to read the support at the end, but listen so far, everybody. There's never been a class like this thus far on Day de los Muertos, even by the Mexicans. I can't go on YouTube and find a Mexican class where they're talking about. And wait till you see what happens afterwards. Wait till it starts blending into Kemet. All right, try to stay up for this one, Kefa. I'll be back, everybody. Support, peace, and love. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Peace.
Shouts out to you, Big Vapes. Definitely. Hey, Mexican food is my favorite food as well, too, man. So, I've enjoyed that since I was a kid. I grew around Hispanics all my life. So, yeah, it's my favorite for sure. This is a big change. Like I was telling Saba before y'all jumped on, I'm like, man, having a discussion with Ritetua, and she want to tell her family and everything, and I'm like, yeah, you can. It's cool. Like, hey, do your thing. And it just made me realize that every person I've been telling different things, especially to my family, you know what I mean? It's not really necessarily the truth. It's just, they don't feel like enough people follow it for them to stay within that gray area, right? To be able to move a particular direction. And, for this household, for this I don't need a Christmas for me and my out to get together to enjoy each other and have a good time. I don't need that. I don't need Thanksgiving in order for us to have a good time. We should be able to do that any day, and not have that dictated on a particular herd and sheep movement to come together. I don't need those festivals and things of that nature of what's going on in the Matrix, right? And to me, that is definitely important. So, yeah, man. If you're anybody right now that's watching this and you're not in the chat, but you're just watching in the back, and this is something that you celebrate, yeah. Can you do it like how your ancestors did it, celebrating it in July and August, and not do it in October, right? Because you're not doing it for the people that's around you still living physically here on this earth. You're doing it to show love and adoration to those who had already transitioned, and you give. So can you start that journey on your own, knowing what you know right now and what you watched, and it's still going. It's not even done. So can you take on and continue that tradition of July and August, and them warm days, and give adorations to your ancestors? So I just kind of want to leave that right there. Hey, dua to you, Big Vapes. I'll let you talk, man. This is your question, so let us know how you feel, great brother.
Henu to you, the Jed. Thank you for your words. As far as what you just said, I definitely agree. I aspire for more people in general. So before I even say that, whoever's watching right now, please like, subscribe. You can save your favorite Tehuti pod classes on the YouTube. So I've been doing that. So save your favorite classes, rewatch those. My aspiration is for more people in general to watch and subscribe to the Tehuti podcast, but also more people of like South Central American culture, for Mexicans and South Central America, Asian culture, so that when they see breakdowns and buildups like this, they can, like you said, share it with their family and then spread that word, and then the Tehuti podcast can have more subscribers and viewers. So, to it to you, and hello to all you say and all you do.
Careful, Hotep. What's on your Eve, great brother?
Mind blowing answers again and again. It's like a walk in the park for Saba. Saba is just coming enlighten us with, I know it is like just a crumb of what because Saba does have so much, Yeah, and it's really never so to get the information from Saba is really never for Saba about our life. So everybody they just talk a bunch of things, but Saba does live it. So to get it from Saba now, it really never. Again, I gonna have to go back over it so I could get some more gems, because some of the classes you miss 30 seconds of it, you miss too much, so you might as well just go over it again and get what you could get. It's 5:24 by me, so like on the other side of the wall, the park class way more better, with more fun, more ready, you got more energy. But then when it's like this now, after the break, and be like, wow, almost 6, and then doesn't Saba going to start to go in. Saba going to start to go in, and then now I have to catch up on the park class tomorrow. And then if I start over, taking a big risk, because with the information Saba does bring, you don't know what they're going to take down from what they're going to not take down. And Saba does already dumb it down so much for the video to stay up. But it's a risk not catching the whole part class live, is a risk. And yeah, the best thing to do is stay up and don't go sleep and just try to catch everything. And then when you get a rerun, you get a real rerun. Ain't like you're starting from scratch, So yeah, I'm gonna just wait till Saba come back from after the break and watch him going on the Skull and Bones and bring some details about this thing, like Big Vape say in the island culture. It is so much of these ritualistic things. So when Saba does break down the matrix organizers, be real in effort. So now he can touch it on the Skull and Bones and the voodoo and all them things. Yeah, he can get hotter. So yeah, I definitely looking forward to the other half. And yeah, ready to wrap up. Hello Saba, Uncle Justin do us a cam to offer this NEFA class. And a lot of love, a lot of ma'at. Hotet Marie, ma'at. Hey, I wanted to say, the gentleman had asked me about the music thing. Since I get my urine, like before when you put fix, it would have a rock and roll band. And then when you scroll all the way down, then you would see my music. But now, since my name is Kefa Alpha Tukemba, I never tried Kefa. But when you put Kefa E, my things just pop up to the top, you know? So that then been working real good for me, you know? Yeah, so I just wanted to throw that in there. Because that's one thing I never mentioned about the rain, you know what I mean? I meet somebody and I ask them what the name is, and I check like, it's Kefa, you know what I mean? Yeah, that reading there for me, son, is the best feeling. Yeah, to ask again for my rain.
Yeah, most definitely. Hey, Hotep, to that. Kefa, don't forget to put your YouTube channel in the link. Don't forget to throw that in there, because I was asking for it, and I think someone else was asking for it. I think Robert Williams was asking for it as well. So make sure you try to throw that in the chat, so everybody can click on that and check you out, man. Yeah, shouts out to Saba, man. This is why I've always said, man. This is why I always said, like, you know, when a child is birthed into this earth, they pretty much adapt to what they're around, right? And they're usually not around this information, right? So whatever their environment is, that just becomes normal for them over a period of time. So to hear these things, to get these teachings is definitely, you know, it's an effort thing, right? Because you know, it's going to start with you, and then that will transition into your pur, right? And within your pur, your out get to grow from that standpoint. So it's definitely it's good to have this information, because I know Retatua, when she gives you know, adorations, because we already got our altar, everything, we always give adorations to you know, our loved ones who have transitioned into the Netakurt, and may they Kepara again. It's always good to have this information, man, because that celebration can definitely be done in an earlier stage instead of October. So I like that, and I'm interested to see where Saba takes this with the ancestors of the Natiru. I mean, you can already see it, right? Already giving adorations, already respecting those who have transitioned, giving food offerings. You can already see that trail in that type of tradition, right? To never forget those who transitioned on. So I'm curious to see where Saba breaks, because, you know, Saba always gonna give you a little something extra, something that you know what I mean. Whatever you thinking now, it's always some more on the top of it, right? And even if you see the trend of offerings, yeah, he's always gonna give you a little bit more, and for some a lot more, right? To where you wasn't even thinking of that particular concept, right? So I'm definitely excited to see where Saba takes this, and once again, for the new people who are watching this in the background, just know that, and I've had this conversation with a few a few friends of mine. I was telling them how the benefits of the altar and celebrating your loved ones, especially those that was close to you. So like, let's just say like my mutt, right? After having the altar up and continue to give that adorations and offerings too, like when somebody asks me like, hey, do you miss your mom? And I'm like physically, yeah, but I see her all the time in my dreams. Like she pops up all the time within my upesh, because I look at her picture all the time, and we give offerings to her on the altar, and I constantly see her face all the time. So when I hit the upesh, I get to interact with her. Sometimes I'm more conscious of it and I catch it and I get to have like, small talk with her. And then sometimes, not so free in speech, right? But she's there, and when I wake up from it, there's still this peace, like, man, I got to see my mutt. You know what I mean? I got to enjoy her for that time. And sometimes it happens consistently. Like sometimes it's not just a day or just one little small segment in the upesh, but sometimes it's like 2 days and 3 days, like back to back. You know what I mean? And to me, that eases my Eid. I don't have those low moments to where like, man, I just miss my mutt, man, and I can't. Like, nah, man, I just see her in the upesh. And that's a beautiful, man. That's a beautiful thing. That's a never thing. So I just kind of wanted to share that because it's tied to what we learning now and the importance of it. So when Saba get into what the Netter did, you know what I mean? What the Natiru did, hopefully that brings those who are watching some more clarity. And hopefully it gets you to come in over here, man, and spend time with the House of Atun. You know what I mean? Just spending time here, and for you to learn and to continue to better your life experience, and hopefully you can grow. And that's why we say. That's a part of why we say like, hey, give support, give reciprocity. It's cool. It's cool, man. Even if you got $5 to your name, hey, man, send your dollar. You know what I mean? Hey, whatever you can. And that's what that's the love, man, because you actually learned something new today, something that your television wasn't going to teach you, something that, you know what I mean, your parents wasn't going to teach you, or your best friend, or your teacher from a college, or whatever, people from work, whatever that is. Right now, you're definitely not getting this type of information on your everyday life. So, I just want to say support, and if you love what you've been hearing, like I say, thumbs up the video, and continue to keep watching, and don't forget to give adorations to those you love who have left you in this physical world, because there are ways to communicate with them and to be able to comfort your heart, which we call the Eid, and you'll be able to enjoy still your loved ones, even though you don't have them physically on this earth. So, hold up.
Hey, Saba's a doorway, so. Yeah, but the things what Saba just provide is never, because a lot of things I didn't have. I know because, well, I can't say I don't know because now that I understand reciprocity, I always how it does work. But if you ain't involved in it, you ain't gonna understand how it does work because you're on the outside looking in. But it's just to pick and cool, wash away the BS from yourself and comfort as conscious light, lead with the left. Lead a heartbeat, rhythm, run the soundtrack, and operate in that frequency, because I just remember I was having an issue sending my support, and then when I get to send my support, it was like hallelujah. I was happy because I never get to send Saba support in the Killer Priest Podcraft. So the first time I get to send support, it was like the neverest thing. Cause no my card was working and I would be able to keep sending support after that, and it was the neverest thing, and I get back crazy results from that. So to Asaba, welcome back, Uncle Justin.
Uncle Justin, wonderful, wonderful, and Tua for what you said, Tua for what the Jets said, all the great things about the appreciation, and also saying you never know where this is going to end up. I make sure of that. When I hold claim to always every pod class, I will yell out the date of the pod class and say, for the first time in history, this is being taught. I hold proud that I'm able to do that. That nobody knows where this is gonna go. Nobody knows where this is gonna end up. It's gonna end up somewhere that's very familiar to everybody here that studies my arts. And how it does end up like that, you're gonna say, "Wow, whoa!" It's like, "Oh, that was right there in front of us the whole time," but it's hidden if the celebration is no longer focused on what was in the original book in 1577, 1545 to 1590, and what the Nuhato said before the Spanish got there. So it's going to be a beautiful thing. I like that. I like, Hush Nation, that you said you received something by giving reciprocity. I forgot how you worded it, but you said you received great results. Is that how you worded it? Great results?
Yeah, because I couldn't find a word to explain the results, it's like boop, boop. But then the only thing I could think on is it happened from time I start operating in your frequency, it start to happen.
Oh, okay, yes. Which class?
But it's only later on in the future is when I backtrack and I was like, and when I start to learn about reciprocity, then I was like, hey, that's what happened. I was like, because sometimes I just be thinking if these things was happening before you, and then I was like, nah, these things start happening the same time when Saba come in my life. So I was like, yeah, it got to be that. It can't be nothing else, because it's the reciprocity that I learned about in the same part class. So the longer the classes go on, the more I just understand what I've been through, what had happened. I just understand the process more.
Excellent. Absolutely true. And when I tell people that I am alive because of magic, I'm alive because of Hika, I'm alive because of the real meaning of Hetep, the aspect of me being here, being able to do this, is because I'm giving first. That's the science behind what's actually happening here. Because I gave first. Because I stepped into that frequency to give first, resulted in the domino effect of my survival and support that I get right now. When I went on Killer Priest, I gave first. I received not one penny. Other than AD dumping his wallet on me, I never made 5 cents for that year on Killer Priest. All those jewels, all the answers, the fighting Rasul and debate, everything I was doing, I gave first. I didn't know any of you. You all were watching me. I didn't know who I was helping. So I said, I'm going to give first. Everybody in my life that I come in contact with, when I met Nana, I taught her first. She didn't cook for me. There was no intimacy. There was no relationship, no happening. I gave first. When I met TT, I saw her on a bus. I played a video behind myself. She was sitting behind me. And I just played a video and I was like this. And then from there, she asked me questions and I started teaching and breaking down. Everybody, Ahati, I gave first. He didn't give me anything. I taught first. Everybody that you see that's here, everybody that's been in the pod class, all the runners that have ran away, I taught them first before I received one's reciprocity. I didn't receive 1 penny from any of you before I started changing your life and breaking you down. That's the magic that I actually live on, is that I have a vow that I must give first, whatever risk it may come with. The person may never give me anything. Nothing may happen out of it. But I have a vow in the magical life that I live that I have to give first and see what happens. Where I could have started the Killer Priest show by saying, hey, Killer Priest, if I'm going to be on here for 5 hours a day, I'm going to need some pay first. Hey, I don't do that first. I give first. And then what comes about from that is the hikah that I live. So that is what happened to you. If you're on that frequency, it's the frequency that I am on. The only reason why I'm alive, I'm going to get into class in a minute, but you have no imagination of how I live, how I am alive right now. It has nothing to do with the way that anybody else that you know or heard of has survived. How my bills are paid, how everything is happening, has nothing to do with the matrix. I'm in a parallel frequency that has to do with magic that I'm giving off, that I have to give and then receive. The hetep, you put the offering on the hetep table first. You don't wait at the hetep table. You don't wait at your altar for the ancestors to come. And then when they do something for you, then you give the offering. You give the offering first. I live within that magic. So to you for acknowledging that happened to you, because that is my actual life. And it can be frightening because there's no guarantee to my life. I don't have what social something, what is these things, whatever everybody has, whatever those numbers they have, and you show somebody, the police pull me over and they say, you don't exist. And I said, I know.
The simplest things with you, Saba, could be frightening. The simplest things, because it's how people gonna take it, because the changes in my life is how I take them. When you was at the pathways doing heka and making all of these miracle stuff happen, is how we take it, you know. Some people could be frightened, you never know.
You're exactly right. That's the risk that I take. When I first was out there trying to survive off of actual magic, I couldn't make any donations. I was on the streets doing magic, and I said, but I'm better than these other magicians. Why am I not getting reciprocity? And I realized from my cameraman looking at the videos, I was scaring everybody. The magic I brought to the streets was scarier than David Blaine's. It was scarier than Chris. It was too much for the people, so I had to dumb it down. And I said, I'm doing better magic than there's a guy with a deck of cards saying, pick a card. He moves a little P. Which card? What number? This? And he's doing all this with his finger or something. And I'm like, you love your boyfriend? We broke up. You want him back? Yes. Okay, everybody. And the phone rings, and it's her boyfriend she hasn't talked to in a year, and he proposes to her. That's not from the magic shop.
Yeah, because I see a lot of cool, like super cool magic tricks, but when you see somebody actually do it, it different. Yeah, it's different.
Yes. So we're about to get into this answer. I appreciate everybody. Appreciate Big Vase. Appreciate everybody that supported this. Is a magical life. I'm glad everybody's getting to witness this with me and partake in it. And whether you contact you're able to contact your deceased mother, whether you quadrupled your income, whether you have a new wife because of this, whether you have a new relationship with your children, whether you now look like a bodybuilder, whether you're able to all the hyperhidrosis. My goal is to just come into the frequency and add a change. And from that change, if you stay around, more changes come. I can't elaborate on how it works, but it is frequency that I existed on when I decided to leave the Matrix as a young child, as a young man. So we're going to get into this answer, everybody. We're going to get right back into it, everybody. Let's find out what's going on with Day de los Muertos. And then we're going to get into we're going to end up in the pyramid text. So, all right. Shout out to Big Face smiling. Shout out to Big Vapes. Shout out to Kefa Eve. Shout out to the Jet smiling. He's ready. We don't know where this path is going to take us. I mean, I do. I just found out this morning, by the way. I just finished this class. When the class started at 4? I finished the class at 4. On this, on the download of this class, it says, I think it says 4, 3:59 or 4. That's when I finished this class. That's why I didn't start until 4:11, because I actually didn't finish it until 4, because I didn't know how this was going to end. I do now. Let's get into it, everybody. Peace and love. Let's get back into this answer. Let's ride this magical wave. I'm gonna say the Jed, hop back in the chat. Big Vapes, hop back in the chat. Peace and love. Kefa, hop back in the chat. And let's get back to it. I'm very excited to go down this Mexicano path, which is gonna end up a pyramid text path, a little voodoo path. Let's go, everybody. Boom. Let me get the timer back on. Support the Tuesday podcast. It's not happening anywhere else on the planet. If it is, put the link in the room. If it's not, appreciate this more than we appreciate Dunkin' Donuts and Little John's Pizza and a little bit of weed. I'm better than the weed man, I promise. Here we go, everybody. Ready? If you can hear me, press A9. Press a 9. We're going to go right back into it. I haven't looked in the chat in a while. There's 47 comments I haven't seen. All right. Peace and love, everybody. Press the 9 if you can hear me. I'm looking at the chat now. Lincoln Headset Perry. Okay. Press the 9. Angela Gage, press the 9. Okay, good. I just need to see 1-9 and I'm ready. I'm ready. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, there's hey, Medusa Neb. He's the only one in the class. He's the only one in the pod class that has the name that was my name when I was in high school breaking people out. I call myself the Word. And now this brother's name is the only one that got my name. That would have been, he's the only one in the pod class that has a name that I would have taken for myself and added it to Tehuti. If I wasn't Tehuti, my name would have been Medu. All right, here we go, everybody. Boom. We got Black, Jess Up with the 9. We got Robert Wayne with the 9. Maharu with the 9. We got Titans Debate League. That sounds like a Coliseum of arguments. Shout out to Titans Debate League, the Coliseum of arguments. All right, I love the new names in the room. Shout out to all the new people. Titans Debate League sounds like a strong thing happening. Shout out to Uben Medusanev says love and appreciation. He came on Stein and said Tehuti's the truth, and then disappeared from the screen. I'm not sure what happened, but shout out to Lincoln Headset Perry. Titans Debate League puts up this. All right, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I remember when I used to be excited to debate. They want me to debate, pick a debate on Monday with Jabari. I'm like, Look at what I teach on the pod class. Like, look at what I teach on the pod class. What do I teach? That's a debate. That's a debate with. Oh man, I debate you. You didn't cure hyperhidrosis, Tehuti. Let's set up a debate. You didn't turn Empu to look like a fitness trainer. Let's debate. What is it that I teach? This? Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom, 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 boom. The lessons are better sometimes. Yes, right. It is, man. You get to relax. Like, yeah, arguing all the time. Gosh. You're uptight all the time. Debate is good to sharpen, but it definitely get the lessons relaxed and absorb and support the Tehuti pod class. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. Support this as the class is going on, or wait till the end and send your support. Let's get back into it, everybody. Let's break this matrix. Here we go. Ooh, my screen, sharing the screen. Yes, it's sharing the screen. Here we go. Boom. With the timer back on. Resume. Here we go. So we see the increase in, of course, seasonal respiratory illnesses come with the holiday seasons. That's a part of the Psyops. Here we go. So here we go. So now we're going to go. We're not done. We're going to go to KSAT News, January 9th, 2025. I'm giving you the latest updated information from last month and just this January that passed. Let's see what this says. Here we go. Boom, boom. Respiratory again matches the matches this over here. The IDPH Illinois. Excuse me. The IDPH Illinois respiratory surveillance data. And we over here in KSAT. And what does this say? Respiratory illness on the rise following the holiday season. So no, Tehuti didn't make it up. So here we go. Respiratory illness on the rise following holiday season. Local doctor says flu and RSV cases are high. COVID-19 added to it. Cases are increasing. Okay? You not find any other culture, any other ancient culture that includes the Nehe, which are the Navajo. That includes the people of the Nile Valley, the followers of Ma'at. That includes the Sagiga, which are the Sumerians. That includes the Aztecs, the Nohato. That includes all of them. You do not find illnesses following their holidays until you get into modern day holidays, which are all centered around the months that's causing the illnesses. All cold months. They could have had Christmas. They could have set up in the Bible. Christmas isn't even described as a cold day. They could have set up Halloween, Christmas, and all these holidays on any other warm day, but they're purposely set up on the cold days, resulting in illness, meshing in perfectly with the depopulation or just the illness, which makes people mentally slow. Here we go. And there it is. So the cold winter, November 1st, now being the Dia de los Muertos celebration time, is a mutation caused by the attempt of warm seasonal venerating people of Mexico to be forced to merge in the foreign culture that was attracted to actual death and anti-flourishing seasons that reminded them of the Caucasus Mountains. Yes, early evidence of ancestral veneration ritual before it became Dia de los Muertos is found in the Zapotec culture of southern Mexico in Oaxaca Valley in Mexico. Guess what they found? In tomb 104, let's go to the specific tomb. We're going to go to tomb 104 dating to 500 AT. Zapotec burial chamber at Monte Alban, which remains intact. Thus, the evidence of belief and ritual is untouched, which is perfect for the Tehuti pod class. So it remains intact. The tomb 104 dating back to 500 AD, Zapotec ritual chamber at Monte Alban, because it's intact. Thus, the evidence of the belief and ritual is untouched. Thus, perfect for a Tehuti pod class. In the area, There are polychrome murals and artifacts that illuminate elite funeral practices and spiritual imbuement icons. Zapotec Ceremonial Center in Oaxaca, Mexico, and duality urns. Duality urns from the interaction of the pure energetic projectable doubles that became the ancestors and their contact book of physical ritual performers of ancestral contact. So here's the area. So say, and their contact with the physical rituals. Look at the typo. So here it is. So here's the whole area. And then we're going to zoom in from this area to the tomb of the deceased ancestral contact and veneration, tomb 104. I believe it's called Tomba. So tomb 104, 500 AD, before the Catholic influence of Day de los Muertos. Well, yes, this tomb was known as Tumba, which shows some of the earliest evidence of the deity ancestor impersonation. In other words, ancestral imbuement and possession veneration. Ancestral impersonation is when you become one with the ancestor that you are summoning. They call it in voodoo, and they call it writing, where something is imbued with you. You impersonate it until you become one with the frequency. Then it becomes a possession veneration, where the others are looking at you and you are acting out what the ancestor is doing through you, and they're looking at the ancestor through you. So some of these are impersonation tools and devices, and this was found in the Oaxaca area before invasion. And guess when the original Day de los Muertos was celebrated? For that, I will take you to the Codex Barbonica's Aztec solar calendar codex of the Nahua, which is the name for the original indigenous Nahuatl language speaking people, which include Mexica, Aztecs, Acolhua, Texcocans, Tlaxcalans, Huexodzincans, the Chala, the Exochimilca, the Talhuica, the Pipil. So when was the original Day de los Muertos? Here's the original calendar of the people. These are calendars of 365 days, but they're broken up into. Actually, I'm going to save that. Okay, here's the original calendars. It was during these 2 months, Tlaxo Chamaco. So during the 9th month of Tlaxo Chamaco and the 10th month of Oaxacoto Huetzi. Here is the original months. Did these months echo their name? Did these months echo in their name a time of cold when plants were appearing lifeless? As they would look in November, in the November period, in the November, December, January, and February, in the cold months, the plants are not blooming. So did these months echo in their name, the very name of the months? What did the name of the months project? We're going to get into the name of the months. 1 second, everybody. Hold on one moment. Hold on. Let me do this. Boom. 1 moment, everybody. Hold on. Okay, I'm back, everybody. I'm back. Here we go. So we're going to get into the name of the month. What do the name of the months actually state? Because these are the name of the months of the original practice. Let's get into the name of the months. Here we are, everybody. Boom. Am I on? You can hear me. Okay, boom. Here we go. So, and did these months echo their name, a time of cold, when plants were appearing as lifeless, as they would look in November, the day of All Saints? Well, again, guess what time of year the original ancestor revival was, and guess what the name of these months actually meant. What do the name of these months mean? What are these months? Talaxo Chimako, the 9th month, and Exokoto, Huetzi, the 10th month. What are the meaning of these months? Because these would be the original months of the celebration. Do the meaning of the month match the season of all these illnesses and respiratory and cold months? Let's look at the names, everybody. Ready? Let's get into the original Nuha'ato language. And let's move from the Spaniards. Let's move from the Spanish slave masters. And let's move to what the native people, the indigenous people, actually said for themselves. So here we go. So here's the actual image of the month. This is Talaxo Chimako. This is the 9th month. Would begin correlating with today's calendar, which is July 22nd to 26th. This particular time, the whole month is longer, but this particular time would relate to July 22nd. It would start in today's time, in conquistadors' time. July 22nd to 26th would be the starting point, not the length of the month. Length of the month is longer. It would start there. So boom, that's summertime. Not November in the winter, but summer when the sun is shining for the rebirth of the souls. It's summertime when the sun is shining, when the flowers are blossoming and blooming. As a matter of fact, guess what the month of the original Dia de los Muertos, Talaxo Chimako, means in the indigenous language of Nuha'ato? What does the month actually mean? So starting July 22nd and 26th, what does the month mean? Let's see if it matches this November cold month, or the meaning itself. And let's see if the month of celebration matches the life of plants and nature. My computer is locked up. Let me see. Here we go. Oh, what is this? There we go. Let's move up a little bit. So, Talaxo Chimako means flower offerings. As you can see in the Aztec image itself. Look at the Aztec image where I have the arrows pointed to. What does he have in his hands? Flower offerings. The month of the celebration was based on flower offering month, as you can see in the Aztec image itself. So no, you're not collecting flowers in November. This was a warm month of flowers, fruition, and rebirth, not the cold month of November. It was a month of sexual rebirth and feminine frequency and sexuality, as we see here demonstrated in the Cara Zone, Mexico. The Cara Zone, Mexico. So what does the month of Talaxo Chimako represent? We're going to go to the Cara Zone, Mexico. Here we go. Talaxo Chimako, bouquet of flowers. All the way to August into September. So starting in July, end of July, and August, these are summer months. So Talaxo Chimako is the second to last of the ceremonies of Exopan, the seasons of rain. Its name means bouquet of flowers for nearing end of the Metzin of rain. The flowers are in bloom, and life blossoms and flourishes. As a ceremony of flowers, it is also fittingly devoted to Exochiquetzel, the plum, the blossom, who is Teotl of love, embroidery, and the female arts, flowers, and sex workers. Therefore, during the Lexochimako, we celebrate Quetzalcoatl and the qualities of flowers and desire, poetry, love, femininity, and sexuality. Does that sound like November? Huh? Here we go. Ready? Boom. Let's continue. So there we see the flower offerings. We can see it again. Move up a little bit. Okay, here we go. So boom. Boom. What was it? Feminine rebirth, flowers, and fertility. Nothing to do with the month of November and the cold. And what about the next month? Exoquetzal. Huetzi. What about that month? Is that the November month of Dide Los Muertos? Here it is. I see more plant life. Uh-oh. What does this one mean? Here we go. Let's go to what the natives say. Let's move from Spain. Here we go. Exocotel Huetze, which is the great falling of the fruit. Huh? Each one of these means flower and fruits. Here we go, the great falling of the fruit. When in August, sunny, warm weather again. We're in August, sunny, warm weather again. And why? Because August to September. Why? Because August to September will be the month of using tall poles to retrieve the fruit offerings of nature. Again, pertaining to vitality, fruit, plants, and life, none of which is happening in November. So again, beautiful life and sun was the second month of the original Dia de los Muertos, which was the 10th, just following the 9th month on the calendar, and the ritualistic practice of imbuement with nature combined with the connection of the deceased. It's created the actual names of the De los Muertos. You see the gathering of fruit, and it being after the first month, represented by growth and maturity. This is the ancestral worship of the section of the month was called Hui. So again, we're going to see in the names, the original two names, the two names of today's De los Muertos broke up into two names for the 2 days. One dealing with the elders, one dealing with the little ones, the young ones. We see the origination of it was the 9th month when the plants were blooming. That's the young ones. That's the youth. That's the young. That's the blooming. That's the beginning of the life. Then until the 10th month, when they're gathering things, when they're gathering the fruits, they've already become mature. You see what's happening here? So the So the imbuement, the original imbuement, when they say de los Muertos, there's 2 days. One is the day of the little ones, and one is the day of the grande, the bigger ones, the bigger deceased, the olders, and then the youthful ones, the innocents, the one of the small angels and the innocent. Because in the original time before the Spaniards, the days of the seasons were important. It could have been in November because the days of the seasons were important because the imbuement of the ritual being practiced with the imbuement with what was happening around you in nature. So in nature, there's the time when plants are blooming, things are life is starting, life is beginning. Then there's the other period where they're going to pick the plants. Now they're harvesting them. Those plants are ripe. Those are the elders. That's after the plants become a certain age. Now they can become picked. First, the blooming, the blossoming. They're just sprouting, going like this. That's the baby ones. That's the little ones. And then then that's the first section of it. It was a month time. Then the second section of it, that's when the plants are ripe. Those are the elders. That's when it's old now. You can now go, they're ready to be gathered now. The the days of the commemoration and the veneration to the deceased were imbued with what was happening around you in the nature months. Thus, changing it to November cuts off that frequency of the imbuement because you're no longer surrounded by what's happening to you in nature. What was happening in nature reflected what's happening in the ritual. Let's go, everybody. Here we go. Huh? Now we turn it to 2 days of November. Okay. That'll substitute it. Here we go. So, Huey, the worship section of the month was Huey. Mekahuato. This is the great feast of the dead, festival of the deceased, of the adults. You see? Because we see the 10th month on the calendar and the ritualistic practice of imbuement with nature combined with the connection of the deceased was created the actual names, the original names of Dia de los Muertos. You see the gathering of the fruit, that's the young ones, and it being after the first month represented the growth, and then the maturity of the ancestral worship section month was the Huey, Mekahuato, the great feast of the dead, festival of the deceased, that's the adults, that's the elders, and to complete the Psyops that interfered not only with the time of the seasons, the Spanish adapted to the Spanish completely interfered with the momentum of the ritual. Now the De los Muertos is only 2 days. Guess how many days the original ritual was? Because the more days a ritual means to do something over and over again. So the longer period of time you do a ritual, the more energy and momentum is built up, and the more energy is developed. And then now today, the De los Muertos in 2 days. What was it originally? Let me take you directly to the Nuhato Cultural Dictionary itself. 2 days. What was it originally? Huh? Talaxo Chamaco. What does it say here? The name of the month of 20 days. 20 days. And what was the next one? Exequato Huetze. What does it say? The name of the month of 20 days. 20 days and 20 days. Now today, Day de los Muertos is 2 days. What was that original practice originally? That would be 20 plus 20. That would be 40 days. So imagine the natives now have to turn 40 days of building up momentum where you're surrounded by nature that represents what you're doing, to minimizing it to 2 days and turning into the cold months. Let the Psyops begin. So now this 20 plus 20 equaling 40 days of spiritual ancestral ritual momentum generation is now limited to just 2. That's a complete difference of momentum and seasonal change, changing the frequency of the original ritual, weakening it. 40 days of ritual, 2 days of ritual cannot be equivalent to 40 days surrounded by warm fruits, flowers, and plants. Now, is the other psyop that has been psychologically implanted into your mind when it comes to the deceased? Now, what is the other psyop that's been psychologically implanted into your mind when it comes to the deceased? Let me ask the class, what is the color you were told to wear when you see people, when a loved one dies or they go to a funeral? Let me come into the chat. What's the color, everybody, you're told to wear? Let me stop this. What's the color that you're told to wear when you go to a funeral, wake, go visit the deceased in a group? What's the color you wear? Angela straight out the gate says black. Rigo still here, kicking it in with the black. Big Vape's the one who asked the question. Black. That's right, everyone. Black. Did they ever tell you why? Why is that? So they wear black to associate with the dead. Oh, you got it right. Thank you very much. Woo! Are you ready? Here we go. So black, right? You go to a funeral. black. Lincoln Hotep Perry, black. Robert Williams, black. Amun Ka Tut Tehuti, black. Here we go, everybody. Ding, 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 ding. You all got it right. Excellent answers. Let's go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. There's no other class like this on the planet. Enjoy this. This is if there's been a breakdown build-up of Did That Los Muertos like this, please put the link in the room. I beg thee. Here we go. You got it right, everybody. Woo-hoo-hoo. Boom, black. Yes, of course, black. Look at everybody. Why? Why, everybody? Why? Yes, black. But when we look at those in the gatherings of Did That Los Muertos, the gatherings of the dead, what color are they portraying? What color are they wearing? You see, because color is singular. So you'll notice that it's not limited to a color, but what is the main color that they're wearing on their actual physical body? Not even just the clothes that they're wearing, but there's a color painted onto their physical body. What color is that, everybody? This is the gathering of the dead, right? Or in the gathering of the dead of your auntie in America, you're wearing black. But oh, what are they wearing? What's this? Huh? What are they wearing? Beautiful, dedicated people. They didn't need the full truth. Get back into. They have enough people to change it back to their truth. They don't have to do it like the Spaniards forced them. Like the Jet said, it takes. They'll feel they're the only person doing it. A lot of times you will see them in the white and mixed bright colors. Look at the bright colors. Look, they're on orange, beautiful hot pink, yellow, and they have white clothing on. They have flowers in their hair, orange eye makeup on. They have white dresses on, and their face is painted white. So a lot of times you will see them in white, bright colors, sometimes black, but you will always see white on their faces. And their faces, you always see white, and their faces are always portrayed as white. And where else do we see this for those who do ancestral worship and ancestral tributes and ancestral contact? Not in all black, like in the Western society, but in white and also with white faces. Where else do we see this? Right over here. Huh? These are the most popular people. This is the most popular religion on the planet for ancestral contact. And while they're doing their ancestral contact, what colors are they wearing? They're in white. And even the one that's wearing black has white chalk all over him. White on the face. Why is that? In the native cultures, the white is associated with death. Where does that concept come from? So yes, voodoo and the ancestral worshiping rituals amongst the Ifa, voodoo, and other ancestral tribes worship throughout what people call today the continent of Africa, what people call the continent of Africa. They do not seem to be wearing black to represent the deceased. They're not wearing it either. So where does the concept come from? And today in European society, we're taught to wear black and everybody's sad. These people are wearing white, doing ceremonial rituals for the deceased, and they don't seem to be too sad, and they're dancing. Much different from a funeral. How many people have ever been to a funeral and heard a beat? Nana, you heard it? Nana's in another room. How many people have ever been to a funeral and heard a beat? Anybody heard a beat at the funeral? You ever been to a funeral and heard, huh? Have you ever been to a funeral and huh? Anybody been to a funeral? Huh? Some James Brown? No? Nobody been to a funeral and heard the funky drummer? Huh? Well, these ones and those images there, they have drums there, and they're all dancing. There's music there that they're dancing to, and they have on white. Seems to be opposite from the funeral today. Right? Rigo put white, right? White. Huh? Angela gets like fire. They're rejoicing. Hmm? Huh? You ever been to his funeral? Huh? And Freeway's there saying, put the beat on. Here we go. Ready? I think Robert Williams said only in New Orleans. There we go. Huh? One time we hear a beat of the funerals in those memes, and I think that's added to it. It shows those pallbearers carrying something, and they're dancing to a beat. I don't know what the heck is going on. There we go. Boom. Ready? Boom. Boom. They don't seem to be wearing black. They seem to be dancing, and they're wearing white, and they have the white makeup on their face. These are the people of de los Muertos. Syria. Well, this was first depicted as far back as 1250 BC. Like, you know, in the Tehuti podcast, you never know what turns and leaps and bounds this is about to take. We're about to take a bound and a turn. Here we go. So this is before 500 AD, before Tamba, before 500 AD, before Voodoo. Voodoo was not back in the BCs. We're going back to 1250 BC with the ancient followers of the Nitiru, especially the women. You will notice depicted themselves as pale, typo there as pale. You will see here on the first page of the first rollout scroll of the Per Emharu. Here we go. This is before Voodoo. This is before de los Muertos. Here they are, venerating the deceased. And what color, especially the woman, what color is she portrayed? This is in the BCs now. We're back to now Valley Ma'at. Huh? Why? They don't have on black. They seem to have on the same white see-through garbs. They have on white garbs. Like the Yoruba and Ifa. They have white on their face. Like the Yoruba and Ifa. Like the people of de los Muertos. The women have these white dresses on. They have these white dresses on. They look like bridal dresses. They don't seem to have the black funeral today. But where does this go back to? Before any of these cultures existed with this ceremony, where do we find this first? Originating, the concept of white being associated with venerating the deceased. You see their hands up in veneration? Do you see her bringing the flowers? Do you see her bringing the plants? Do you see her with the sekem? They're venerating. And they're in white garments, and their face is white. And again, on plate 6A, 250 BC, we see the lamenting women for the deceased. And they are depicted as white and also dressed in white. And now they themselves and their body is in white. This looks like the Yoruba. This looks like the Ifa. This looks like de los Muertos. They're in white. White dresses. And their bodies are white. This is plate 6A. We don't see the people in Kemet or the people of Mexico or the Yoruba in black. Venerating the deceased, we see them in white. An opposite Psyops has happened. So now for the very first depiction of color associated with the deceased, as we can see as white, this tradition carried on through the world because white is a palindrome color. What, Tehuti? White is a palindrome color expression representing its own polar opposite on a scale. That's what white is. White is a palindrome. Ready for the science now? Are you ready to get into the anatomy of the body? Huh? You never know what twist and turn the Tutti Paka is going to take. Are you ready to go from Didelos Muertos, white with the white paint, with the white dresses and white garbs, to Voodoo in the Ifa with the white dresses and the white paint, to 1250 BC with the women with the white dresses and the white paint? And are you ready to jump from all of that into white being the color of a palindrome, into the human anatomy? The human anatomy, parts of the human anatomy do something that to your eyes appear as white. In times of sadness, fear, and death. Huh? Welcome to the Tutti Pod class, December 6th, 2025. For the first time, I'm going to debate you, Tehuti, on the color white. I'm going to debate you on the human anatomy. I disagree. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Here we go, everybody. What's going on here? Uh-oh. Let's get into some more Kemetic papyri. The origin of this white dress, white suits, white face associated with the deceased. Let's get into the origins. White represented fear and sadness. And the initial feeling of the palindrome when your biological imperative is being threatened and when a loved one that is close to you has perished. Let me take you. So here's the first part of the palindrome, white with fear and death. Let me ask the class a question. When people say, man, look at you, I can tell you're scared. How do they describe your complexion, everybody? Huh? People say, yo, man, does something scare you? You look, well, how do they describe your complexion? Even if you're melanated like me. How would they describe it, everybody? Type it in the room. I don't care if you're from Britain. I don't care if you're from Jamaica. I don't care if you're in California. I don't care if you're in Toronto, Canada. I don't care if you're in Brazil. I don't care if you're in Rio de Janeiro. What you've seen across television, movies, everything, when they say, man, yo, you scared? You look a little what? Uh-oh. Boom, pale. Boom, pale. Boom, white. There it is, everybody. Huh? You look a little white. Good answer. But have you ever actually seen that? What is it that you're seeing? What is it that your eyes are picking up? Because you've never seen a person like me turn pale, even though you may see somebody scared. You never see Wesley Snipes start looking like Cuba Gooding Jr. You never see Eddie Murphy and he's scared, and all of a sudden he starts looking like Kid from Kid and Play. So what is it that's happening that started this? Is it a scientific fact? Is it something that's factual? Where does it come from? Welcome to the podcast, man. If you all see anything like this, please put the link, the book in the room. I don't know what people... What's this? What's all this? Cancel, man. What's that? There we go. Boom. Ready? There we go. I'm going to debate you, Tehuti, on this. I disagree. I watched your podcast and you're not teaching the truth. Yes, exactly. People don't say they turn pale. They say they turn purple when they're scared. So my dad told me. Yes, exactly. This is the state Aset was in when she found her husband, Asar, was killed, and she was panicking, looking for him, as found in the Lamentations of Aset and Nebtet. Lamentations of Aset and Nebtet. The lamenting. What state was she in? His sister, was his guard, she who drives off the foes, who stops the deeds of the disturber by the power of her utterance, the clever-tongued whose speech fails not, effective in word of command, mighty Aset, who protected her brother, who sought him without wearying, who roamed the land lamenting. There's the word right there. Not resting till she found him, who made a shade with her plumage and created breath with her wings, who jubilated, joined her brother, raised the weary one's inertness, received the seed, bore the air, and raised the child. In solitude, his abode unknown. So what happened? She was lamenting. What's the state of lamenting? Lamentation, to wail, moan, weep. Moaning, wailing. She's moaning, she's bewailed. She was, in other words, she was extremely sad and frightened and sad. So this is the first stage, the unhappy stage, when you first hear a loved one has passed. You're weeping, wailing. And what's the color associated with that? We're going to go into that papyrus that I spoke of in the beginning of class that they call the Shipwrecked Sailor, 1990 BC. We see the literal term white associated with fear of death. Here's the papyrus, 1990 BC. Here's a picture of me holding the book, holding my book. I have certain words underlined. Your Kemetic teacher will never read from this papyrus. Please press 8 if your Kemetic teacher teaches you from this papyrus. Talk to me about this papyrus. Kemetic teachers, run from this. Behold me at your side. Then when I was brought to the island of Ka, by surf of the sea, he said to me, do not fear, little one. Do not turn white. Huh? Do not fear, little one. Hey, little one, do not turn white. You have reached me indeed, allowed me to live. Is brought to you on this island of Ka. So here we are, for the first time in written history, we see somebody who is afraid being associated with turning white. Do not turn white. So white was associated with fear of life. Here we go. Ooh. So why am I saying it was originally taught as a palindrome, which means something that is the same thing backwards as forward, but appears to be that you're moving in opposite directions. And that is because the same area in your brain that is responsible for lamentations, which is sorrow and misery, causing you to cry, is the same area that causes the same tears of climax, which are called tears of joy. And this is shown, and this I've shown, which I've talked about thoroughly before, is shown in the ancient genius mind of our ancestors by having the word for misery, pain, and grief and sadness as the word ah. So here's the word misery. This is the first state you're in when you hear someone has passed, and when you're fearful of something, and you're in a state of ruin and destitute and woe or poverty, miserable, trouble, all those negative terms. Debility, when you're in grief, the word is ah. That's pain and grief that causes one to cry and be sad, as you do with a loved one. And how is it a palindrome? As I have taught before, the same climax that one reaches when they are at their heightened emotion of happiness releases the same tears from the same area in the brain as lamentations and sadness is also seen throughout your anatomy in the form of tears, and it's its own palindrome, and it's its own happiness, and that our ancestors knew this, yes, because What did I teach you months ago was the word for cries of joy. Does anybody remember anybody? What's the word for cries of joy? What's the word for cries of joy? Does anybody know? My students would more likely know if you remember. Type into the room, everybody. What's the word for cries of joy? We have the word for sadness and sorrow and grief, which cause one to cry when you're miserable. But what's the word for cries of joy? Does anybody remember? The word for miserable and grief and sorrow and sadness, which cause you to cry, that word is ah. So what's the word for cries of joy or being happy? What's that word? Does anybody know? What's the word for shouting of joy and being happy? Let me go to the chat and see if anybody typed it. I'm going to put hi. That is one word, yes. Hi. Henu. Henu. Ready, everybody? Are you ready? Let me go ahead and just show you. Here you are. This is how we teach, and this is how I answer questions at the Tehuti Pod class. House of the 10. Let me see if there's anybody else giving any other answer. I'm giving a chance for one more answer. This is how we answer questions at the Tehuti Pod class. The one and only House of the 10. The ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru. This is it. Welcome home. The only transformation place. Let's go. Are you ready? Here we go. So the word for crying, for grief and sadness is ah. Sorrow and grief and sadness, that which makes you cry because you're in sorrow because one passed away. What's the word for shouting in joy and being happy? Want to know what that word is? Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom, you see it? Ah, the same word. Cries of joy. Aha. Cries of shouts of joy. The same word for sadness and grief is a palindrome concept, because the same word is the word for its opposite feeling, but yet you're still in tears. That's why fear and that concept of white is a palindrome, because the anatomy responds the same way. When you reach a climax of sadness, you cry, but when you reach a climax of happiness, the same tear ducts are activated by the same part of the brain, and you also cry. So that the ancient ones, the masters, the genius of words, have it as the same word for its own palindrome opposite. Boom, yes, ah, the exact same word for loss, grief, and sadness our ancestors knew. Thus the white that once represented fear and grief, that's the sadness and the negativity you had when the person was deceased, is also now transformed into celebration of joy, which is what you see happening in our ancient cultures of Ma'at. And in the more recent versions called voodoo, now seen in the form of Didelos Merite. So the same white, that sadness and grief, that same emotion of fear when something is happening to you, is also its opposite, because now it's the color of the celebration. Once you're in fear, now you're happy, because as the Jed said, I still I still feel like my mother is around. And like I taught Maharu, he contacts his mother. But if you saw the Jed, when he first heard his mother passed, he was in a state of complete sadness. If you look at the Jed now talking about his mother, for some reason now, which we know now, you don't see that same sadness. When Maharu's mother passed, in the beginning when he was contacting me, he was destroyed. Now he's happy. It's a palindrome. White is the color of fear and death, but white is also the color of celebration and light. The same white that you describe as fear and death and his face turns pale is the same white color that you used to describe angels, that you used to describe, I saw color, a great white light at the end of the tunnel, and I felt happy going towards it when I had my near-death experience. You describe the clothes of Jesus as white, the clothes of the prophets as white. You say white is purity, but yet your face is being said it's turning white when something sad is happening. It's the palindrome color. I hope you understand. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. Now back to the shipwrecked sailor papyrus from 1990 BC, making the claim, typo, they're making the claim that when in fear, they turn white. This papyrus is 4,000 years old. Does this really happen in reality? 4,000 years ago, our ancestors were wise enough. Remember, these were people of Sudan area. This island of Ka, this is in the Sudan. This in the people where Wesley Snipes was light skinned. So now the people in the Sudan area, Eddie Murphy is Sinbad over in Sudan. So they're saying to these dark-skinned melanated people, do not fear, little one, do not turn white. Did the people actually turn white? Or did something happen to the anatomy that the ancients knew that scientists are just figuring out now? How genius were our Netiru ancestors? Well, guess what scientists are discovering and studying now? Let me reveal the intelligence in the advanced statements made thousands of years ago upon thousands of years ago, thousands of years ago upon thousands of years ago, before their time, to show you the wisdom inside of our ancient papyrus for the first time here at the Tehuti podcast, House of Aten, on this date, December 6, 2025, is where you are going to learn this first. Let me take you to the National Library of Medicine, July 28th, 2015. What were these ancient Kemetic people talking about when they were writing in 1990 BC, do not fear, do not turn white? And why do we say it today? You look like you're pale, man. You're pale. Are you scared of something? You guys turned pale, scared. Why do we say that today? And why are they saying that in 4,000 years ago? What do the scientists say about that? Mr. Atheist, let me talk to you. Let me talk to you. Uh-oh, Mr. Atheist, man. Uh-oh, National Library of Medicine. What does it say? July 28, 2015. Control of cutaneous blood flow by central nervous system. Hairless skin acts as a heat exchanger between body and environment, and thus greatly contributes to body temperature regulation by changing blood flow to the skin. Cutaneous vascular bed during physiological responses such as cold or warm defense and fever. Cutaneous blood flow is also affected by alerting states. We go pale with fright. Is that what your Kemet teacher taught you? After 5,000 hours, if the Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are black, and guess what? Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are black. And after 5,000 hours of talking to them, they talk to you about cutaneous blood vessel tightening. When the ancient Kemetic people say, "Don't be in fear, don't turn white," and other scientists are studying cutaneous blood vessel tightening, which is the opposite of vasodilation, which actually causes one to turn a paler color very subtly that the eyes can see. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. If you're being taught this anywhere else, put the link in the room, put the book and the page number. You know the song. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. I don't like you anymore, Tehuti. I'm leaving. I'm out of here. This is too much for me. I want a little bit of mix. Boom. Yes, here we go. This is vasoconstriction. Blood vessels tighten in the skin, opposite of vasodilation. It tightens in the skin, and the skin's blood is rapidly redirected away from the face. Uh-oh. You find out this for the first time December 6, 2025. So, vasoconstriction, blood vessel tightening in the skin, blood is rapidly redirected away from the face, skin, and extremities. Blood is moved towards the muscles and vital organs to prepare for action, to prepare for fighting. Because there is less blood under the skin appears paler. This happens during fight or flight, in a state of fear. Do not fear, little one. Do not fear, little one. Don't turn white. 1990 BC. Don't turn white. Don't suffer from vasoconstriction. Here we go. Woo, the Natura the best. Let me ask the class a question. I have more questions. Let me ask the class a question. What is left of the deceased after the body decays that one can actually take with them and put on their altar? That you're seeing in pictures of this on altars. In this aspect of the body or depiction of it, at least for it lasts for an extremely long time. What is it, everybody? What's left when the body dies? The body starts to decay. But what's left for a long, long period of time? Thousands of years. Something is left. Certain remains of a body is left. So when they dig up tombs, thousands of years later, they still see this part, these parts. What is that, everybody? What is that? You got it, Rigo. You got it. What's left, everybody? Ding, 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 ding. Huh? Bones, everybody. You could dig up a tomb from thousands of years ago, 100 years ago. The skin is decayed, the eyes are gone, but there's still a skull there. They have archaeological digs where they find, how old is Lucy? 1.8 million and 2. How old is the Australopithecine bishopi and the Kenyapithecus? 1.8 million years old, 2.8 million years old, and what do they find? Skulls and bones after 2 million years. Are you starting to see what's happening now? Bones, Robert Williams. Skeleton bones. You got it. The remains, Angela Gates, are the bones. That's what remains. Are you starting to see where this is going now? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. Woo-wee. Oh, these classes, boy. I keep receiving information in the shower, in the bed, walking down the street, holding a snake. All this stuff keeps coming. That's okay. That's what you're here for. That's right, everybody. What's on the altars, everybody? What do you see on the altars, whether it is the Delos Muertos, or in hoodoo, or in other altars? Yes, some of these are sugar skulls, but what do you see on altars when they find ancient altars from thousands of years ago? Even today, what do you see on real altars in hoodoo? Those aren't sugar skulls. You see real bones, voodoo altars. Bones are depicted on the altars. Right, everybody? Yes, skulls that represent that which lasts, min ma'at, that which is consistent, it stays preserved from the deceased ancestors. Of course, the color of bones are white. You see where this is going, everybody? You see what white represents? All of these things, the sadness of death, but also the thing that you can hold for millions of years of your deceased, white, the white bones. That's why it's representing the skulls of the ancestors in commemoration to them, which we see in Didelos Muertos. Ooh, this class is still on Didelos Muertos. We see how their face look, everybody. Does it make sense now? Does it make sense now? Huh? How's their face look? Their face is representing what's on the altar, which is that which are the remains that last for millions of years. The white skull. Do you see it now? Do you see the skull? There's a skull on their face. That white represents bones, the color of bones. Woo-wee. But where did this concept originate, everybody? Where did this concept originate, and can be seen even down to the genius of the language, of course. 3,000 to 4,000 years before this. And it just carried on. Guess where the pyramid text typo, which I revealed for the first time, and it's originally called the Unas Nefer-Aset. If you hear anybody calling the pyramid text Unas Nefer-Aset, ask them ask them where they were teaching that before Tehuti. The Unas Nefer-Aset. I came back to renew what the original ancestors stated. Not the pyramid text, but the Unas Nefer-Aset states of the life force. Guess what it says, everybody? You're going to see this for the first time. Guess what it states of the life force flame, the internal circle of light that exists in us from our ancestors. Let me show you for the first time, typo, known in history since our ancestors, the true significance of the bones and the circle, the flaming consciousness, and its representation to us. On this date, December 6, 2025, for the first time in history here at the Tehuti Pod class. So you ready, everybody? Are you ready with the concept of bones meant in writing to our ancestors? So when you see the voodoo people, when you see the de los Muertos, when you see anybody with an altar and they have bones on their altar, ask them, where are these bones? Where's the significance of the bones explained in ancient indigenous writings? Not what somebody you know told you, not some hearsay, but where are the words of the ancestors? What was the significance of the symbolism of bones in writings to our ancestors thousands of years before the De Los Muertos, thousands of years before voodoo? What did the original writings say of the reason of the significance? Are you ready, everybody? That's right, Robert Williams. Unas Nefer-Aset is the first record. Woo! If you hear anybody talk about Unas Nefer-Aset, Pekka Mku, whatever you're talking about, Tehuti Pod class, House of the 10. Anybody talking any of those words, please give tribute when you say those words. Say, that came from my master teacher, Tehuti. I didn't know anything about Unas Nefer-Aset, Pekka Mku, and all these different terms that Nefer Passion. And my master teacher, Tehuti, taught that. Where is he now? I don't know. I left him. He's a bad man now. I think he's bad. I'm still going to use all the teaching, but I think he's bad. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go again for another first time. Unas Nefer-Aset, that they're calling the pyramid text in the writings of our ancestors, 2400 BC. What does it say, everybody? I'm going to blow it up. Here we go, everybody. Ready? I'm going to blow it up. Understand, House of the 10, Tehuti Pod class are the ones reviving all of these ancient terms, all of these ancient things. The Kurt, which is the circle, everybody. Woo! Spirits, Kusan Karunas, Chachetef. Here we go. Spirits, the Ku, the light beings. They are with Unas. More abundant is his food. The Natiru, then the Natiru. The Koret. What's that? That's a circle, everybody. I don't know if I ever taught you that before. I'll teach you in another class. The Koret is a circle flame. That's an everlasting flame. The Koret of Unas is in Kesusen. Remember I taught you about the Kesu for the first time in history in the Mednetter class? Huh? If you're out here talking about Kesu bones, and then remember Mincy used to always say Kes, and people didn't know what she was talking about because of the other meaning of Kes. Kesusen, their bones, behold, their soul is with Unas. Their Kaibit. Their Kaibit to sin. Sin is there. Kaibit to. So Kaibit. Singular shadows, that's singular. U is the plural. Sen means that's to them, it's theirs. Are with their forms. Unas is with these, rising, Ka'a, Ka'a, Ka'a. Huh? The circle flame of Unas is in their bones. Whose bones? The ancestors' bones. Ooh-wee. There's your first reference of ancestral writings to the significance of bones, and you're going to see why that word bones is significant. Here we go. Huh? My teacher taught me this already. Post the link. Huh? Post el linke. Here we go. Boom. The circle of light flame that is in us is in the netter, and vice versa. Their Ba light is in us. And there you have it for the first time in your learned history, the association of the everlasting circle of light, consciousness, and its association with bones, which is Kes, spelled Q-U-S or Q-E-S or K-E-S. This is the same thing. Here we go. Ready, everybody? So here's the word for Kes, for bones, like regotype, skeleton, El Skeletone. Here we go. El Skeletos. Here it is. Bones, everybody. So the word for bones is Kes. Kes is the word for bones. Oh my goodness, this class. What? So Kes is the word for bones, everybody. Are you ready to learn another first? Are you ready? If you didn't come to another class, you didn't know this. Tehuti, you're making it up. Tehuti, you're making it up. Our ancient Kemet ancestors did not associate bones with our ancestors. My Kemetic teacher did not tell me that. He told me the Egyptians are black, and that's it. Well, that is why I am here. So let me tell you for the first time, December 6, 2025, the other two meanings for this word, bones, also spelled Kes. Are you ready? If you weren't in the Medinata class, if you were in the Medinata class, you'd get one of these meanings. Ready, everybody? Here we go. What's all this? Huh? So Kes is bones, and the circle flame is inside the Kes, the bones. The flame of the ancestors is inside the bones of Unas, and vice versa. Ooh-wee. Kes is what, everybody? Times of the ancestors. Oh my. Oh my. Huh? Look how deep our language is. The times of the ancestors. Bones, skeleton. What is it? Always, every time. Always, every time. What does that mean? Always, every time. That means it's consistently there. Huh? Huh? Always, every time. That's what lasts. That's what remains of the body for over 2 million years. The bones of the ancestors. So that's the same word for bones, Kes, is the same word for the time of the ancestors, way back then. But that time always remains. Some of this is stuff I don't teach in Medinata class. This is Medinata class warm-up coming up. Class 66 coming up. One of the brothers that left, he said, I left the Medinata class because I have all the books already. I have all the books already. I'm like, what books? Medinata class not coming from books. Silly boy. I have all the books already. Kes, the same word for bones, is the same word for always. That doesn't work in English, doesn't it? Your doctor doesn't call your bones always. But in the Nile Valley, in the original spirituality, we called our bones always. Because that's what always remains past any time that you could do rituals for. Because there's been no set of rituals that has been going on for 2 million years. But there's been sets of bones that are still here from 2 million years ago. They're always there. They represent the time of the ancestors. The word is kes. It means bones. And the Nefer Aset, Nefer Unas Aset, pyramid text as you call it, those bones hold the circle of light of the ancestors. Because what is a circle in Kemet? Something that's always Kepara, revolve, volve is a circle. It's a continuous thing going on. It's a circle of light. That's why you can't point to the beginning of a circle. Draw a circle, there's no beginning of it. It's a continuous thing. It's always there. Just like the light of the ancestors that dwell within you, it's always there. So thus, it's in the bones, which is kes, which means bones, which means always there. We don't like you anymore, Tehuti. We found a better teacher. Here we go. Huh? December 6, 2025. If you're getting these teachings anywhere else, please put the link in the room. Please put the book number, page number, the name of the book. Please put the documentary. Let me hear the breakdown of chest and bones and always there. That's what they were. They were always there. You could always go back to them on your altar because you're going to take the only thing that remains from the altar, the only thing that remains from the woo, boy. Listen, man. Support the Tutsi podcast. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. If this is not better than weed, then type it in the room. Type it in the room. I need to see so I can quit. Type it in the room. Type, this is not better than marijuana. Just type it. My marijuana is way better than this. It gives me way more. If this is better than marijuana, if this is better than sugar, support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. We're still going. Huh? I never smoked weed before, so I don't know. Only all the smoked it can type, if it's better than weed. I only smelt it, and it smelled horrible to me. I don't know what it tastes like. Huh? Black people spend thousands of dollars every couple months on weed. If this is better, support the podcast, huh? There we go. Now you understand why there's bones on your altar for the first time in written history. Not what your teacher made up. Now, see, the bones represent the bones represent the bones. No. What did the ancestors say they represent? They represent the Kuraret, which is the circle of continuous light. It's never ending. It's continuous. It's in the bones, because bones is a word that means time of the ancestors, always existing. They can always be on your altar. That means the same bones that you have, you can pass on to your son, pass on to your son's son, your daughter's daughter, for over 2 million years. Let's go, everybody. I get this from my teacher, too. Here we go. Boom. What are you going to debate me on? I'm going to debate you. That's not what bones means. Let's debate. I don't want to debate. Here we go. Boom. Time of the ancestors. There's the bones on the altars. So boom, bones, time of the ancestors, because that is exactly what we are doing in the depictions, whether it's the origin of ancient Kemet or whether it's voodoo or whether it's de los Muertos, which has the bones. The bones represent us having the last of our ancestors to pay homage to. As you can see, what are they doing? They're going and paying homage, paying tribute. Huh? That's the purpose of going to the altar. And what's right there? What's the tallest thing on the altar? Some bones. Oh my. Oh man. I'm gonna go sell donuts. Bones. That's what the bones are, what you're giving tribute to. So the word kes means bones, and kes means times of the ancestors, something that's always there. Oh, guess what else? Kes meant over 4,000 years ago to the originators of this bone understanding brought by Ma'at. Guess what the other meaning is? Brought to you December 12th, December 6th, 2025. Debate this. What else does kes mean? Boom. To bow down and give homage. What? Huh? Is there anything better than this? My class is better than this one. Never. Kes means bones. Kes is always the skeleton. It's a time of the ancestors. It means it's always there. a time period that always exists because you're putting the bones on the altar. Why? Because that's the only thing left after hundreds of years that you can give homage to. So we're going to take the word Kes, spelled it a different way, Kes, and now that means to give homage to. So the word for bones is the same word to give homage to. Huh? Trying my best, man. Don't leave me, everybody. I'm trying to compare to all the other teachers out there. Am I doing okay? Huh? The Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are black. And the Bible's wrong. The Bible's wrong. The Egyptians are black. No, Kes. How about that? I like Kes better. Here we go. Kes, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Bing bong. Welcome. Boom. Kes bones. Kes pay homage to. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, the House of Attend. This is happening nowhere else. There's the bones. There's the face with the bones. There they are painted white. There's the Kes. And it all comes from the pyramid text, really called the Unas Nefer Set, because death was seen as a continuation of life. Oh my goodness, I kept getting information after this. Class is over, man. No, because death was seen as a continuation of life in all our ancient cultures, from the origin that brought it to the world, Kemet, who are the students of Tehuti, all the way to the voodoo and all the way to the Didelos, Muertos. We always knew that death was a feminine frequency. What? Because it led to the rebirth, which was that which was done by the female. So guess who is one of the main deities venerated in the original Didelos Muertos? Are you ready, man? How are you supposed to know this, Tuti? I thought you were Kemetic. We're going to go back to... Woo! Who's this? Mishteka Uwato. And who is that, Tehuti? Huh? Who is that? I'm going to leave this right here for a moment. I'll be right back in just a minute. Hold on, everybody. I'm going to leave this right here. Boom. I'll be right back in a minute. We are back. We are back. We are back. We are back. Let's go. I'm back like I just woke up. Are you ready? Here we go. Cast, huh? Let's go, everybody. Boom. We're back. Tehuti. Ihuato. And who is that, Tehuti? Who is this? Huh? Is that mentioned in De Los Muertos? Huh? That's not mentioned anymore? We abandoned that? Okay. Who is that? It's a feminine energy right there. Here we go. You ready, everybody? Woo-wee. That's what the feminine energy represents right there. Here we go. Woo, woo. So, Mishteka Kooto translates to as Lady of the Land of the Dead. It was found in the Florentine Codex that I introduced in the beginning of the class, and the Codex Borbonicus that I introduced in the beginning of the class as well. Lady of the Land of the Dead, huh? Woo-wee. That's what the females represent. Well, let me take you to what takes place in the original writing of the Land of the Dead in 1200 BC. Here's how the original guide of the afterlife was depicted. So there's a guide of the afterlife, and one of the guides of the afterlife is depicted as you see over here, where I'm waving the mouse over here. He's holding his hand because he's the guide. That's Anpu. Anpu is the dog-headed guide of the afterlife. And only if you come to the Tutti Pod class do you know what type of dog he is, and how the type of dog relates to the speed of light. But if you don't come to the Tutti Pod class, I guess you just have to ask about it later. Here we go. Boom. So there's Anpu, the dog-headed guide of the afterlife. That was the guide. Let's go back. Let's go back to the original De Los Muertos, who is seen as the god of the guide of the dead. This is Oxoloto. Oxoloto is the guide of the dead in the original De Los Muertos. How is he depicted? Oxoloto was the dog god of the Mexica people commonly known as the Aztecs. He is represented in the codices, statuary, and other accents, Aztec art, as a dog or god with the head of a dog. This is the guide of the dead. Boom. The dog-headed deity is the guide of the dead. When we get to the original De Los Muertos. Tehuti, you made it up. You drew that picture. Boom. Huh? Are we seeing the originals now? We seeing what's happening here? That's not supposed to say no, it's supposed to say now. Now, I just went over Mishteka Kooto, the lady of the land of the dead, and we see the name De Los Muertos translated as Day of the Dead. Can you all tell me which one of these words in De Los Muertos means dead? Type it in the room, please. I want to see this. De Los Muertos. Which one means dead? Huh? Look, Pooh, you like that? No way. Huh? Which one of those words mean dead? De Los Muertos. Muerte. Or Muertos. Which one of those words means dead? And watch what happens here. Are you ready, everybody? Huh? Type it in the room. I don't care if you're a new person, old person, student. Which one of those words in the name of the celebration means dead? You got it. Muertos. Huh? Muertos means dead, right? What is that concept? Where does that come from? Why does Muertos mean dead? Uh-oh. Robert Williams gets the applause. Woo! Muertos means dead. Okay. Amunet is still up and with us. Muertos means dead. You got it. Robert Williams and Amunet Katz Unk. You got it. Muertos means dead. Perfect. All right. Are you ready, everybody? Let's finish this journey up and get to the origins of things. Here we go. Woo-wee! Nukpu is clapping. Kesbetu's clapping with stars. Here we go. Everybody ready? So Muertos is the word for dead, right? We have the lady of the land of the dead, right? Woo! Angela Gates typed something, but it's not showing up on my side. It's just showing up as a bunch of rectangles. I can't see it. Shout out to Angela Gates. If you can see on the screen, it's a bunch of rectangles. But here we go. Boom. Now I just went over Mitsakaku Wato, the lady of the land of the dead. And which one of the words means dead? And Didelos Muertos. Which one means dead? People typed in the room. Muerto. Muertos, right? Let's probe it. And let's see some origins of where things come from. We have the lady of the dead. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. So, well, in Kemet, in the Nile, we had two ladies of the dead. There were also the ladies of life. There were the ladies of the dead and also the ladies of life. Because death is the beginning of life on the other side. So we had two ladies of the dead, and they're also ladies of life because they brought life into existence. One name was Aset, also called Mur, and the other one's name was Mut, which was a word that meant mother. So let's look up the word in the Day of the Dead for dead and see what we come up with. The words in the Day of the Dead that means dead, and see what we come up with. We're going to look up so in ancient times, in the 3000 BCs, we had two ladies of the land of the dead, two ladies of the dead. One's name was Mur, that was Aset, and one's name was Mut. They were death and life. Now we have Didelos Muerto, and the original one, the female energy, was the lady of the land of the dead. Let's look up Muerto, which became the word for dead, and see where it comes from. We had Mur and we had Mut. Muerte comes in as mort. Mort, from dead. Italian morte, Moors, death, from this ancient word mur. To rub away, harm, die. So there's an ancient word which is Proto-Indo-European. That means it's some word that came before Indian and European languages, and this created the word. This was the word mur, which is associated with death, and it created the word mort, which you get the word mortal from, or immortal. So muerte came from the word mort and mur. Where's this mort pronunciation? So boom, mort and mur. That's interesting. We also had two ladies of the dead in Medunetter. One was Mut and one was Mur. So now what mort is in actuality is just a rendition of the original word mut. Because as time went on, the U developed sometimes into an R sound. Like when British people say the word support, or when a Tef says the word support, you don't hear the R sound. The R sound turns into a U sound. Eventually sounds like support, support, support. When you hear British people say support, you don't hear the R sound. You hear support, 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 because the U sound became a sound that the R sound was making. The U sound replaced it. That's why you hear a U sound in a lot of the British accent for an R sound. And here it's so mort. If you say mort, originally it was said it was a U sound. It was mort. It wasn't an R sound. It was mort from the word mut, M-U-T. But of course, there was no letter U back in the ancient times. It was just a sound. It was mut, and mut was the feminine deity of death, and Kemet was a vulture image of life and death cycle. That was Mut. That's where you get the pronunciation Mort. Mort comes from Mut. So you had Mer and you had Mut. There it is right there, Mer and Mut. And there's Mut, who is the vulture. So I want to ask the question, guess who's depicted together on the ancient temple of Kamambo? Who's depicted together? Because in the translation they say Muerte or Morto. Muertos comes from Mort and Mer. Now we say that in ancient times, Mut and Mer were the ancient female goddesses of death and life. Now we're going to go to the temple of Kamambo and see who's depicted together on the temple of Kamambo. Uh-oh, there they are, both as two vultures. There's Aset and Mut. There's Mer and Mut together, also called Nekbet, Mut. So there's Mer and Mut together, both as vultures. And I don't think most people knew that a Set bird was also a vulture. So there's Aset. Aset and Mut together, both as vultures, because they're both the ladies of life and death. The vulture is the palindrome animal of life and death. One is called Mut, one is called Mer. So boom, there's Mut and Mer, there's Mort and Mer, the goddesses of life and death, from where they get Muertos, the nectars of the land of the dead. And now you have Micha Tehuti, the goddess of Mort, which is the goddess of the dead, the land of the dead. So here she is right here. So in that culture, the death goddess was associated with birth and death, and it was a female. So this is Michtekaka Hua, which is Huato, who is the goddess of the land of the dead. In ancient times, you had Mort and Mer, which I just show you developed the word Morte, a pronunciation of Mut. And then Mer was Aset, and they were shown as together as vultures, so they were both associated with goddesses of death. And over here, when we get to the Aztec culture, we have this deity. But now you look at the word for mother, just to show you again, here's the word mother, and just to show you that the word Mut was associated with life and death. The word for mother that gives birth is Met or Mut. It says Met. See Mut, and that's the word for mother. And guess what the word for death was in Kemet? What was the word for death in Kemet? Let me shrink it down. There it is at the bottom. To die, Mut. You see that? The same word for that which gives life, the mother netter, life, Mut. Is it for mother is the same word for dead. Because the feminine energy in both cultures of the Aztecs and the ancient people of Kemet was the feminine energy that represented life and death. Only the woman can provide or represent that. So yes, Met or Mut is the same word. That's the concept of the great mother of the living and dead has its origins in the Medu Neter over 4,000 years ago, as seen in the Per Amharu in plate 18. We'll go to plate 18. What do we see? Ray and Pert Amharu of the living, there's the life. After death, there's the Met, the MT sound, or pronounced also Mut. Met, Mut. So Met is death, and Met is also mother. But you can see coming forth by the day of the living after death. You see that? Mket. Because life and death were synonymous, because the living are those that exist after death. Coming forth by day of the living, Mket Mut. After death, then they're living. So that's the mother goddess. Mother or female is associated with life and death, because the word Mut was mother, which is that which birthed something, and it is when your physical body dies, then your Mut birthed into the Ankh, birthed into the living world. So this life and death were synonymous. Let me ask the class, what is the name of the person that takes care of deceased bodies? Type it in the room, everybody. You should all know this. What's the name of the person that takes care of deceased bodies? You all know this. The mortician. There it is again. Mort. The mortician. Where are you placed? In a mortuary. All these words, mort, are from the word death, which was mother in ancient times. Mort. Mortuary. Called the undertaker or the embalmer. So boom, yes, from Muerto, which came from mut, which is a word that meant death. You have the word mort, muerto, or mort, or mortician, which is a word that means death, from the ancient Mennonite word mort. That was the word for death and birth. And then you have the ancient goddess in the Aztec culture that was a feminine, who was a symbol of death and birth cycle. And how do you know the ancient concept was stolen from the Freemasons from Mut, female mother of Kemet, and life and death paradigm to create mort and mortician? Because they never told you in your life the root of mort, did they? Let me once again break the matrix. Does the word mort, let me ask a question. Does the word mort have a gender? When you say the word, when you use the word mort, does it have a gender? No. When you talk about the mortician, does that just mean a man? When you talk about the mortuary, is the mortuary a man or a woman? When you talk about the immortal, is immortal a male or female? No. Only if mut came from the female netter. If you ask somebody in Kemet, is the word for death, which is mut, does it have a gender? The ancient person in Kemet would say yes, because mut is the great mother, who is the gender. But in English, apparently, mortuary, mortician, immortal is not feminine. But what if we traced it back to show you that Muertos is actually from a feminine? That mort, does it have a gender? If you don't remember my teaching before, you're going to find out for the first time, December 6th. Woo! December 6th, 2025. Let's find out if mort has a gender. Because if mort has a gender, then you know for sure it came from the original word mort, which had a female gender. Does mort have a gender in English? Uh-oh. Mort, girl, woman. Huh? What happened? Mort is feminine. The word mort, the same word for the word death and muertos, the word meant girl, woman at one time. Now you know for the first time in your life, December 6, 2025, that the word for death is feminine. You ever heard that before? So when they say did that los muertos, and you go back to the deity that represents death and rebirth, it's a feminine goddess. When you go back to where the word mort came from, it says it comes from mortos comes from mort and myrrh. When you go back to mort and myrrh, they are both the ancient Kemetic goddesses of death and life, rebirth, the cycle. They say, Tehuti, you're reaching. Mort doesn't have any feminine aspect to it. When you go back to the root of morte, which is mort, mortician, and go root word that, it will say mort, a woman. Man, y'all supporting? I don't know. It's so weed. And I'm trying to build the truth and build life. Have you heard that before? The word death is feminine. Now you know why. Tua Nitiru. I'm going to debate you on that. It must be hard to find a debate with Tehuti, because which one of these things are you going to debate? Mort isn't female. You wrote the dictionary. Mort, girl, woman. Huh? Boom, Mort, which is death, also means woman. Now, in your Masonic language, in your language today, the great goddess of the land of the dead originated from the vulture goddess Mut, who, yes, was a female, a woman. That's where you get word Mort from. Mort and Myrrh, they're telling you it came from a female. Murete, they say, comes from Mort and Myrrh. Well, here's Mort and Myrrh, the vulture, the goddesses of the land of the dead. Here it goes, to a Netter, and guess what? The sacred animal deity of renewal cycle after death was to the Mesoamericans. Who was that? That's Koska Kuahatl. Koska Tuahatli. Who is that, Tehuti? That is the Mesoamerican animal deity that represented death and the renewal back to life. How is that represented, Tehuti? The great vulture. You got to be sick to leave this, man. You got to be a sicko to leave it. What? Huh? You made it up, Tehuti. Koska Kuahuatli, vulture, day in the Aztec calendar. That's the vulture in the Nuato. The deity, introduction, decay, purification, and the sacred cycle. The sacred cycle, decay, death. Huh? Tunal Puhu Ali, after the soaring clarity of Kuautli, eagle, Koskahuawatli, brings us back to earth, the realms of decay, transformation, and cosmic renewal. Koska Kuaatli, day in Aztec calendar, is not about death, but about what follows it. Amut, the vulture, purification through nature's own order. Boom, the great vulture. Oh my, man. I got this in the shower. I was just trying to wash up. Huh? Woo-wee! It's not about the Mesoamericans say the vulture is not about death, it's about that which comes after it. Book of the Dead, plates 18, chapter of coming forth by day of the living, which is what comes after death. The living that comes after death. What's the word for death? Mut, mit. Chapter of bringing charms to Osiris. And I am Temu Kepara, who produced himself upon the leg of his mother, Mut. The South Americans say the vulture deity is not about death, but it's about what comes after it. Unk Mket Mut. Mut found. This is the Mut found on the neck of Tutankhamun's mummy, or Sahu, in what they call the New Kingdom, 1332 to 1323. There's Mut, the vulture, life, death, and children. The mother who births the children. The mother who creates life after death, because the vulture is not about death, but it's about what comes after it, purification. What's the purification that comes after death? What do you mean the purification that comes after death? Have you heard that before? Yeah, it's called Pekka Mku. Tehuti taught us that 4 years ago. The purification after death. Pekka Mku. You gotta be psychotic. You gotta be psychotic to run from this, man. It's pure evil. So no way. No way, everybody. This right here, are you seeing all this? Huh? It's not about the death, the vulture in Mesoamerica, but what comes after it. Yes, that's what we taught. Ankh Emket Mit. The living comes after the death. The vulture, the Mut, the mother birther of life. And let me ask the class, how many, am I still teaching? Oh my gosh, I'm still teaching, right? Can I answer the question? Let me ask the class, how many months are there in pregnancy to become a mother? Everybody already knows the answer. How many months are there? Of course, 9. The number of femininity in motherhood. 9. And do you remember, everybody, when I started the class, in the middle of the class, when I talked about what month started the original Mishahui Tonati, the little feast of the dead, the original Dedelos Merite, which was, of course, dedicated to the little ones, which are the children, of course, because the children come from the mother, the ones that will come after 9 months, the little ones. Remember that, everybody? Well, the word is nanomes. Talaxo, Chamako, is the 9th month. That's the original month that represented the little ones, the children. The 9th month. The month when the flowers are blooming. The rebirth. That's the 9th month. That's the feminine energy. You know, for a woman to have a child, she loses her virginity. What's the other word for losing your virginity? Oh, deflowered? Yeah, man. We gotta be. Why is it called deflowered? There we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. Ready? 9th month, because nine stages of 9 months of pregnancy. That's what the month is called. It's called nanomes. That was Talaxo Chamako. That was the 9th month. That was the beginning of the celebration, which became the section of the celebration in Dedelos Merite for the children, the little ones, you know, the ones that come about after the 9th month. I'm taking you back to the origins. Well, guess who the 9th month ancestor was to the Aztecs? Who was the 9th month ancestor to the Aztecs? Oh my, here we go. We're not stopping, man. Tehuti, how you know so much about the Aztecs? Xochiquetzal. Xochiquetzal, goddess of flowers and fertility. That was the goddess of the 9th month. The 9th month of the children was the goddess of flowers, fertility, and mothers. That's why Talaxo Chamako, the bouquet of flowers month of the first month, the 9th month, which is the first month of the original Dedelos Merite. What does it say? Talaxo Chamako is the second to last of the ceremonies of Exopan, the season of rain. This name means bouquet of flowers for nearing the end of Metzen of rain. The flowers are in bloom, which is life, and blossoming, but blossoms flowers. As a ceremony of flowers, it is fitting, devoted to who? Remember I told you in the beginning of class? To this one here, the deity of that month, Xochiquetzal, the plumed blossom, who is the Teotl of love, embroidery, and female flowers and sex workers. Therefore, Talaxo Chamako, we celebrate Xochiquetzal and the qualities of flowers of desire, poetry, love, feminine, and sexuality. Back to the mother goddess again. Woo! Boom! Are we stuck here? Boom! the great Mut, mother goddess of the original Didelos, Muertos, mother, life, death, rebirth. Oh boy, man. I got it in the shower. Here we go. Ready? Woo! Let's end it off, man. It's not about the death, but it's about what comes after that. You know, the Kets, the living, the purification after that, the Pekka Mku. Sounds familiar. Mut. Woo! We, as indigenous spiritual people that believe in life after death, all carried a similar frequency when it came to communicating that energy of immortality. It is just that it began with Ma'at. That's it. It began with Ma'at. Boom, everybody. Boom, Hotep. I am done. Matrix broken. Oh my gosh. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on July 4th or Thanksgiving, and if you have learned or if this has had any type of impact on you or has advanced your recent current understanding of this specific subject matter, please send your tip of reciprocity, appreciation, called Muertos from Mother Mut, Bare Bones Truth, White Fear Truth, Ancestral Worship Retained, Seasonal Psyops Solved, or any title you can come up with to Cash App, Titia Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV, Hotep. I am done. Is this my retirement class? I'm gonna know. I'm gonna get another 40 years. Support everybody. Min Ma'at, consistency. I do my best to be consistent with this. Do your best to consistently support this. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, at Rocky, SV. 3 hours and 12 minutes. Did I answer your question, Big Vapes? Let's see what the chat says. We see fire, fire, fire from Robert Williams. This was an explosive class from Amunet. Medusaneb giving fire. I'm going to the Apesh. I have a lot to dream about. We see cats coming from Robert Williams. We see about 22 fires coming from straight out the gates. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. For those who watched this, who appreciated this truly more than donuts and the Weed Man or whatever the Saw 3 Thanos. I'm sure this was better than that. Support everybody. If you're an old timer that haven't been here in a while, Rigo Hefe, support for old time's sake. Just support the Suti podcast because I am trying to keep this around at this level. Not just keep this around, but keep it around at this level. If you've heard any other class like this before, if someone on the entire earth of 8 billion people has ever been asked, what is the Delos Merite? And you've gotten anything like this, please put their link in the room. I want book, page number, documentary. Please put it in the room so I can understand that and see that this is happening somewhere else. If not, Keth. This will be around for always. 38 to 42 people watching. Support. Cash App, PT Moon, PayPal, Rock SB. Send me a note. Send a note. Send a note. Send 10, 15, $20. This blew my mind. I appreciate this. I did not get this from my Kemetic teacher didn't teach. My Mexican teacher didn't teach me this. When I never heard of anything like this before. You know the origins to everything now pertaining to that. You know the root of all of that before it was that, even down to the word mort. You're not getting this anywhere else. If so, put the link in the room. If not, just appreciate it. Show that you are honest and appreciative of what's happening here. This is a phenomenon. I think it is. If it's not a phenomenon, this is just everybody's doing this. No, this is all straight wisdom. There's a link in the room for the supporters to jump in. If you sense any type of support, you're allowed to jump on the panel. Amun says to us, I look for this fantastic class. Ooh, 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 ooh. Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Where you going? Look who says Kes. Now you know for the first time in your life, in no other languages that exist, the word for paying homage is the same word for bones. Now we know why bones are so significant and on altars. If you knew that before today, tell me where that you got that from. If not, support everybody. I'm going to go to the support system until my sound makers come in. And I'm going to see what's this? True Zero. Oh, that's hydrogen. That's hydrogen. We have a hydrogen car. Sorry. Anyways. Hey, the Jad. There's your class. Hope Tetua enjoyed learning about the culture of family and where it came from.
Hey, Sava, can you hear me?
Now I can.
It was funny because we were sitting there watching, and when you got to the beginning portion of Morate, and then you went to that etymology, and you got to Mort, and I was telling Ratet, I was like, oh, Mort. I was like, hey, that's like mortician. And then I was like, I told her, I was like, oh, do you remember the mother's name from Adam's family? Her name was Morticia. And I was like, man. And then when you start getting into the mut, I was like, man, that's why they call her Morticia on the Adams family. She was the mut. And it just all started going on from there. And then when you started breaking down how like Ampu and then their Ampu was the same, right? And then even the vulture, I was like, there's no way they didn't know about Kemet. Like somebody came, like they knew something. They all came together on something that there was this union somewhere in there, because it's just way too similar, way too many of the same aspects, and there's no way that there wasn't some synchronicity in this. And yeah, that is powerful. I don't even want to say it's crazy. I just want to say, like, I don't understand how these things aren't tied together in culture wise, right? Like all of this, and man, this was really good. So to you, son.
Nini Uk. The reason why it's not is because if it was, then we wouldn't argue. You see? If it was, I could easily walk up to somebody of the Aztec faith and they would say theirs and I would say mine. I'd say, let's party. let's dance. Oh, you have that mother goddess? Oh, that's Mort? Oh, that's the vulture? No, there's the vulture. Oh, that's from Muertos. Oh, that's the little children. Oh, okay, that's the birth. Oh, that's the dog. That's the dog-headed guy to the dead. Oh, Ampu. Oh, purification, Pekka Ampu. All right, what are we arguing about? You just have the same understanding and principles based on the land area that you had to match around you. Okay, you see, it's only the other cultures that are. It's only Christianity and everything that argues about religion. You've never seen any record of an ancient person of Kemet and somebody else battling about religion.
on any papyrus.
That's true. And it's interesting how on what you just broke down, the spiritual side of things and how the culture was, how we're very similar. But even in the Matrix, we very similar. The way we party, the way we celebrate, the way we do a lot of things. They're very similar to each other. I had a question when you were breaking this down. I was thinking as you were getting close to the end, I was like, well, I want to know if does Saba already know these things, or then when he goes into his trance and are you learning as you going to go find this? I know you know a great portion of it, but do you know all of it before you go and get the answer, or are you learning as you're developing the podcast?
You said before you shower, you were showering and then the answer came. I caught that part. That's a good question, brother.
Okay, hold on. Let me do this. So first, we're gonna read a couple of the supports. I'm gonna show the new people. So shout out, peace and love to Medu Seneb, who just jumped on the panel. We're definitely going to what just happened? We're definitely going to shout out the couple supports that came in, starting with Medu Seneb, because I want all the new people to see what type of system we have. It is a reciprocity system. If you see the class and you support it, just like you go to the movies. Actually, it's not just like you go to the movies, because when you go to the movies, before you watch this Spider-Man slinging on a web, you actually have to pay first. It's actually not like that. There's a trust system. Before you watch some crazy doll named Chucky destroy somebody, you actually have to pay first. This is a reciprocity system of trust. So we're showing the new people here, when you appreciate it, this is what happens. This is what you show, this is what you do. And so we're going to go to the first support donation that I see. It's not the first one sent, but it's the first one I see. Coming from, who is this coming from? Is this coming from Medu Seneb Seka Upet? What does it say, good brother?
For the bones equal forever. I really love that one. Got to use that to rap. And then Unk M Cat Moot. And if my notes are right, you say that's where we what follows death. And
yes,
I'm very much interested in that. The older that I'm getting, and it makes me, I want to tell stories to my family. But yes, sir.
Excellent, wonderful, and I wish the brother was around, the one that you like, the one that I know, and I wish I could teach him these things to add. Imagine if that brother, for those who don't know I'm talking about, the brother I went to visit, his name is Bobby. People probably don't, I don't know who knows by now, because it's a new age now, so he may not even be in the
it's a new age
brain. But a brother named Bobby Kemet, he would talk about a lot of things and just throw a lot of things together, but he never had the sources of what the ancestors say. So something like this he would love. If he found out that bones, I went to his house was full of bones. Right. If he found out that bones meant homage and forever, and he understood the skull,
he would have really went. He would have really went like you.
Yeah, but
that's why I appreciate you, because you are. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Elder Saba, but that's why I appreciate you, because you're like that. You're that. If for me, it's Nas, Michael Jackson, you, and Bobby Hemmett. Those are the four people that woke me up to the Matrix. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Michael Jackson, who? Who are the people?
Michael Jackson, Nas, you, and Bobby Hemmett.
I've never heard all those in one sentence before. That's wonderful.
That's real.
But yeah, Bobby Hemmett knew of this and the circle of light inside of the bones from the pyramid text. It would have been good. We vibed at once. We vibed, but
I think you left. I think you left all this alone because he was just. Anyways, shout out to Bobby Hammond for when he was here. It was scattered, but if you listen close to the scattering, you'll find a whole bunch of jewels inside of the. He was a whirlwind of a bunch of stuff thrown together.
Yeah.
But he actually did. I went to his house and we did magic. Magic manifested, and I'm a witness attested to that. That his answers on the wall were jumping off. The pictures were jumping off the wall because we were creating sound waves, arguing and talking, and the answers jumped off the wall.
Man. I'd have loved to have been in that room.
Oh my God!
In that room in the back, man. Yo, that shit is.
Me and Bobby Hammond getting the room hot because he's a firecracker, and me, I'm like this, and it was just like.
Right.
It was wonderful. All right, let's give some noise to the brothers on the panel who supported. Give them some more noise to Jed. How much sounds do you got?
You could pass me. You can go to
no. The Jed. I don't know if he can hear us.
Oh man.
The Jed, are you there? You have sound?
Yes, can you hear? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Let's see. Let's put on. Can you hear it? Let's see. Hold on. Can you hear that?
Yes. What else do you have?
Oh, I got all these.
Okay, good. There it is. Okay, thank you.
DJ.
Did you say DJ? Medu?
Yeah, DJ.
That is, oh man. Oh man. If there's ever a House of a 10 DJ, if I was to give a name to a DJ in conscious, that would be the name. What a fire name for a DJ. DJ.
That's a fire name. I wouldn't use it. But you gave me a great name. I appreciate it. I actually thought that Ubin Ra Nini Ook was the name that you gave before the Ren ceremony. So that's why I went with that. I was like, oh, that's it. And then I used it, and I was like, okay, I'll just stick with it, and then found out later. But y'all appreciate the time. I appreciate y'all. I'm always watching. I'm there. I'm with you, family.
Thank you. What an awesome group that would be when hip hop had DJs. A rapper named Medu Seneb and the DJ named DJ Dejed. That would be. Let me go back to 89. I'm going back to 1992. That's Medu Seneb and DJ Dejed. All right. That'd be crazy. Oh, here we go. What's the next one, everybody? We got one. We got Angela straight out the gates. I'm gonna read a few more, then I'm gonna take a little break. I know there's a lot coming in this class. I want to see some support from the young brother Rigo that I haven't seen in such a long time. We miss Rigo in the days that used to come around so consistently. Rigo gave $100 support one time just for me to show my frog. It wasn't a podcast question. It was just for me to show a frog because I did a class on Heket, the frog goddess. And I said I have a magical frog that I use in my magic performance. And he actually does magic. And Rigo's like, boom, $100, bring him out. Those were the good ones. Those were the days. Those were the days.
The magic tip. That's what I used to get at serving. Used to get that magic.
Say it again.
When I first, came into the pod class, I was serving then. And I used to get the magic. So, and I just had to change. I wanted to change what I was doing. I thought I was gonna be serving forever. And so long story short, I got out of it, but I hear what you're saying. I can understand that.
I appreciate those days. For those who don't know, Medu Seneb used to watch the pod class live. He worked at a restaurant. He used to watch the pod class. He used to get tips, and then he'd send a portion of his tip to the pod class while it was going on. He'd say, "This is a tip from my tips."
I forgot about it.
What do you say?
No, I just said some of those days slipped my mind, but yeah, it was fun. You kept me going. This class is definitely something that it's not, the 1% is on here. In my mind, the 5%, not even the 5%, because I'm not into that. I'm not from New York, even though I kind of know all about it. I didn't really, gravitate to that so much because, like you said, you want to find truth and answers to these wonders of the world, and no one talks about it, So I just appreciate what you're doing, sir. That's it.
Thank you, Tua. Okay, I'm going to read this one. Goddess of Flowers, $25. Give Angela Gates some big noise, please. Jed? Thank you, Angela Gates. Hey, is this Rigo here? Hold on. Oh, Rigo with the messages too. I remember Rigo would have the classic messages as well. This is Rodrigo Alvarado. Rodrigo Alvarado. Here we go. Woo! Shout out to the great supporters. I see the numbers drop. Viewers, if you're 42 people viewing, and as soon as I'm finished, it drops to 26. I hope of those people that dropped off, I hope you left sending support and showed your appreciation. Nanny, how many meals I have left? 2? Okay, I'm gonna show a couple more, then I'm gonna take a little break. So we have Rodrigo Alvarado. Jed, could you read this? I'm gonna read this one because it's for old time's sake. He says, "Thank you, Tehuti. I appreciate your teaching. I've never experienced something like this." Give Rigo some big noise, please. Woo!
And yes, the Hekau really worked.
Thank you, great supporters. I see lots more support coming in. This will remind me of the good old days when people truly, really appreciated what is I've done. I've earned green status. Hey, who's that? Uh-oh. Hey, hold on a second, everybody. Hold on.
Jared, how you been doing, man? How's the weather?
Man, it's pretty good, man. It's been a little cold out here a little bit, but nothing too crazy, man. We in Cali, so it don't get too crazy, but
all right, that's right.
it's nice.
California. All right. That's all right.
Okay, wonderful. Here we go. We got the Rodrigo Alvarado. Then we got the Emmanuel Rodriguez, better known as Kesbetu. All right, we got a couple from.
You had me playing some Selena, talking all this Delas Muertos.
Oh my goodness! All right, we got Oh, it's not showing up. Let me try to fix that. Everybody, hold on. We got Kesbetu. I have to show it manually, so we're gonna go boop, Nana. Oh wait, where'd it go? File Explorer. Where did it go? Okay. Oh, wait a minute, everybody. Let me see if it's saved. Gotta show share view, extra large. Okay, Israel Hurley and the Gates. And where's there it is. All right, Rodrigo Alvarado, and then we got Emmanuel Rodriguez, Kesbetu. Here we go. Boom, we got Kesbetu here. And the Gate says Happy Upesh. All right, there's Kesbetu. Medu, could you read this for us, please?
Right away. Let's see. For Hotep Saba Keshbi to Kiskia Min Maya 999. How did I do?
All right. You did pretty good, pretty good. That's his name. His name is Kesbetu.
Okay, Keshbetu. Okay.
Okay, wonderful.
Oh, it says, okay, yes, sir.
Okay, give him some noise. And he gave a ice face, blue face, eye, blue face. All right, give him some noise because he gave a couple of these. All right, here's his next one. Oh, the 5 button doesn't
Michelle
work.
Obama's got a podcast. I think she's leading into the name, calling it like I see.
Okay, we got Kesbetu again. Here's Kesbetu again. Keskayu is where you're from. I'll let him elaborate on that when he comes to the panel. Here we go. We got Kesbetu. So Kesbetu again. Read that one for me again, Medu, please. Nana?
For Hotep Saba Dua to your background image, Mir Min Mayat.
Okay, wonderful. Give
Mary Min Mayat. I'm sorry.
Yes, with the blue eye. Thank you for reading that, Medu. And give Kesbetu some noise. Give him a hand clap again. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay. So we have all right, we're the supporters. We got Kesbetu again. Kesbetu again. Ooh wee.
It's been a good year. That's good.
It's a good year. Yeah. Okay. Kesbetu again and again. I don't know why it's not showing up. It's so strange. I have to do it manually. Okay, let me do it manually. This is Kesbetu, Min Math. Okay, not that one, but we're going to do the new one manually. Okay, here's Kesbetu again. And Medu can read this for us again, since he is the Medu. All right, read that for us again.
For Hotep, Day of the Living, Dua Mary Mayat. Heart, a blue heart. I can't make out that middle image. And maybe a star and a feather.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Oh, nice. Okay, man.
Okay, Thank you, Manu, for reading that. And Day of the Living, I like that one. Give him a hand clap for that, please.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Oh my God!
What is that? Okay. Nufu says, I am going to drop a bag next week, Saba. I got you, Dua. Thank you, Manu Sineb. Okay, I guess you're right, Manu. It's been a good year.
Yeah.
Okay. And next up, everybody, where are the greats? Ooh, don't do that. Where are the great supporters, everybody? Let me scroll down. Tetua. Okay. Did Robert E. Williams give 2? Wait. Robert E. Williams, if you're listening. Yes, he did.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, we got the Tetua. Hey, the Jet, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, so.
I'm trying to see something. I don't know if you sent support yet, but if you did you send it around the same time Tetua sent hers? If you did.
No, I sent it before the class started.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, okay. Thank you for that clarity. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we have Tetua. Go ahead and read that first, the Jed. I'm gonna read hers and then yours, and give you both. Yeah, I'm gonna read hers back to back.
Yes, it says white E, black E, purple E, Nefer class from the out $11.11.
Okay, give her a hand clap for that, even though it's under $20. But I'm gonna put you both as one. Let me see where. Oh, there it is. Okay, okay. And here is we have Kai and Hempty, husband and female companion, female confidant, Tetua, and I'm going to do it back to back with her great mate. Oh, wait. No, we don't want to do entire screen. I wonder why it doesn't show up. It's so very odd, but every problem starts as a solution, so I will solve this right now. Down to 3, 2, and 1. There it is, solved. All right. There is the Jet. Go ahead and read that for us, please. Great student.
Yes, it says 2 for today's class. Saba Tehuti, Uncle Jasineb, Hindu Fist, Black Eve, and the Great Ra, $20.
Okay, give yourself a hand clap. I'll give you one too.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
excellent. Okay. Oh, Angela Gates again? Did she send two? Okay. All right, everybody, let me go up. Okay, supporters, where's everybody? Let me delete some of this other extra things that aren't support so I don't get confused with the emails. We're going to delete that, and delete Instagram. This. Okay, we got Amun and Amunette. Come on, great family. Everybody who watched the class, 42 people watched the class, and it's the same beautiful supporters in each class. It's the same 18 supporters in each class. Where are the rest of the 42 people that watched it? Appreciation is key. I just want to prove to the world and show everyone that we can appreciate truth over death. We've supported death for so many years and destruction and sugar and everything. What about when a brother gives a 3-hour class? Mind-blowing truth. If you watched it, that means you're enjoying it. I hope people aren't watching it to start a fight about it. I hope you watched 3 hours. You sat for 3 hours straight and watched. I hope it's because you received something from it. And if you did, then give back and show reciprocity for what you received. Here we go. All right, shout out to this next support that came in, which is, who's this? Amun and Amunette. Boom. Jay, could you read that one first, please?
Yes, it says for breaking down and building up the Day of the Dead, $45.
Beautiful. Give Amun and Amunette some big noise, please. One of the bigger donations. Make some big noise.
There is no spoon.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
They are the grandest creators. There is no room for debaters. Step to me with your whack knowledge, and I'll split your head like equator because I'm full of different flavors. Come and watch your behavior.
All right.
Oh man, I always try to catch.
That was yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was Amun.
Yeah.
I always try to catch the rhythm of that. I can't. I get that's Amun has a. I got to hear that over a beat. Amun, I need to hear you over a beat. I'm very.
That's dope.
Yeah. I want to hear that over a beat, though. That's nice. Thank you, Amun, for your support, and thank you, Eminem, for your beautiful support, and thank you, Jet, for giving them both sounds and giving them his own sound bite for the support. Thank you. Okay. Hey, the Jet, can you hear me at all? Oh.
Yeah, I can hear you, Sab. Sometimes I don't know whether you want me to respond or not. I'll try not to cut you off. That's why I don't say something sometimes.
Okay. That's why I gave him the name The Ear, right? Because he said, I think the Jet is more of a listener. He's like listening more. Okay. The Ear Man. All right. The Ear Netter. All right. Yes, so we got Medicine, did you give two supports? Or did this go back to Did it reset? Medicine.
Yeah.
Yes, you did. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I thought I accidentally. You know, you can mark something as unread. Okay, so it is the tech support. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Medicine. I'm going to read this one, another one, then I'm going to take a little break, everybody. Ooh-wee. I need to recover myself. I see some beautiful support from Harass did. And Robert Williams. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Some of these I can't see. And they're not showing up yet. Okay, so I got to do this manually so I can see it. So I see Meadows and Neb.
You know the spider drawing.
No, where is it?
Here. In the blue screen, it always is top.
Oh my goodness. So, spider has left. Is on your side, Nana?
Yeah.
Okay, so the spider has left my hat. Okay, we got Medicine Neb. Go ahead and read that for us, please.
For support.
Okay, give him some noise, the jet, please.
Do you want to know what it is?
Best trilogy movie ever made. All right, everybody. Where is the support? Beautiful family. Where's everybody? We got Robert E. Williams. He gave 2. So I'm going to read this one right here. Shout out to Robert E. Williams, and I'm going to take a little break after this. Oh, boy. What's that? What does that mean? Oh, no, I don't know what that means. Okay, shout out to Robert E. Williams. Here he is. Okay. Read that one for us. Man, are you still there? I don't see you on the screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Read that one for us, please, Robert E. Williams.
For the cold colonizer is melting away. Mayat wings. 3372.
Okay. Thank you for reading that. Manu Sanab, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And
I came to overcome before I'm gone by showing and proving and letting ours be born.
Nice. DJ the Jed. You gotta make you one of those tags. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta make them one of what?
You gotta make that tag, or make you one of those tags. But you know what? Like you said, Saba, to put the whole name in there, because through your teachings, I was able to break down to my family about how the energy moves when you actually change the name and how it feels to say it. You know, especially because we don't come from a dual language family. Neither one of my sides of the family, the Hoyles or the Robinsons. And so it's just, I love it. I love breaking it down. Like I said, they look at me and they want to say something, but they don't. And I'll be like, yo, if you think I got it, I know somebody that got it. You know, because Bobby Hemmett, like you said, he spoke in their language, but he just went, he was everywhere. And if you couldn't stay focused, he'll lose you. And so I'm like, yo, Saba, stay cool. And the Jed them, that y'all stay cool, man. And I'm working on that myself. Sometimes I get riled up and start, I took too much from Bobby, probably.
Excellent. Okay, everybody, I'm going to step off for a minute. Thank you for those words of Jet. For those who are watching, I'm just going to step away for a few minutes, revitalize myself, refresh myself, and come back. If you saw this amazing class, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, support the movement, support the podcast. Keep this happening. Keep this phenomenon going at this level. The class that you may have missed if you just tuned in, the most intricate, longest class in Earth's history on Didelos Muertos, Day of the Dead, Truth and Secret Origins. Why the skull and bones in ancestral worship, taught for the first time in history. The origins going back to 2400 BC. The Kemetic papyrus scientifically verified to atheists. Why is associated with fear and why it's a palindrome. That was taught here first today as well. Is black the color of death? Seasonal holiday Psyops, something that everybody can relate to. Attracting you to get together with family and friends, and all of this under the guise of actual depopulation and sickness, purposely making the so-called holidays for tropical indigenous people and brothers and sisters that were taken from Africa, one of the warmest places on the planet, and forcing them to have holy days in the coldest month and gathering together and sending children out in October. And you have to drive to your mother and your father's house in the snow and the cold, and for Christmas and eating the turkey, and everybody's getting sick and the world is being depopulated, all under the guise of fake holidays that are all actually based on death. Every holiday is actually based on murder. And we get together for that, but we don't get together for our own families that did for us when we say we should. So why white in voodoo and Didelos Muertos? And so much more was elaborated on today. I'm going to step away. For those who are watching and those who have watched, support the Tutti Pod class. It was 3 hours straight of teaching. I took small breaks, but it was 3 hours straight of teaching. Over 3 hours, because actually 3 hours and 12 minutes. My breaks were only about 2 minutes long. So support the Tutti Pod class. I'll be back, everybody. When I come back, we'll read more supports. Maybe by that time, Amun and Amunet will be here. Nukfu City's jumping on later, and I like the fact that Medu, Seneb, and Dejet are here. And the more the merrier. The more that come on the pod class panel is the more momentum that's built up, and it visually looks good for people to see, wow, this brother just taught for 3 hours. Who is going to show face and fellowship after 3 hours of teaching? The pastor can teach babble for 25 minutes, and there's 300 people at church. After babbly boo. All right, I'll be back. Everybody support the podcast. Hotep, I'll be back. Hotep.
Hotep. Yeah, peace and love to everybody, especially all the supporters, all the love. Peace to you, Medusa Nev. Dua to you, great brother, for being up here. It's always a pleasure to see you, man. To everybody in the chat. Yeah. I don't know, man. You know, Medu, Saba left when I asked him that question, man. I say, man, you learning? Are you learning as you putting this together, man? He ain't say nothing. He just kept it going. I'm gonna leave it right there. I'm curious, man. He ain't named me Sajim for no reason, man. You know, with the Ma'ah, you know, I get to observe it, man. I get to listen, but I love everything that Saba does. I love everything that he put together. I love that he has mastered his gift and bringing all of these things forth on a consistent basis, unwavering. If he misses, it's because it's something serious. due out to the great Saba. Shouts out to everybody who are consistently here and showing support and just giving love. And man, if you ain't know about the D Los Muertos, you know now. And it's a beautiful thing how the synchronicity between both cultures can agree upon certain things like this, and but it sucks at the same time how ISFET has divided such synchronicity, right? So as that celebration is being celebrated every year, they have no idea the origin of that celebration. And that's the thing to me that is that's just unfortunate, man, because they always get between the black and the brown, like they say, right? And we just do so many things that's very, very similar. And I grew up around the Latin, the Hispanic, Salvadoran culture all around. I grew up all my life, right, since I was a kid. And I realized how similar a lot of things that we do, they do. The food may be a little different, right? But we all act the same. We do the same. And the only thing that, to me, that really separated was just the language, right? So if you ain't really speak what they call Spanish and stuff like that, it just caused a little separation, right? But the ones I grew up around with, man, they listen to Motown, they be listening to Tupac, they be listening to Biggie, they be listening to all the oldies, they be listening to all the things that, we grew up on, right? So just that being said, the way Saba brings it all together spiritually, it just solidifies that idea, that opinion, and that observation even more for me, right? So I think it's a very Nefer thing. You know what I mean? It's just joking wise, you know what I mean? It's funny because when me and Retet met each other and stuff like that, it was funny because man, dude, we grew up on soul food, what they call soul food, fried chicken, all that other stuff, and A, B, and C, right? And she loves that type of stuff, right? And to me, I was like, man, I don't really care about that because I grew up on it. I'm tired of it. I love me some carne asada. I love me some enchiladas, some tacos, some suaderos, some, tripa. I like all of that, right? So we just had this like culture switch, and you know what I mean. That's the stuff that I grew up around. I grew up around all of that stuff. So just to be funny, I just threw that in there. But at the end of the day, man, it's all family. It's all love. It's all family. It's all love. It's, you know what I mean? Those what they call step pyramids and things that you see over there, compared to what you see with the Unas Nefer Offset, right? And the other Akus. It's all the, you know what I mean? It's all the same, man. And then everything Saba broke down with Ampu, and their own version of Ampu, and then the Muts with the vulture, and then their version of the vulture. And man, you can't tell me that, you know what I mean? There's no connection there. And then, you know what I mean, with the with the decorations of, you know what I mean? Some of that stuff Saba showed them images, man. I was like, man, they decked out. He showed the sister with the skull painted on her, with the marigolds around her, with the butterfly on there, you know what I mean? The braids and all that stuff. But we got the same thing within what was written in the Sabaeats on all the scrolls and everything, like the papyrus, you know what I mean? Like all that stuff was already there. All the just wearing the culture, wearing everything that symbolizes those who
came before us,
who came before us and who we worship, right? So you can't deny that. You get me? And to me, I'm just like, man, this is the synchronicity in that is outstanding. So yeah, shouts out to the great Saba, man, and I'm grateful to get this class. This was great. Definitely something to play back. Those who are watching, who are still watching, and who are new, and you still chilling out in the background. Hey, if you are involved, especially with a culture or that celebrates this type of festival, just know that this is something that, number one, you can learn like you have, and it's something that you can show to your own family and to those who you want to spread that to. I mean, just have no expectations, because you know how the Matrix works. You know what I mean? So just do what you can. Show this class, break down this class to your loved ones, whatever you can do to change the frequency that this Matrix has taken from you, and continue to just, build on this, right? So shouts out to the great Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. Like I say, you never know where it's gonna go. You may think one thing, and then, you know what I mean, he gonna hit you with that 1-2 back. You know what I mean? And then it's just it's just gonna rock your mind, man. So yeah, like I said, shouts out to the great Saba, to you, Hotep Anu. Madu, what you think, great brother?
I think I like the part where Tehuti talked about switching the traditional to a 2-day thing and having it, what did I say? Switching the seasons, right? And then taking it from 40 days to 2 days. Well, this is where I just came from tonight. I mean, you can't see it. There it is. Hold on, let's see. You see it? It says Parade of Lights.
Yeah, so I can see it.
Security down there tonight. Got down there at 3, and you can see the babies are cold, man. It's 42 degrees here. It snowed yesterday. 2 days ago, it snowed, and then the snow started to melt. And like you said, this is how the respiratory system gets damaged, because they sitting outside 6 hours waiting on an hour parade to come by. And they probably waving at us, looking at us like, look at these fools. They don't even know we finna get more money come January and February. So, I'm a fool. I'm out there, trying to get, security guards, and nothing transpired, without incident tonight. So everything was cool, but it's just funny, right? When I get home, it didn't click to me until, like you said, he just taught about it 25 minutes ago and said, they got us in the cold now. And like I said, all the babies, man, everybody, nobody having fun really, because it's cold for the youth. So hopefully, everybody makes it out fine. But, like I said, I just appreciate his teachings. I appreciate y'all and y'all's discipline. And it's making me work on mine, especially as far as showing up. Like I said, I would always be in the background in the cut. That's kind of always been my thing. I don't speak until spoken to sometimes, but Anyway, yeah, I really love just like I said, this past class, and I really want to start asking questions in the new year. And mine are really gonna be about what follows death. You know, I kind of wanna, you know, get a better visual of that. You know, that particular idea and concept. So, but no, I'm here, man. I always support,
Madu,
man.
hey,
Love y'all.
Madu, I swear to you, I swear, bro, I swear. Ratet just before this, I mean, she been talking about it for the last maybe 2 weeks. She said that exact same question as you. She said, "I want to know what follow. I want to ask Saba what follows after death." And it's mind blowing the fact that you just said that right now. Yeah, that's a big question, right? And if you feel that way and she feel that way, hey, that could be the next podcast right there. You know what I mean? And the way Saba been breaking down certain things, you know what I mean? You know he gonna lead you down. He gonna lead you down the path. You know what I mean?
You know, I'm not all the way there, but you know, I'm trying to. You know, I want to be able to, you know, satisfy my own ego, I guess. You know, because like you said, we out. If it wasn't for the Wi-Fi, we'd be out here alone almost. Especially us on this particular wavelength or vibration. You know, and like, you know, it's just, you know, we just what is it? 1 out of 100 people you meet, you know, be on that type of thing. And you know, like I said, I'm not trying to I am trying to convert people. Just be like, hey man, give this particular information a chance. You got to give it a chance. If you don't even give it a chance, man, you know, the young kids gonna look at you like a zombie. That's how the youth look at us. They're gonna look at us like a zombie. So, but back to you, brother. What else, man? That's real, man. Oh, DJ.
Hey, man. Look, hey, you came up with that. So you always had a credit. You always had a credit for that right there. That's yours.
In the collective consciousness. If I don't watch this, I don't say that. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, if I'm not watching,
yes, sir.
Teacher, on the real, I don't watch. Not to name drop, but I'm going to because you only live once. I don't watch. I like Shaka Atmos, but I'm not. You know, I don't tune in. I look forward to Saturdays. You know, I look forward to Saturdays, and so I don't really watch them because they just kind of still on the pictures. They just looking at the pictures, and you know, and they're not like, oh, this line means something. This line means something. And then, like you said, those what do you call it? When he unveils these things, it just opens up in my mind. It's like, oh man, where do I start? It just seems like it's so much. So, you know, I'm just trying to remain humble. This is how I think we probably preserve some of our youth. I try to keep a childlike outlook in life, you know, and so I'm just appreciating it more. That's all. But I want to know more about the afterlife, though. That's what I want to know about, you know, and what can I do? Like you said, in the dreams, we halfway get there in a dream, and then I wake up and some, you know, I've been having some good upeshes, you know, and it's just, you know, in the last couple of weeks, man, you know, for me, man, you know, so I'm gonna use an old Christian term. I'm blessed to be amongst this right here, because I thought after Bobby Hemmett left, I was like, man, there ain't nobody gonna drop, even though he was sporadic in his information. I was like, man, ain't nobody dropping like that. They like really trying to get to the core of this thing, opposed to just want to get, like you said, views and you know, it's like, I don't want to hear that no more. I don't want to hear y'all arguing no more. I'm tired of hearing the Hebrews and the Christians argue. So my last point. I tell my aunts, y'all need to become Gnostic Christians. If you ain't gonna want to leave it and come right straight to Kemet, at least get into that particular. And I mean, that could be something fake and made up, but you know what I mean by Gnosticism, the knowing, the deeper understanding of the teaching. And I think once they get into that, then the bridge to Kemet in the Nile Valley in the House of Aton is much easier for them to grasp. So that's what I'm learning.
No, yeah, that's respect right there. Yeah, dua for those words. You're absolutely right. Yeah, that's interesting because when I started getting into Kemet, Shaka Amos was the first person that I was like, yo, who's this dude, man? I'm like, yo, who's this dude? Like, hey, I liked him over everybody who I was running into at that time, right? And then after Shaka Amos, that's when I got into Mawuta Ashby, and I just liked the way how Ma'at he was. He wasn't about like the debates and all the arguing and all that other stuff. He was just about just that peace within oneself and echoing that out, right? And then that's when I ran into Saba. And I started watching him for like 2 years, and I'm just trying to find the consistency. And why I got into that whole like consistency things, and I want to see if he practiced what he preached, is because, you know, I started seeing little shortcomings from Shaka Amos, right? Like I started seeing the ego thing. I started, you know what I mean? Because when you on the Sarnetta thing, I've seen people who start off good, and then once they're in that atmosphere for a particular amount of time, the egos start to kick in, and then that boasting, and then that hoorah, like I'm him, and I'm A, B, and C, and you don't want to mess with me, and all that. And then I started seeing the Ma'at kind of like, you know, leave from them in the heat of the moment. So I didn't like that, right? And then when I ran into Saba, I saw that he was very consistent in what he was teaching. He was very consistent in his debates, very calm, very poised. He never got rattled. It was just this, and that's what caught my attention first. And I'm like, man, like, hey, he different. Hey, he different. I gotta see what he all about. And that's what got me into everything, watching, you know what I mean, you know, Killer Priest and everything like that. And my very first question that I sent Saba was my very first time on the panel, and I've been here ever since, right? Because if you acknowledge something that is good, then you got to continue to rock with it, right? So I didn't have no problem the way Saba was teaching. So you know what I mean? I give shouts out and respect to like Saba and everybody who be debating. From my personal perspective, I don't like it, because to me, I feel like it's just a waste of time. Like, after you beat somebody, I'm like, man, then if you beat them, that should change one's perspective, because a debate should still be learning to me. If y'all debating, then there should still be a state of mind of learning within the debate, not just because then it's just arguing, right? And it's a professional arguing. Right? It's a professional debate. You get me? But then everybody kind of go their separate ways, and then even though that person may have lost, they're still on that journey of speaking the lies or whatever that they just lost to. And to me, I'm like, man, I don't get all that energy and all that effort into debating someone, and they still continue the path. You know what I mean? Like they still continue the path after just getting crushed, right? And to me, I'm just like, you shouldn't still be a Hebrew after all of this. You shouldn't still be, you know what I mean? Like I don't get that. And so that's why I'm just like, you know what I mean? Hey, look, man, shouts out to those who have the patience to debate, because I really don't get it. Like, maybe one can just look at it as exercise for, you know what I mean, their teachings, and you know what I mean, just, you know, just sharpening that craft and that skill. But to me, by now, all the wins that Saba has accomplished, right, and accumulated, those should be people that, even if they don't want to, you know what I mean, follow Saba, which I feel like they should, because you just lost. So you done went from teacher versus teacher to now you a student because you lost. Even if you don't, then now you should consider Kemet, though. You get me? You should consider the teachings of Ma'at. If you're like that Hebrew, that Hindu, that Christian pastor, whatever that is, there should be some form of like, you know what? I debate because I want to learn, not I debate because I want to argue. And I will always have that state of mind. That's why I would never debate people, like, because I just don't see any worth in it. I don't see anything that's beneficial, only if it's, you know what I mean? Only thing that I see beneficial in it is that it can grab the students who were following the person that you beat. And that's it. Right? But ultimately, I'm like, nah, I feel like, nah, if you beat this other teacher, then you should not only collect the teacher, but all the students that came following that teacher. You gotta get what I'm saying? It's like watching Ip Man, or people call IP Man, the martial artist, the movies that you see, the master teacher, the Sifu of Bruce Lee. It's like, man, if you beat him, then shoot, his students come to you like, hey, we trying to learn under you. You just beat our master teacher, and we want to know what you know. And to me, I'm just like, man, that's how it should be. But I don't see any of those things. So since I don't see any of those things, I'm like, nah, man, I'm cool on the debate thing, because to me it seems like wasted energy. And those who are really looking for, yes, sir. And those who most definitely, and those who are really looking for the truth, they should be, you know what I mean? They should be right there, unbiased, to be like, hey, you got it, and I don't know, and I want to learn from you. And that's why I don't look at Saba as some like, man, you know what I mean? Like, he think he know it. You know what I mean? That kind of like that Rasul energy when he was on Killer Priest, right? Nah, man, I don't want that. And that's no shot to Rasul, but I'm just saying that's the mentality, though, is what I'm saying. It's that mentality. It's that energy. So that's how I look at it. But you know, that's just me. But I'll let you speak, man. Oh, Saba's back. Hotep, Saba.
Hotep, excellent. Good dialogue. Good. That's good. I like to hear that in the background. I came back, I think, for the tail end of it, and good. That's a great topic of discussion. Is the purpose of debating. And yes, when I first came into debating, when I was more than half of my age now, less than half of my age now, the loser of the debate would be my student. That's how it was. That's how it is in person. It's a bit different now. But in person, I would beat people, and they would be my students. And much different now. I know that when I debate somebody, the person I'm debating on the internet is not going to convert or conform, because they live off of the lie. They like the lie, so they will stay in their way. In most of the cases, they will stay in their way. But I debate for the Mary Sekhmets, the Maharus. Maharu is here because he saw me in the Jabari debate. Without me debating Jabari, there's no Maharu. There's no Mary Sekhmet. There's no several people that come when I said, how'd you get here? And they said, I watched the debate with you and Jabari. I watched the debate with such and such. Actually, that's what Killer Priest said. Killer Priest watched the debates, and that's how we got to like me so much. And then he found out who I was. But yeah, the patience it takes to debate, to know that you're doing it not for the person in front of you. You're doing it for the invisible watchers that you don't know yet until they come a month later and say, I was there because of such and such. And also the debating skill of being able to defend yourself. All of my students should get into debates to know that they can defend the truth. Can you, and it doesn't have to be an official debate, but can you defend the truth? Can you defend what you're into if there's opposition facing your way? And that skill of being able to defend the truth is the same skill that's utilized to convert somebody. The person you're debating may not convert, but if you can take that same skill and talk to another person, you should be able to cleanse them. It's a beautiful thing. So I'm glad. And everybody says to me, they say, man, what's the purpose of it? Nobody's going to convert. And they should. But this is not an honest world. It's an evil world. And you yourself have seen me, Atef have seen me, and all the brothers that were in the circle. People have seen me talk to other people, where even though I've presented the truth, and I'm not overridden, they still go their separate way, because people are really innately evil, and it takes more work to make a person good than for them to go to the evil side. So I don't expect these people to change, but I do know that debate will help people. The debates will help some young child, some person who doesn't know how to defend themselves against their sister who's calling them a pagan. And they'll take parts of it and use that, hopefully. But yes, if nothing comes from it, it does seem like a waste of time. The best thing that comes from it is I know I can still defend the truth. It's much different debating someone, defending the truth, than it is to teach. Having opposition against you. Can you teach with somebody saying you're a liar? Can you still teach the truth with somebody saying that's wrong? It's much, much different. It's much, much different. But it should be like the Kung Fu movies, where you beat the person, you get all their students. I remember I used to watch that on Kung Fu. When you beat the master, in every movie, when you beat the master, I'm with him now, because it's like. But that's the urge to be. That's the urge to be the best. Most people, not only are they into Isfet, but one of the deepest matrices is you're taught in the society subconsciously not to want the best. So when you're talking to somebody, and you're like, man, why does this person keep rebuttaling the truth? Because they actually don't want the best. Not that, man, I'm better than this person. I'm better. This knowledge is better. It's better than Hebrew. It's better. How come they're battling me? It's actually because they don't want the best. It's a natural instinct to be self-sabotage, self-suicidal to not want the best. Because if everybody wanted the best, then most brothers would debate with their shirt off. So they're not debating with their shirt off. Their fridge doesn't represent their healthiest diet. They know that being out late at night is bad for them. Most people do things that are bad when they know what the best choice is. Is smoking marijuana the best choice for your health? Everybody knows that it's not. So that's the struggle. I want the best. I'm not going to settle for second best. I want the best, and the debaters, they want comfortability. So, but shout out to you, Dejet. That's definitely good conversation. I want to see more of that. That's great. That is wonderful. Remember, you said, Dejet, that one of the things that attracted you was that I kept my composure when with Rasul in the opposition.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, that's an example of that. So those were debates. Those were somebody speaking against what I'm about and me keeping my composure, and you seeing that and saying, I like how he keeps his composure. Why? Because I'm going up against opposition. And if I never went up against opposition, that part of you that's attracted to me wouldn't exist. So sometimes people need to see, how does this man go up against opposition? Oh, forget about the other guy. He's keeping his cool. What is it that he's about that he's not getting angry like the other person? And that right there, my goal's accomplished. So, wonderful conversation, though. And I wish this world was a better place. I'm trying to, but people really want evil, brothers. they want they like, how could you just get smashed being a Hebrew and Amenhotep just smash you and you're still a Hebrew? You know, but that's how it is. We're gonna go to the rest of the support though, but thank you, brothers, for having that great conversation that I walked into, and I want to hear more of that kind of thing. Okay. And okay, we're gonna go to custom made tees. He's the next supporter that I see here. Let me see if it's a men under class or if it's support. Oh, well, both are support, but it's support without the men in the class. And the Jet asked me a question if I learn. I don't know, has the Jet gone? Okay, I'm gonna do this.
I'm right here, Sal. I'm right here. I want to hear this. Sal. I'm right here.
I actually forgot that you asked the question. I got caught up in other conversations, and you reminded me when I listened in the background. I was like, "Oh, the Jet did ask." I got sidetracked into some other conversations, but to answer the question is, of course, I am learning the details of topics. When I do a pod class, in most cases, I have the answer already. Little things like the news articles and things that match what I'm teaching, I don't know those. I don't know those, but I know that I need them to show all of you. So I don't have the news articles memorized, ones that just happened last month, last week, different little details, but I have the answer that I could mostly just talk the answer. But names of scientists and different things, that all comes to me as I'm answering the question. In most cases, I have the answer, but the details and the little special pictures and things that I take from the internet, I'm like, hey, wow, that's what I'm learning more is that I'm right. It's like I'm like, oh, yeah, what I'm going to teach. Oh, okay, that's the news article is what I'm going to teach. Oh, great. Oh, I didn't know that was specifically. I'm reading the news articles and finding little details in there that I didn't know before I was asked. When I was first asked this question, my first thought is, how am I going to make this interesting and exciting? And then things just come. Most of this answer, it's hard to explain, but a lot of this answer I knew, with little details on what certain Mesoamerican names mean that I come across. No, some of that I don't know until I come across it, and then I translate it. Some of those words for the phases of the Los Muertos, I translated those. I looked at it and said, can I figure out what this means? Oh, so nobody that practices those cultures that I know who's Mexican knows that despedite means away with the feet. They'll say it's a farewell ritual, it's a farewell day. But I look at it and say, oh, it means away with the feet. It's like that. So it's a mixture. I know the answer and the details I get as I'm coming up with how to make it pretty for everybody.
No, that's good to know, Saba. That's good to. I think people need to hear that more, Saba. That you still be learning as you go, and even though, like you just broke it down the way you did, it's cool to hear that. It's cool to hear that. You know what I mean? That you be learning just even the small things. Right. Yeah, like even just the small things that you still right, but like you said, those details. I think it's definitely great for people to hear that. Yeah, NASA teacher Saba Tehuti is learning the small details that. Right. You know what I mean? To me, that I think that goes a long way. But that's just me.
Yes. Mm-hmm. That's what makes it exciting. I have to be excited too. I'm bored with a lot of things because, 1989 is a long time ago. So I hear these questions and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this question in '94. Oh yeah, this question from 2001. Yeah. Oh yeah, remember this in '92. Okay. So the new stuff that comes about gets me excited because there are articles and things that just happened. So I'm like, oh, this is I couldn't have known this in '94 because this news article just came out last year. Oh, the scientists, especially the new discoveries. Oh, the scientists discovered this. Oh, wonderful! I didn't have that in 2001 because the scientists didn't discover it yet. So it gets me. I get excited with the new things, and I am definitely learning. Absolutely, it makes it exciting, even if I have the answer. Because if I don't learn, it's mundane, robotic. I want to be excited with you all. Like, oh, I can't. Oh, look at this. I'm in it with you all. I just have the core answer, and sometimes I learn. It's not from the research, so I'm learning, but it's like at 3:30 in the morning, and I wake up. I have the information that wasn't there when I went to bed, so I guess that is learning, right? Okay, so we're gonna. Yes, I learned. I'm learning. I love it. The laws of Ma'at say, no man has reached the pinnacle of knowledge. As long as new things are brought into this universe, something is happening right now that I'm going to teach about 10 years from now, and I don't know it yet. The scientists are doing something's happening right now in the universe, in the molecules, and I don't know that it's happening right now. And 10 years from now, they're going to say, on December 6th of 2025, and I'm like, hey, I remember that. So it's a beautiful thing. Excellent. Okay, we're going to read this out here. Could you read this one for me, please?
Yes, it says custom made tees, $24.42. Tua Saba, I appreciate you, your consistency, your accuracy. Each and every time, it's a unique experience. Each question, each answer elevates. I am truly grateful. I am Klazani.
Beautiful. Thanks for the read, the Jed, Tua, and Tua Custom Made Tees for this beautiful message and this and the palindrome of the 6. You keep it in 6. 666 24, and then you just reverse it 42, which is 24. I like the creativity. Thank you. Give him some big noise, please.
Give it to me. Bring it over here.
Thank you for that. And Custom AT, I look forward to seeing you at the Pathways next year. All right, we got who's this? Where is everybody? Angela Gates again. Here we go. Angela straight out the gate. Is this number 2 for the night? I love Angela Gates' transformation. She's a different being from when she first came. A truly different. Her consciousness and her way of seeing things through Ma'at is I love that Angela Gates has a foundation now. She has a foundation that's beautiful. Shout out to Angela Gates, straight out the gates. I don't know if she's still awake. And Medu Seneb, could you read this for me, please?
Yes. For Akur Saba Tua. $25.
Okay, thank you. I think that's maybe that's Acker. Maybe that's
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, for Akur Saba Tua.
Yeah, maybe that's a form of perfection what she's typing. Shout out to you, Angela Gates. Peace and love to you. Give her some big noise, please.
Yeah, we're here. And we're the best.
All right, excellent. Angela Gates, a great supporter. 202 Angela Gates. I remember 2 weeks. You may not be around, but I remember 2 weeks ago you said you were going to send support in the middle of the week, and I didn't see it. And now you sent you surprised me with 2 supports for this week, so that's a beautiful thing. All right, we got a big support from Tehuti. I'm going to read that in a little bit, but we got a big support from him. We got Robert E. Williams. Here we go now. Okay. The monster supporters. Here we are. Monster supporter because he gave two big supports. Here we go. Robert E. Williams, Mr. Appreciation. Mr. Appreciation. Let's see what his beautiful message is. He always has a great title that directly applies to the class with a little riddle in it. Let's see what he put this time. Robert E. Williams. I'll do it manually. Very interesting. Okay, Robert E. Williams. Here we go. We're going to do it manually. Robert E. People in the Tehuti Pod class who are watching, I'm down to maybe 2 questions. Go ahead and send your questions in. I think I'm down to no. I'm down to the Tehuti's questions are like 6 each. So I'm down to. I'm sorry. I have a lot. This question he has 6 questions per question. That's 12 questions for 2. All right, shout out to Robert E. Williams. I'll read this one. Did that Los Muertos brings me back to Ma'at with fire. Beautiful. Give us some big noise.
You are watching a master at work.
Play by their rules.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Thank you very much. And everybody,
Saba, was that you? Was that you right there?
Yeah, who did that?
Saba had that low going at the end.
Yeah, that was me. I have the sound edition now. I have a soundboard on StreamYard, so I can now do sound without cutting the music off. That's a great StreamYard. That's a great edition. I only have 5 sounds now, but I'm about to load it up. Everybody, a little update. So last week, Monday, I was supposed to be on Saw's channel to have this conversation that I'm not too motivated to have. It's Saw's idea. He wants to see me and Jabari debate. I don't care because it's not on the frequency of the Ma'at that I know. So, but I said I would entertain talking, and Jabari was out of town. First he said Washington, then he said Florida. I don't know, but he was out of town, so they didn't go down. But this Monday he said he'll be back. We actually exchanged numbers and contact. So when he gets back in, he can confirm that he's back and everything is settled in by that day. And we're supposed to meet again this Monday and talk about a future debate. I have nothing that I am challenging Jabari to. I have nothing. I'm not motivated to go through his files in class and look for errors. I don't have that I don't have that energy anymore. I've never actually looked for a debate from anybody in my life. They're brought to me. No topic is brought up. Sonetter wants to talk about the netters. I know he wants to clear up, get that little stain off Jabari's history. I'm not interested in debating that topic. I already did what I did, and I'm very satisfied with the outcome. Something I did for the netter. And plus he won't call it a rematch, so that's not good. I said off from the beginning, if it's not called a rematch, I can't do it because that's what it was said it's going to be. So what's his history change? I'm not into the changing of history and stuff. So hopefully we come up, not even hopefully, maybe we'll come up with something. It's just going to be me talking to Jabari and me just like chopping up his things on the spot. But I presented a debate. I said, debate the 42 laws of Ma'at. Sonetter said, that's a good idea. Then Jabari said, no, it's a phone conversation, da-da-da. Then Sonetter immediately jumps on Jabari's side. Yeah, I see what Jabari's saying. So the next, of course, you see what Jabari every day, always, right? So the next would be him issuing a topic to me. I issued a topic to him. He declined. He has to find something to issue to me. I have nothing. But it will be entertaining talking to him. And I came up with an idea, and I said, Sonetter, have the people from the audience come up to the panel and ask us both questions. This has been a dream of mine. Ask us both questions, and we'll see how we answer them. The crowd will see. And then from those answers, something's going to be a disagreement. But really what's going to happen is they're going to ask questions. You're going to ask questions, and you already know what's going to happen. But it's the only way I can think of to organically bring about a disagreement. How can we have a debate if he said he doesn't know what I teach? I don't really know what Jabari teaches. I just know he takes people to Kemet and he teaches the Netzers of principles, and I don't know what Jabari teaches. Actually, to challenge him, I don't know what he is. I don't know what he doesn't do any teachings on Stanetter. So, but at any rate, I just wanted to give everybody an update on that. So this Monday,
can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Sure you can. Yes.
What was your thoughts? What was your thoughts when Jabari said, "Oh, I ain't never watched any of Tehuti's classes or teachings," and to me, I'm like, well, y'all supposed to be the top 2 Kemetic teachers on the internet, and he's never seen any of your things. And to me, that strike the heavy like question mark for me. I'm like, come on, Jabbar, you tell me you ain't never seen anything of Tehuti, no matter the intro you've been playing for all these years. You telling me now one time on your personal time, like, hey, let me just see what he talking about really quick. Like, let me just tune in. And you tell me that's never happened? I was thinking cap at that time, so but that's just me. But I just kind of want to know. I just kind of want to know what your thoughts was when you heard that. But that's just me. I just kind of want to throw that out.
Good observation, and I'm going to read the support. But good observation. But so how you see it and how Jabari sees it is, I look through the eyes of how he sees it. So you see it as, hey, the 2 top Kemetic teachers. Let me check them out. He doesn't see it like that. He sees that he's the top, and I'm just a pseudo guy running around. He doesn't see me like how Reggie sees me or how people see me. He doesn't. Of course, he's seen something that I teach. Of course, he has. But he doesn't look to me as that. So he doesn't look to me like we're some kind of arch nemesis and I am a threat to him. He thinks he beat me in that conversation. So I don't even exist as somebody that he cared about. I'm just a person he had a conversation with that he said he beat by pulling up Spider-Man. So, but he definitely knew where to find. He definitely knew the website of you all was called the HOUSEOFATTON. I don't know how he knew that. He said, "Yeah, I looked at the YouTube HOUSEOFATTON with 2 T's," and I'm like, the HOUSEOFATTON. Okay, so he's seen it, but he could have seen it.
You got to go to Tehuti podcast before you go to HOUSEOFATTON. You have to.
Right.
That's the root. That's the root of it.
If you put in Jabari versus Tehuti, the 2D podcast pops up before the HOUSEOFATTON pops up, for sure. But at any rate, he doesn't see it like that, which is beautiful because he's still holding on to that point that the Nether have a sun on their head. That means they're not real. He's still holding on to that, so he's in his own world, and I love it. Stay there because he's very comfortable. He's protected on the Stanetter show completely. It's his. Has Jabari debated off that channel? I debate everywhere. I debate on every platform I go to that challenges the debate. Has Jabari debated anywhere off that channel where the voters are not from that channel? It's a safety net, and I like that he feels so comfortable. I want, like, when I debated Zion Lex, Killer Priest said, "Wow, you pretended you were retarded." And I said, "Yes, I want to be the retarded fighter. I want to be the person. I'm just looking up in the air, and you don't think highly of me. That means your guards are down."
That's a drunken master technique.
The animals think the anaconda is a pile of leaves. All right, here we go, everybody. We're going to the next support of the greatest. Thank you though for that, Dejed, and that question too. Okay, hey, there we go. Basa Ted Maka Ox Effect. Basa Ted Maka Ox Effect. And read that for us, Dejed, please.
Yes, that says Muertos from Mother Mutt. Dua Saba, $60.72.
Give him some big noise, please.
And yes, the Hekaru really works.
To overcome before I'm gone, by showing the truth and letting all be born. Then after that, I'll live forever.
You see, that's how it's done.
All right, wonderful. Wonderful. It's like we're DJing a song right there. All right. Excellent. Thank you, Boston Ted Maka Ox Effect. Everybody who's watching 2T Pod class, is that it? Is it supports? We're gonna go to we go all the way down to the bottom to see if I missed someone that supported maybe before this happened. Oh, hey, here's one. Who is this? Khalid Prime. Khalid Prim. Oh, this is from days ago. Okay. Shout out to Khalid Prim. Here's a new supporter. Here is a new supporter that was all the way at the bottom. I didn't see because it's from days ago. So it's not even on this podcast's string of support. So shout out to Khalid Prim. Let's see what he sent and what he stated. He looks like he trains. That's good. Shout out to Khalid Prim. Where is he here? Did it show up? I have to do it manually. Very strange.
Saba, give me 60 seconds. Be right back. 60 seconds.
Okay, good. I'll do the noise until you come back. All right, shout out to Khalid Prim. Family who's been watching the 2T podcast, 46 or so people watching. Send a message with the support system. You don't have to don't be selfish when you see someone doing something that you absorb from. Give back and let me know let me know the appreciation of it. And just say thank you for this great class. This was a good class. Thank you. There should be no reason why someone is not sending a message saying thank you, good class. Was it not good? So send a message with whatever amount, just saying, hey, I've never heard of those things before. I appreciate it. Thank you for your 3 hours of time and for your 4 years since Killer Priest and all of your gathering of consciousness since 1989. Shout out to Khalid Prim, and I'm going to read this one. You're a new person. I'm going to read it. Remain powerful. And you look like you train. You look like you take care of your body. So much respect and shout out to you. Khalid Prim, remain powerful. We're going to give you a round of applause. Thank you, Khalid Prim. Thank you, Khalid Prim, as a brand new supporter. I've never heard of you before, but that is beautiful. I appreciate the new support. Maybe we can come on the chat and let us know where you heard about the 2T Pod class. What is this? Zelly. What is this for? Oh, the $1. Okay. The $1 test. Okay. Shout out to who is this? Okay, we have Gavin with the Gavin. This is before the podcast started. This is from the morning time. And this is a smaller support, but everything is appreciated within the means of the people, what they feel that they can give. So, Gavin. Okay. Where are you, Gavin? So Gavin gives Gavin, where is it not showing up? There it is. So Gavin gives $4, and he or she, I don't know what this name, I was broken down. Gavin, $4, and gives the cost symbol. Okay, thank you, Gavin, for that. We're gonna go now to different phases, show images. What's this? After I show the book over different phases and show images of those phases as a bonus. Show where each is in the. Oh no! I'm coming across I'm coming across extra notes that I emailed myself that I would wake up with that I'm going to put in the podcast. It never made it though. Oh, thank you. Class would have been 3.5 hours long. I sent myself random emails and notes. Put this in. I may not go back and read it. I'm glad. I'm glad. When I look back at that class after I was done, go ahead, did you?
Would have been 6 hours long, Saba?
Yeah, at least 3.5 hours long. It would have been too much. Okay, we have yeah. It would have been too much. Let me see. Another Zelly. Who's this? This is Ricardo. Who's Ricardo? Oh, I got it. Okay. Ricardo. Card ending has been linked. Okay, we got Okay, here we go. I want to read a couple more than Here we go. Okay, good. Sarah Jean, if you're around and listening, to you for your consistent support and your great budgeting and taking care of your daughter who has hopeful potential. We all wish her the best in her mind development. Her name is Sky. Okay, shout out to Sarah. It's not showing up. Why is that so strange? Okay. If you're in the room listening, peace and love to you. Appreciate the consistent support, and Tua for your messaging me, sending me messages when there's change with certain things that we've discussed. It's good to send me messages if there's a change. Don't leave me hanging, and that's great. And you do that. So shout out to Sarah Jean. Meadow, could you read this one for us, please?
Yes, sir. Sarah Jean today. Tour Netter Hands and Tour Netteru 3 axes, $51.50.
Wonderful. Boom. Give her some big noise, please. Big noise. Sarah.
Yeah, we're here. And we're back.
You see, that's how it's done. Supposed to play by their rules.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Excellent. To you, Sarai, for the great support, and thank you to Jed for your sound selector abilities. Okay. Okay, what do we have, everybody? Is there and Daryl? Daryl pops up.
So that's a classic right there. The beat. That's the classic right there.
That's the Tehuti podcast.
Right. Original.
If he was around at the beginning, you would know.
Right.
Oh, that's not the you're all thinking of this one here. Original from the beginning. That's this. One of the
Let's
original
see.
from the beginning.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That
the
was
one right
original,
there.
right.
Yeah,
Hold on, let's
that's
let it
the
play. Let me
one.
get
That's
it.
true.
What else?
That's when Saba had the Matrix background
Yeah,
right
Matrix
there.
background.
He had the plain black hat.
Right.
Plain black hat
With the
on. He
spider.
had the
spider
microphone,
yeah.
microphone in front of his face. You know what I mean? Answering 7 questions, 8 questions at a time. Podcast probably lasted for 2 hours or whatever. And yeah, you just got it how you got it.
The spider would be here, and then I'm following the answer, and then you look up, it's over here, and I was like, man, didn't see it move. You know, didn't see the spider move, man. So right then I knew when then you had the snakes and all that too. You know, my neighbor, he had the snakes, but his don't bite. His ain't poisonous. So he front for the people. And it's like, man, come on, man, that thing ain't even striking at you. You know, I'm holding it, so I know it's because I ain't there yet. So that's how I knew you was the truth, man. To the God, man. That's it.
A lot of people would say that too. They say the spider's on one side, it's on the other side. It didn't move, and
didn't move.
I remember those days. Those were the great. I was answering 7 questions, and the podcast would only be like 4 hours long. 7 questions today. The podcast would be 21 hours. Would be 18 hours long.
Yeah, Saba, keep that beat on, man. I ain't heard that one in a long time, man. That's the one right there. That's the one.
That's my favorite one, actually. That's my favorite one.
And they heard that one, bro. The scatter. No, the knowledge finna stop. The knowledge finna drop.
Priscilla says, I just woke up. Hi, everyone. Okay. I just woke up and there's a monkey doing something with a hammer. Hi, everyone. Hi, Priscilla. Okay, we got who's supporting? Who's sending support? We got Nook Poo again.
Nook Poo. I put the blue screen on in honor of him because the lights was getting too much in my face.
What's the blue screen? Let me see. I'm not looking at you right now. I'm gonna look and see what you
I'm
mean.
sorry, sir. No, I was just
He got the blue light. He got the blue light.
a little blue light, because these lights.
Oh. Okay.
Doing the whole blue.
I'm gonna come on and see your blue light in just a moment. Let's see.
No, Casvet. He bathed in the blue.
Yeah.
It's blue it's blue everything. He probably got blue soap, blue lotion, blue socks, blue car.
In California too?
Nah, he live in Florida. Nah, he Florida boy.
Oh, okay. Oh, Florida boy. Okay.
If Nook Poo is in California, you probably see his head stick up from over here.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's real.
He'd be sleeping on the roof of my apartment.
That's real.
All right, here we go. We got who's this? Nook Poo, aka Kesbetu. I'll read this one. Hotep Saba, terrific, territory, terrified, terror. This must have been for the class before. Wonderful. We're gonna give him some noise. Give him some hand claps, please. I like that sound. That's nice. Okay. What do you got on there, Meadow? You said you have a blue screen or a blue light? Is that there's a blue light on you?
Yeah, you know how you just can cover up the little white.
Oh yeah.
You know the little thing.
Oh yeah. Okay. It was hard to see because the
Yeah, you know, I'm not trying to be cool or nothing. I just it's like I was getting too bright.
Okay,
I'm just enjoying myself, man. I appreciate you allowing me to hang out on the panel with you. Great teacher.
Absolutely wonderful, Nini Ook. Okay, we got a Tefrem Kem Ma'at, and then we got the last one that I see tonight is the biggest support of the night again, coming from, of course, Tehuti. I don't know if this is another set of questions. He's, if so, he's stacking up the board, which is good. He's eventually going to give me like a year worth of questions, and then he can just sit back and know that he's guaranteed to get an answer continuously. So this one here is from Tefrem Kem Ma'at. I don't know why it's not. What is that? Let me see if I can change this. It won't let me. How strange. Okay. Computer glitch. So I have to do it manually. So shout out to a Tefrem Kem Ma'at. He always sends 2 supports. I'm going to read the bigger one first. All right, here we go. Beautiful. Tefrem Kem Ma'at. I don't know if any of you all can read this or if you remember what it says. The Jed, do you remember what this says? If not, I'll read it.
No, Saba, go ahead. That's on you.
Okay. Let me look at the bigger picture if it's the same. Usually it's the same thing. Oh, he put, I see how he put, instead of Hetep, the Hetep sign, he put, I see, I wrote it, Hotep, the Tepi sign, Hotep, and then Ma'at, he spelled that very originally, Hetep, Ma'at, Tua, Ishan. Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishan. Okay, wonderful. All right, Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishan, and give him some big noise for that, please. The Jed, if you can hear me.
Yes, Saba. You said sounds?
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
You are watching a master at work.
Push the button. Come on. Push the button. What are you doing? I'm just playing with you. Come on. Push the button.
Okay, and whenever a Tefrem Kem Ma'at sends one, he always sends the other to follow. And this is a very special one. It has a long history to it, and that's why he keeps on sending this exact same amount. All right, so we have a Tefrem Kem Ma'at again. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. To you, a Tefrem Kem Ma'at, for your consistency
I hope you're doing well out there. I did. For those who are wondering, he didn't show up for the last pod class, and I did hear from him of the situation. So hope everything is smooth and gets better with what you told me about. And with you for the update and for today's support. Even if it's F doesn't show up, he's gonna send support. Sometimes he can't do it. Sometimes, most times he does, just late. So shout out to Atef for being accountable and sending your support still. So here we go. And Medu gives a salute. Atef Rem Kema'at. There's a second part right there. It says it again. Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin. $7.77. Give him some hand claps for this, please. Okay, thank you for the sounds, and thank you, Tiff, for the support. All right. Hopefully not last, and absolutely not least. I see a big monster support. Let me scroll up and see if anybody else gave. Nope. So I see a big monster support. Let me scroll all the way down, see if there's anything else. All right, and now the largest support of the night. It looks like he's going to send an email question with this, as he always does, because his questions cannot fit on a Cash App ever. So he usually sends me the Cash App and he'll say, question on the way, something to that effect. So I'm going to put from December 6th. So here we go, everybody, for the largest support of the night. And there's a Tef popping up just as I mentioned him. That's interesting. Good synchronicity, good timing. Oh, the link is not... Okay, let me try. Here's the link for a Tef. I'm going to do that thing I see on Sauce channel where the link hovers at the top. It stays there instead for everybody. Okay. All right, and now for the largest support donation of the night so far, coming from, of course, Tehuti, who always comes through with a large support. We're going to give him all kind of sounds, transformers, and everything for this. And I will read this one. Tehuti and Rob today for 7 key principles. That will be a more formulated 4 to 6 part question when he sends me the email from Air Productions 832@gmail.com. We have the largest support of the night thus far. Tehuti and Ra at $111.11. The Jed, give him all the noise, give him the works, the transformers, and everything.
I came to overcome before I'm gone. My soul is proven and let now be born. We say never, then follow me.
Yeah, we're here. And we're the best.
And yes, the HOUSEOFATTON really works.
Saba, Tef said, can you post a link?
Yes, it's been posted. Everybody see it? You see it, the Jed?
No, I didn't see any links, Saba. I'll take that back. I see it.
It's right under Tef's name.
Yeah, I said I'll take that back. I see it.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Shout out to Tehuti for his incredible support. Thank you, Tehuti. Great support. Min Ma'at, great continuation. And I know this is going to be another set of great questions, as you always send in your set of 4 to 7 questions for support.
You gotta say blick it for him, Saba.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, let me put that right. Okay. Thank you for reminding me. That's right. For all the Jed support, I add the end his special saying. So again, Tehuti and Ra for 7 key principles. It's gonna come in through that email. $111.11. Click it. Wonderful, everybody. 2 for everybody's support. I'm gonna scroll back up, see if I see anything else. And Zeptepi Slim offering a debate. Zeptepi Slim with his classic 1072. Oh my goodness. Of course, this would be a good debate topic, but of course, that would be a good debate topic, but of course, that will never be accepted. Imagine Jabari giving 3 rounds of 15 or so minutes on the breakdown of the. Let me go ahead and read this. Here we go. It's coming in from Zeptepi Slim. He's offering a debate topic for me and Jabari. And the debate topic is, ladies and gentlemen, what's the debate topic? The debate topic is, I'm the wrong thing. That's interesting. December 6th. View. Extra large icons. There we go. Coming in with a debate topic from Zeptepi Slim, aka Anthony Drain. What does he suggest as a debate topic? Here we go. So shout out to Zeptepi Slim. I'll read this one. Debate topic. The meaning of the Ankh. $10.72. I'll be giving him a little noise for that. Come on, debate topic. Imagine that conversation. I mean, Zeptepi must want to see a slaughter. What's his he has teachings on the Ankh? Jabari knows Metanet or what? Oh my goodness. Zeptepi Slim is setting up Jabari for massacre. That'd be worse than the Natira debate. I don't see him teaching on the Ankh for over 2 minutes. Does he have more than 2 minutes of information on the Ankh? But anyways, shout out to Zeptepi Slim for that. Interesting topic. Except be slim. If everything if I go to Saw Netter on Monday, if it happens, come up on the panel, and suggest that. I want the audience to bring up topics. That'd be great. My class on the meaning of the Ankh to. I don't even know what Jabari teaches on the Ankh. All right, shout out to Zeptebi Slim, and for the idea, and I appreciate the great support. All right, everybody, I think that is it for the night. I put the link in the room for a TEF a while ago. I'm not sure if he sees it, and I heard a boop. See a few emails from Kefa. All right, so there it is. There's a TEF in the room. So that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That's all the support that I see. Hopefully, TEF can come on. It looks like he's having some device connection issues. But it's 1 o'clock in the morning, so we're going to go ahead and end off this Tehuti pod class with everybody giving their closing statements. I want to tell everybody who gave support, Tua, very much for your consistency, especially those who have given support since the Killer Priest days. Madu Sinab has been given support since I don't even know when it began, but I always remember him as a supporter. The Jed came in a little bit later, but ever since he came in, he's been a great, consistent supporter. Nukpu, Sarah, Robert Williams, Kesbatu, Bastatun Maka, Ox Effect, and several others that appreciate the Tehuti pod class and give support. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and do the closing statements, and then we're going to read the affirmation and close it out at 1 o'clock in the morning. So we'll start off with you, Dejed. Give us some great Medu.
Yes, of course, Saba. Shouts out to you, and showing excellence within your gift and the passion that you have for the Natiru. To you for that consistency, and for your the Turks for supporting your Dejed, and continuing to make your life a little more at ease on top of the difficulty of what your life is on a day-to-day basis. Definitely grateful. Definitely grateful for this class. May everything that you want to come forth happen for you on Sanetter, dealing with the Jabari thing and everything in your life, Saba. May everything work accordingly to the Natiru's will. Shouts out to everybody who gave support, everybody in the chat. Shouts out to Madu Seneb. To you, great brother, for being up here with me, holding it down on the panel. It's a wonderful thing to chop it up with you and to enjoy this podcast. Once again, for all the support, everybody in the background. Can continue to, show up. And if you like what you see, support. And don't be shy. Like I said, you can be anonymous. You don't have to show your name. You don't have to show your face. Just give reciprocity and ask the questions that whatever's on your E. There's no stupid questions here. They're all answered. And as you witnessed, whatever you're thinking and whatever you're thinking that whatever question you ask, whatever you think the answer is going to be, it's going to be 10 times more than that. So, to everybody. Shouts out to everybody that watch in the future. May Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at, and may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore in Ma'at. I am the Jet Sajim Ma'at Hem Paul Kuf, everybody in the Tiru, Uncle Jasanel, Hotep Henu, Nefer Upesh, Dua.
All right, Nini Uk. Tua for everything you appreciate me for, Nini for everything you thank me for, and I appreciate you saying words to the viewers and the other house of the 10 members, and saying that part about whatever you think the answer is going to be. It's going to be something totally different, which is, I pride myself on that, and I like that because it builds a suspense. And so Tua for telling people that. You have a great night. The dead, rest with your family. Is Ratetua already knocked out for the night? Or she's still listening?
Oh yeah, Saba, that's the reason why you got me up here, because she got all set. I mean, last podcast you didn't see me because, putting the baby to bed, you fall asleep too while you putting the baby to bed. So yeah, she did watch the whole presentations, but she got to go put all set to bed, and you know how that goes. So yeah, that's why you got me up here, not off camera, no nothing, because she took care of all of that. So it's a teamwork makes a dream work, Saba. You already know.
Excellent, wonderful. Okay, wonderful. She's doing a great job. Okay, excellent. And we'll move on to Medicine Ebb. Give some closing statements, some appreciation, some positive words for your closeout.
In the words of Kanye West, when you meet your favorite artist, there's only two things you can say. That's thank you. So I appreciate what you do, brother. Saba. I'll continue to support. If you ever find yourself in Colorado, you can knock on my door. The light is on. You and your family, your beautiful wives. And I just want to mention the Jed and Nukpu and Angela Gates and Minty and all the people that has been along with me on your journey. I see them in the chat. I follow them now on Facebook. I go out and watch them. So I just appreciate y'all. I'm not going to be long-winded, but I just appreciate you really, really, really. Peace and love, y'all.
Peace and love to you. Tua for everything you appreciate me for. Nina for everything you thank me for. And appreciate your good words to the people that have been on this journey with you for years, the people that you met, that you mentioned. And that is a beautiful thing. And hopefully this pathway is coming up. We can see you again. You have a great energy at the pathways. You have a great. You're like, I'm in Hollywood. I'm staying here.
Right. I love it.
So, if you're able to, it's great. And you have a great night. Have a great rest. And feel free to always come up to the panel with your good energy. It's a different frequency, and it's you remind me of the days. You remind me of when Bobby Hammett was around. You're just more refined. You're more controlled. But that Bobby Hammett energy is in you. I see it. I can hear it. But you're way more. You're calming it down. Or something's happening because I see a transformation. But that I see the good old frequency of the Bobby. What is that? What is that? Some creature just flew in front of the screen. What is that? What in the world? That must have been. Maybe it was a crane fly. It's probably a crane fly. When you first see those
you
things,
over there, you own bats as well?
On who?
I say you own bats, everything as well.
Yeah,
you got just
bats,
random
right.
things flying out there.
That was a crane fly. And what did you say, Medu? You said something?
No.
That was a crane fly. When you first see them, they look like large mosquitoes. But then when
when you adjust to it. If you know what it is, you know it's a crane fly. They're good to have around. If you see them around, don't kill them. Keep them around. When you first see them, they're kind of frightening because it looks like a mosquito this big. But the ironic thing about them is, do you all know what I'm talking about? Those big things that look like mosquitoes are about this big. You ever seen them, the Jen? You may even think they are mosquitoes.
I just Googled it right now. I'm looking at it, and yeah, it looked like a mosquito.
It looked too.
I probably killed a couple of those because I thought it was a mosquito.
Yeah, and guess what they eat?
They probably eat flies.
They eat mosquitoes.
Oh man. So how can I tell the difference? Like they don't seem to have those the pointy things on their tails, but they definitely look like mosquitoes. I'm looking at it right now.
The difference is the size. If you see a mosquito too giant enough to be a mosquito, that's a crane fly. If mosquitoes were that big, they'd be sucking us dry. We'd be running from a mosquito this big. Because usually the mosquitoes come in swarms, so they come with a lot of them. So yeah, it'd be dawn of the dead out here. So they eat mosquitoes.
All right, Saba, man.
They're really big. They're big, long legs. If you can see the legs of the thing flying, it's not a mosquito because the mosquito's so small. You have to reel it close to see the legs of it. But this thing looks like you can see the legs like a daddy long leg. It's way too big to be a mosquito. People think they're mosquitoes and they kill them. It's unfortunate. You keep them around your house. They don't bother you. They don't bite because they don't really have a mouth. That's a biteable mouth, and they eat the mosquitoes that we want out of our house. So they're very, very helpful. They're called crane flies. Very, very wonderful animals. Harmless.
The insects I don't kill is dragonflies. They have a 98% chance of catching their prey, and I just let them do their things. When I see a dragonfly, I just let them just have their way.
Yes, that's a smart thing to do because if you get on their bad side, they take chunks of skin out of you. They're very intelligent and they have the mouth. They don't get on a dragonfly's bad side. It's not good. They don't hurt you at all, but if you start bothering them, they come and take a chunk out of you. And they have a better success killing rate than a lion. All right, everybody. I think the only thing that beats them, they're better than a lion, a hyena. I think just European history. So we're gonna get on
I was about to say that was funny. That was a good joke right there because I was about to say, what has a better success rate over a dragonfly? He said European history.
Yeah. They're like 99.9%.
Right.
Even when they're not around.
Undefeated.
They're undefeated.
Almost seem like
That's your Floyd Mayweather.
And they control the weather. So I see a Tef trying to come on. I see you, Atef. Respect to you, Atef. Net's first laughing. I see you, Atef, trying to come on, make an attempt. Something is going on where you are, and it's not giving me the clickable button to pull you up. It actually is telling me that your device is not connected. So I can't even click on you to pull you on the panel. It says they will need to connect their mic and cam before you can add them to the stream. But I do see you making attempts. And I do see you type You type some in the private chat too. Hotep Henu to Medu Sineb. Love. Oh, yeah, okay. Meta responded. Okay. So I do see a Tef, and unfortunately, you're not getting on today. And that's unfortunate. That'd be 2 podcasts I haven't seen you, but I know that you're here trying, so it's absolutely fine. What can you do other than what technology allows you to do? All right, everybody, we're going to close up with the affirmation. It's 1:14 in the morning. I taught for 3 hours and kept this going for hours after that. And it is time for me to retire. Tomorrow is the continuation of the animal rescue, and I have a busy day. Atef says, great class. Thank you, Atef. I'm glad you appreciate it. So we're going to go ahead and close out with the affirmation. And then I'm going to go big screen and close us out. Let me see. Okay, everybody ready? Let me get the banner off the screen. Let me see if there's any last supports that came in. That would be a great bonus. But shout out, peace and love to all those who did give support. Let me scroll down to make sure I did not miss anybody. Kefa has a lot of emails, but that's scientists discover the first gene, 4,000-year handprint. Okay. Who is this? Wait, who is this? Gerald. Wait. Gerald? Let me see that again. Oh, Gerald Park. That's from last week. All right, everybody. Thank you for everybody who did give support for the Tehuti podcast. We're now going to do the affirmation and close it out, and everybody can get their wonderful rest. Check and see if I come on San's channel on Monday. And let's see if they can motivate me to get a debate. Let's see if they step that debate topic. Zep Tepi. Debate on the meaning of the Ankh. Oh my goodness. What did Jabari do to you, Zep Tepi? What did he do to you? All right. That's her first year all the way in London. Well, it's the morning time. That's the first day's just starting. He's not. He's fine. It's 9 a.m. His day's just beginning. Zep Tevi Slim says, good night, Undertaker. Undertaker, that's that tall wrestler, right? When I was a child. All right. Netter First says, hey, there's Netter First with some props, with some respect, and congratulations to the class. 9, I didn't read the rest of the message. 9:15 a.m. here in London, and he says, great class. All right, I'm glad you appreciated it, liked it, enjoyed it. And good night to you, Zep Tebi Slim. We're going to put the affirmation on and close up, everybody. Let's get our beautiful sleep that we deserve. Okay, is everyone ready? We are going to start on the count of 3. Oh, was that you, Meta, that said yes? Who said yes? I can't see anybody.
No, that was the Jeff.
I'm ready.
That was me.
I'm reading in my mind.
Oh. Okay, I heard. Okay.
I'm ready.
What did you say, Meta?
I'm ready, sir.
Okay, good. That was the Jet. Okay, good. Okay, we'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki Ma'at Un NS Nin Tet Aset Ma'at Min Habapet Ma'at Her and Hu Kiwi Her Ikut. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Excellent, everyone. Okay, get your rest.
I always want to ask Saba, for a long time, I was like, why does Saba count after he say the affirmation? I've been wanting to ask you that for a very long time. Because the Tef will do the affirmation, and I'll hear very faint within the ear, and I'll hear you counting, and you always count to 8. And then you're right there. So I don't know. Maybe is that a pod class right there? Is that a pod class in itself?
It's actually to 7, and it's because 7 is subconsciously and outwardly a number of completion. So so I always count to 7, really quietly though. But I guess you all can hear me. But I count to 7 for the affirmation. Yes, I have a counting system that represents different things that happen in my life also. But that's another class though. But shout out to Tua for the question. Good observation. You can hear me. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Tef says Neferu Pesh. Okay, so the Jed, you have a good night. Have a great rest. Peace and love. Peace and love to your Aout. May Retetua be strong. May your children be strong. And may Olivia continue on her inquisitive quest as she matures. She's definitely an inquisitive being. So I'm going to say Neferu Pesh to you and get you good rest. And I'm going to go big screen.
To a Saba Neferu Pesh.
Neferu Pesh. And Medusineb. Oh, Medusineb's already gone. Neferu Pesh to you, Medusineb. Okay, I'm going to go big screen, everybody. Beautiful. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. Excellent. Wonderful. Full of wonder. I'm glad everybody got to really, those who stayed for the entire class, 3 hours on this that I've never taught on before in my whole life. Dia de los Muertos, Day of the Dead, Truth and Secret Origins, Why the Skull and Bones in Ancestral Worship Origin, Kemetic Papyrus scientifically verified to atheists, Is Black the Color of Death, Why White in Voodoo and Dia de los Muertos, Seasonal Holiday Psyops, and so much more that could not fit on the screen. I'm glad you all appreciated this. Support the Tehuti Pod class, of course. You should already know that. If you've been watching for all these years, the support is what keeps so much going. It's not just supporting just Tehuti alone, it's keeping this whole the House of Attend, everything functioning has to function at the discretion of my relaxation, that I can focus on something and not have to go out there. Other than the animals, I do animal rescues and animal sales and trades, but other than that, having to put my mind towards something else which would deter me from 100% focus in a pod class answer, and thus the quality of the pod class would diminish, and then eventually the entire pod class would diminish if the support wasn't considerate for the work that's put in. Even a person that flips burgers at McDonald's selling death and oil to people gets paid time and a half reciprocity for frying French fries, which does nothing but remove lives and puts people in the hospital. Thank you. But the reciprocity is given for that. To it, everybody who is consistent, keep this podcast going. To it, everybody in the chat that is active. Last people I see, to a Tef, Remkem Ma'at, to a Kes Betu, says 5 o'clock in the morning. A Tef Remkem Ma'at says Neferu Pesh. Kes Betu says 5 a.m. Zep Tebi Slim says good night, Undertaker. First Netter says 9 a.m. here in London. Great class. A Tef says great class. And of course, Nukpu Kesbetu again with a whole list of things said. So peace and love, everybody. Yeah, the snake is put away. I think Saket is still here on my hat, but the computer, yeah. Saket is right there on the hat. The snake is put away, resting. Was not fully digested when I was holding him, so there's a little mishap, and he's gonna go rest and digest. So peace and love. That's Kekra. Peace and love to all the great animals. Peace and love to everyone. You all are doing great. Continue the pod class. Maybe this Monday I'll be on the Starnetter channel. We'll see if Jabari gets in on time, and maybe we'll have a talk and see what happens. I'm not too motivated because I don't care about debating that much. And he says he doesn't know what to challenge me on, and I don't really know what Jabari teaches, so it has to be organic, and it doesn't seem like it's too organic or natural. That's what motivates me to do things, is organic, natural motivation. It has to be some type of thrust for it, and I don't have that until I get into conversations. But to everyone for supporting. Keep up the wonderful work. You all are doing great. Hetep, which is back and forth reciprocity. Peace and love to everyone. You all are doing wonderful. See you next week.